The Age of the Mecha, Fists That Shatter Stars. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 226 Portrait. What's your name? The gourd man seemed to think for a moment, then said, when you become strong enough, you will naturally know my name. As for now, you can call me whatever you want. One last reminder, I believe you already know about the secret book of time. Find someone who truly has the gift of the god of destiny, and go get the secret book of time. When you have these two in your hands, the truth will almost appear before your eyes, but don't rashly explore those opponents you can't challenge yet. Some of them are more than just the surface. This was the last sentence. When he finished speaking, the high temperature of the fragment of the immortal divine nucleus on his chest subsided. Liu was not surprised. He looked around and walked forward. The underground building in front of him was very similar to the laboratory he had seen before, but there were also many differences in details, which was obviously more suitable for underground extension. He looked around, but did not find the device to convert into divine mecha. It seems that not all Guardman's laboratories can be converted into divine mechas. Pushing open the door, you can see that the structure is basically the same as the previous laboratory, with no big difference. The same wide hall, with soft seats placed in the corner. After walking inside, he turned around and found that the ground was just like before with only the footprints of the gourd man. They were very shallow. If he was not an expert in identifying traces, even if he had the observation ability of the heavenly rank, he would probably regard them as ordinary traces. But in Li's eyes, these footprints could already outline a rough picture of how long the gourd man stayed here and what he did. Interesting, the gourd man seems to have hidden something here. Liu thought for a moment, walked to the front of the hall, found the position, and then stepped hard. Step. 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 After 3 steps, the ground was directly broken by his word-breaking skills, and exploded around a central point. Countless dust flew out and formed a small pit. Then, he controlled the divinity to leave his body and sweep away the dust around the pit. This relic is called a relic, but in fact it is better to say that it is a place where the gourd man temporarily put things. Therefore, it is not that kind of special alloy. That special alloy would require at least a 30-meter class divine mecha to break it with all its strength, and with his current strength, he couldn't break it. He was still far from being able to break this special alloy with his physical body. As the dust entered around the pit were cleared, a palm-sized box appeared in the pit. He controlled the divinity to leave his body, turned into tentacles, opened the box, and soon saw an egg-sized fragment of the immortal divine nucleus. The divine radiation around the fragment was quite rich, and compared to the previous single fragment, which was quite faint, it seemed quite generous. This is about the equivalent of 40 to 50 pieces. How could there be so many more at once? Is it because of the special point of the earth? Liu thought to himself, and then put away the fragment of the immortal divine nucleus. In this moment, he had nearly 70 fragments of the divine nucleus, and he should be able to give birth to a new immortal divine gene soon. Then, he picked up the box and looked around. He knew that it had no other use except to cover up the divine radiation. At least the thief did not leave empty-handed, so he took the box away. After that, he walked around the 2nd floor again, but found nothing. On the 3rd floor, he unexpectedly got a surprise. Another note? It's not enough for him to leave his voice. Why did he leave this? He opened it and found that it was also densely written in gourd text, a full 20 pages. He immediately translated, records of the exploration of the remains of the Earth. He was not sure that the name of the planet at the beginning was the Earth, because in the gourd text, this planet can be translated as Earth Star. However, when he read the following content and saw some transliterated names, he confirmed that this planet was indeed the Earth, which was also the name of the gourd people for this planet. In the process of studying the intelligent species, I accidentally discovered that the Earth is actually the core mother star of the divine sub-era. This really surprised me. I didn't expect that I was so close, but I missed so many good things. No wonder I always felt that the intelligent species on Earth were different when I was doing the experiment. It turns out that it is because the Earth itself is special and has a large amount of intelligent factors. In order to continue my intelligent species experiment and to avoid the enemies in the Xianxi ruins, I decided to stay on Earth for a while and investigate where the intelligent factors come from. Seeing this, Li Yi understood that this note was written by the gourd man after he left the Xianshu ruins. The timeline is estimated to be at least 1 or 2,000 years ago. And the situation he just observed, the surrounding traces, also undoubtedly prove this point. Below notes, the gourd man's exploration records of the famous mountains and rivers on Earth are recorded respectively, including the 5 mountains, Kunlun, Taihang, Changbei, Qinling, Nanling, Dangsha, Qingcheng, Emiri, etc. All kinds of famous mountains have been walked. The conclusion is that the more famous the mountain is, the stronger the wisdom factor will be. As for why it is so strong and where it comes from, he went deep into the underground, the surrounding areas, and even explored various veins, but found nothing. He didn't know the source, so he had to give up temporarily. This part has already taken up nearly 10 pages. After that, there were other contents. Li Yi continued to translate. Another interesting thing was discovered. I didn't expect that the antisocial factors I left behind could actually gather well on Earth. Moreover, I also found that the wisdom factors such as reproduction and selfishness that I left behind in the early days actually blossomed in the wisdom species all over the land. It seems that my experiment was unexpectedly successful on this planet full of wisdom factors. I created some wisdom species that are more suitable for divine genes. These people must have higher talents and will definitely grow into top powerhouses in the category of divine civilization faster. The efficiency is much higher than those inferior wisdom species I cultivated in the early days. It seems that I shouldn't have thrown away those hybrid divine creatures. Although they are also efficient, they are still far behind. They directly polluted the wisdom factors of an entire star field. It's a pity that it's a big deal. Seeing this, Li Yi's face was slightly strange. When the gourd man said that he polluted a star field, which star field did he mean? The star field of humans or aliens? Could it be that the aliens are also related to the gourd man? A thought flashed through his mind, and he continued to read. This antisocial organization called the True Saint Church has actually developed to this point. It seems that I seem to have planted a relatively large mine for mankind. That's good. Even if it is a mine, it may be a good mine, not a bad mine. If I am not mistaken, the leader of the True Saint Church should be the descendant of the Needle. I didn't expect that he could have such a layout. He is worthy of being the intelligent species I indirectly cultivated. Sure enough, after the intelligent species rely on the collective to become the hegemon of the food chain in the area, they still have to develop intelligent species with antisocial factors. The so-called society is both protection and restrained. After this paragraph of text that is similar to random thoughts ended, it was blank. It was not until the 3rd page from the end that something was discovered. It turned out to be a simple sketch of a human face. The moment Li Yi turned to the portrait, his pupils trembled slightly. The portrait showed the face of a young girl, about 14 or 15 years old, with bangs at the eyebrows, a bit of baby fat on the cheeks, and round eyes like black pearls, which was extremely cute. It's actually the portrait of Lu. This appearance is highly similar to the portrait that Li Yi drew from Professor Tang, Zheng's ex-wife, using her description. The moment he saw this portrait, Li Yi knew that it was basically confirmed that the so-called granddaughter of Zhang, Lu, was the same person as the one in the gourd man's record. This can only be said to be some kind of wonderful coincidence. No, maybe it's not a coincidence, but a certain inevitability. Perhaps it is the relationship between Lao Zhang and Lu that is the key to Lao Zhang being assassinated by Wu Huanling. Wu Huanling assassinated Lao Zhang and stole the copy of the experimental notes. Later, he appeared on the moon and committed the assassination of Ning Fiayu's parents, which was related to the immortal nucleus. He is probably also looking for the immortal nucleus. Wait, I seem to have overlooked something. The Lu created by the gourd man has an original version, which is the corpse that drifted over. The gourd man used the original corpse to clone Lu. Since the original Lu had the ability to track down Xianshu Star, he should have been a powerful person at the time, and even had a certain degree of fame. Maybe we can check the historical records of the corresponding time to confirm whether there is such an original version. What exactly happened to such a person that made him drift to Xianshu Star? Maybe it is also a key. It may even be a hidden hand deliberately sent by the gourd man's opponent. Will the gourd man's opponent be those resurrectors? He said that only half of what the resuscitator said can be believed. So, which of the resuscitator's words are lies? Is it a disaster, or his purpose? Tu Kuogai's vigilance against the resuscitator is unusual, which is somewhat different from his usual personality. Could it be that he has actually encountered a resuscitator? It seems that I have to find him and ask him indirectly next time. In addition, what does Mo Hengquang's statement that the armored man statue improves qualifications have to do with Dan Chenli? He said at the time that the appearance of the Dan Chenli statue is the same as the little man statue that Mo Hengquang got at the beginning. Could this be another reason for Dan Chenli's successful resuscitation? Li Yu thought about many possibilities in his mind, and suddenly felt that those high-level Cheyenne Wei people also had secrets that they had not fully told. Their group of people had more or less experienced the era when the ruins of the earth reappeared, and they should have seen a lot of special things and mastered some related clues. With his skills, he can naturally judge whether others are lying. But the problem was that everyone was driving the divine mecha at that time, so his micro-electro-sensing could not work, and he could not observe the activity of the micro-muscles on his face. It was obviously difficult to judge whether someone was lying just by the changes in the tone of voice. After searching the interior again and confirming that there was no other discovery, Li Yu jumped out of the passage, restored everything to its original state, and went back all the way to another location to search for the fragments of the immortal nucleus. According to his star map records, there should be more than 30 places on the Earth where the fragments of the divine nucleus are hidden. But the problem is that he found so many in this underground space at once, and he was a little suspicious whether the gourd people had gathered together again. But just in case, he decided to go to all the places to avoid missing any. Strange, why is there a divine mecha in the distance? Li Yu felt a slight vibration transmitted from the ground at his feet, and immediately judged that a divine mecha had landed in front of him. Judging from the size, it was probably not small. He immediately adjusted his state, leaped up, and the two long wings of divinity behind his shoulder blade stretched out. With a slight flap, he accelerated suddenly, swept the airwaves, turned into a white line, and flew through the forest like an arrow. He did not fly above the woods. Although the earth is now safe and the composition is completely fine. But it is better to be safe than sorry. When it is time to be cautious, you must not be careless no matter what. When he approached the outer part of the dense forest, he took the divinity into his body, paused slightly, started the kite step, and landed lightly beside a conifer. He stimulated the peripheral nerves of the eyeball with microelectric characteristics, and some linear protrusions appeared around the eyeball, and the eyeball focused on observing the periphery. All of a sudden, he saw a 149-meter, A-level initial stage Cheyenne Wei mecha 3 kilometers away, parked 300 meters next to the Cheyenne 1 mecha. On the shoulder of the mecha, a man was standing, looking at the sunset, and seemed to be smoking. A faint smoke ring could be seen under the sunset. Li Yu observed for a moment and felt that the other party's image seemed familiar. He Tongyin from the Yugong ship. Has he been promoted to the heavenly rank? He remembered that this person was one of the senior mecha masters he met after the Kunlun ship obtained the Wuxian Golden Light. At that time, it was this person who was in the top 10 of the previous mecha master competitions and gave him a lot of appropriate suggestions. He originally wanted to reject this person's cooperation proposal, but he didn't expect that this guy was very sensitive and actually came here. After confirming the other party's identity, although he was still vigilant in his heart, he relaxed a little. He immediately concealed the sound of his movements, walked stealthily like a cat, and quickly jumped out of the edge of the dense forest and flashed onto the insertion cabin of the Heavenly King mecha. Click! The sound of the successful insertion of the insertion cabin came, and he Tongyin turned his head as if he had realized something and looked at the Heavenly King mecha. Li Yu, it looks like you've finished your work. Li Yu's voice came from the cockpit. Captain it's fate that I meet you here. He Tongyin saw this, blew out the last puff of cigarette, twisted his fingers and threw away the cigarette holder, and the cigarette holder fell to the ground with tiny sparks. It's not fate, I believe you can see it a long time ago. I came to find you. This time, several old captains of our Yugong ship found a collection point of S-level divine cores in the mystery attack and exploration area of the Jin'ai division, with a guaranteed minimum of more than 12. We already have the location and the early strategy method. What we need is your Wuxian Golden Light key. How about it? Are you interested in cooperation? Originally, Li Yu wanted to refuse, but when he heard the 12, his eyes moved slightly. What sequence are they? He Tongyin smiled and said, Ice, Fire, Wind and Thunder are guaranteed to have 2 each. The remaining 4 are not sure, but there should be 2 that should be related to the characteristics of time and space. As long as you are willing to come, I will leave you one of this time and space characteristics. How about it? It must be said that Li Yu was indeed tempted. This rare characteristic is obviously very useful. Even if he was given 200,000 war merits after assisting and exploring the 7 districts in the Starlight last time, and his personal war merit deposits were restored to more than 800,000, he still couldn't exchange for the S-level divine core of the space-time type. It's not a problem of insufficient authority, but the war merit library is out of stock. The space-time type characteristics are both rare and powerful. The high-level masters who defeated them must have kept them for themselves instead of asking for war merits. After thinking for a while, Li Yu said, "No hurry, Captain He, why don't you briefly introduce what this puzzle attack and exploration area is? A maze? Or something else?" He Tuangyan smiled and said, "It is a 3-in-1 zone of puzzles, exploration, and team battles. It is a zone that we have not yet captured, but the situation is very complicated, but you don't have to worry about the trouble of exploring, because several old captains of our ship have completed the early exploration. Now we only need your Wushan Jingun to pass the level, and it's basically almost done, and if Master Li can make a greater contribution in the battle, in addition to the guaranteed time and space characteristic nucleus, there will be other extra gains. Why not do it?" Li Yu nodded slightly and said, "Then I'm surprised. Why are you so generous to give you a guaranteed one for the S-level divine nucleus of time and space?" He Tuangyan smiled and said, "Of course I respect your ability to get Wushan Jingun and the 6th level of Nibushianwei. What do you think, Master Li? Do you agree?" Li Yu thought for a moment and said, "I have an appointment with 2 other friends at the heavenly rank, so it's not easy to leave them like this." He Tuangyan said, "It doesn't matter. The Jinayao district is so large, with many group battle zones. You shouldn't be afraid if Li Jijia division occasionally leaves the team to practice alone, right? Besides, even if we really can't separate, we can still invite them to join. But in this way, the gains will be spread over too many people, and we will get less profit." Li Yu said, "How about this? You wait for me for 3 days, and I will go to the Jinayao district to find you after 3 days. After I meet your old captain, I will confirm whether to invite my 2 friends to join you. How about it?" Chapter 227 Do. Li Yu's plan was simple. If the old captains of the Yugong ship were unreliable, he would ask Tu Kuogai and Hikaiungying to help. If the old captains were reliable, he would not have to use favors to ask for help. However, the meeting would be 3 days later, so he was not in a hurry. During these 3 days, he planned to continue searching for fragments of the immortal divine nucleus. As for tonight, since he was here, he might as well go to Changsha City and take a look at the prosperity of the human mother planet city. Although it was already late at night, the lights of the entire city were still dazzling. After Li Yi parked the divine Mecha at the Mecha parking lot near Changsha City, he rented a flying car and drove into the main road alone, merging into the torrent of flying cars. As a Mecha master, he naturally had the driving qualification of the flying car. Changsha City is the main city in the middle of the eastern continent of the Earth. Although it is not a top-level Earth city, the modern facilities inside are also rich enough. Mars, where Li Yi is located, is a base star mode. The base and the wilderness outside the base are basically 2 different worlds. The Earth is a global metropolis model. Due to the high level of urban facilities, the population is concentrated in major metropolises. The population left behind in rural areas has been infinitely reduced, and most of them have become deserted villages. At this moment, the flying car has entered the outer area of Changsha City in the torrent of flying cars. Outside the window at night, the lights are bright. In front of the main road, 3 skyscrapers standing across the river appeared in front of the driving interface. Each building floor uses holographic projection to interpret large-scale animation or real-life advertisements, flashing huge human faces, and appearing in front of the 100-meter Mecha. It is worth mentioning that on the top floor of one of the skyscrapers, there are 4 big characters of Wulian Pharmaceutical. Pharmacist wants parent company. Interesting, Li Yi has no friends in Changsha City. He only plans to take a quick look, find a place to drink and eat, relax, and then leave. In the parallel memory, there is no experience of Earth, but it is the first time to be active on the mother planet of this era. 20 minutes later, the flying car stopped next to a green park, and he walked down in his casual clothes. After all, if you want to move around in this city, the uniform of the Mecha Master is still too eye-catching, which is not appropriate. There are many young parents taking care of their children here, and the family is happy, which is not bad. Li Yu likes this atmosphere very much. He simply found a recliner, sat down comfortably, and prepared to relax for a night. Since entering the Yaoqi ship, every day has been intensive training, or various meditations, translations, and absorbing memory fragments. He has never had a time to relax like this. Speaking of which, it's time to start trying to decipher the third experiment of the Gourdman's experimental record. I have been focusing on various exercises these days, but I forgot that I have to continue translating. He actually tried to continue translating, but he only did it intermittently when he had time, and the efficiency was not high. The time when you don't need to practice like the last time you took the Moon Fortress is really rare. If you want to completely decipher an experiment, it is best to do it in one go, so that the efficiency is the highest. But don't think about anything today, just empty your mind, don't even meditate, and relax well is the most important thing. Just like that, he slowly fell asleep. This time, he deliberately chose not to enter the dream plane. I really need to relax my mind. As for safety, he was not afraid. A master like him who had reached the perfection level would naturally be sensitive to any suspicious movements in the outside world, which was equivalent to a skill that automatically triggered an alert. Just like that, after an unknown amount of time, he suddenly felt someone walking towards him, and the footsteps gradually increased, so he simply woke up. Looking up, it turned out to be morning. In front of him, a girl who looked like a high school girl opened her eyes curiously and looked over. "Brother, are you an evolver?" However, when Li Yi saw the appearance of this girl, his mind seemed to be struck by lightning, and he suddenly became excited. How come this girl looks so similar to Lu? These eyebrows, these facial features, this expression, except for the slightly different hairstyle and age, isn't it the Lu in the portrait? How could it be such a coincidence? Is it really a coincidence? Li Yi's mind was racing with thoughts, but his face did not show any strange expression. He smiled and said, "How do you know I'm an evolver?" The girl smiled and said, "I felt a mysterious call. I felt that I might meet someone who would change my life here today, and then I came here and met you. I have also seen some evolvers in school, but none of them are as outstanding as your brother. They are as bright and unique as fireflies in the dark." Li Yi interrupted, "Wait a minute, are you reciting lines?" The girl shook her head and said, "No, I just subconsciously used the most familiar sentences in my mind to praise my brother. After all, my brother is so handsome, with a natural appearance and outstanding character." Seeing that the girl was about to blurt out a bunch of idioms, Li Yi interrupted again, "What's your name? Where are your parents? Don't you have to go to school today?" The girl said, "Since my brother asked so, of course I won't hide it. My name is Li Lulu, and you can call me Lulu. As for where my parents are, they are not in Changsha City now, and I skipped classes from home to come here." Li Yi said, "You mean, your home is not in Changsha?" Li Lulu said, "That's right, brother. My home is in Wuhan. This morning, I suddenly had a feeling that I was in the dark, so I decided to come to Changsha. I didn't expect to meet you, who stood out from the crowd, heroic, and bright as the moon." Stop. Li Yi roughly understood that this Li Lulu might be the work of the Gourdman. Could it be that Li Lulu has the gift of the god of fate? Or is there something special hidden in her? Li Yi said, "Well, tell me, what do you want?" Li Lulu said, "I don't want anything. I just have a premonition that meeting you will change my life. So I hope that brother can take me away to where you are and don't let me stay on Earth any longer. I think that if I continue to stay on Earth, some unpleasant things may happen. After leaving Earth, I don't ask for much. Brother, just give me a meal." Li Yi was a little tricky. Could it be that Lulu really hid something important? "Where are your family members?" "They are sick and addicted to online rituals. They have tried to stab me several times." Online rituals, it's a cult ritual conducted through a virtual reality network connection. Through these cult rituals, they think they will become stronger and smarter. But in fact, that's all their illusion. They are not getting stronger, but more easily deceived. Li Yi pondered, "Why are they addicted to the rituals and want to stab you?" Li Lulu said, "I don't know. I heard that it was their superiors who ordered them to abandon their families in order to better embark on the true path of evolution. They are simply possessed and want to become evolvers. Why don't they participate in the puzzle strategy?" Li Yi pondered, "What about calling the police?" "You look like you've tried calling the police." Li Lulu nodded and said, "Brother is right, it's useless to call the police, because although they have become stupider, they seem to have become better at acting. It's very strange that in front of the police who came to investigate, they pretended as if nothing had happened. They also said it was my prank and took out my mental illness records to show the police." "Mental illness?" Li Yi raised his eyebrows. Li Lulu said, yes, but I know that I am not mentally ill. I just have some special talents. I can sense the fate of others, just like I can feel that my brother's fate is covered with the brilliance and brilliant. However, in the brilliance, there is a trace of black air that is eroding your brilliance. They don't believe my judgment, so take me to a mental hospital. They are so stupid. It's the era of evolvers. How could there be no special talents? I think I should be what is said on the internet, the national genetic evolution deliberately arranged by the upper decision makers, and I am just a small part of the national genetic evolution. Li Yu pondered, you just said that my fate is eroded by black air, what's the matter? Li Lulu pondered, generally speaking, the fate of many people is unclear. No, or many people don't have such a thing as fate at all. They are too weak and their potential is too low. Maybe there is no fate, and a fate like my brother's is that he is destined to be a great man who influences countless people. Normally speaking, it is normal for someone like you to be tainted with some bad luck. After all, which person doesn't have some hardships? Li Yu said, you mean, my black energy is normal? Li Lulu said, no, it's not normal either. Chapter 228 Capture. What do you mean? Li Lulu's eyes wandered, and her pink cherry lips pouted, as if she was in distress. I can't say for sure. I don't have a very accurate grasp of my abilities. I just have a strange feeling that the black energy is very evil and terrible, and it's best not to touch it easily. And this unprecedented evil is something I have never seen before. Evil. Li Yu frowned subconsciously. This word is not often used by ordinary people. Evil. Evil without any reason, always very distorted, abnormal evil, that's the feeling I get. Li Yu couldn't figure out this statement for a while, so he said, besides that, what else did you see? For example, what form did the black energy take? How did it appear? Li Lulu thought for a while and said, it's hard to describe. It looks a bit like maggots? But it's more disgusting. Maggots. Li Yu frowned and thought for a while, and didn't think of any experience related to maggots. Li Lulu nodded and said, yes, I'm not very good at biology, so I don't think I can describe it accurately, but I just feel it looks like it. How about this? Describe it in more detail, and I'll see if I can try to draw it. As he said that, Li Yu took out the paintbrush and personal record book he carried with him and began to draw. He first drew a rough shape of a worm, and then said, confirm whether it is this shape first. Li Lulu said, it should be longer, thinner, and pointed at the front. After 10 minutes of constant adjustment, Li Yu drew the black gas that Li Lulu saw. Yes, that's it, very clear, that's the feeling. Li Yu looked at the drawing in the record book. It did look a bit like a maggot, but compared to a maggot, it had some strange patterns and the features were a bit different. Overall, it was a black gas that looked like a maggot, not a maggot. With the biological knowledge he had mastered so far, he didn't seem to have seen a similar species. Moreover, based on his microelectrosensing and related light detection skills, Li Lulu was not lying. What she described was exactly what she saw. Li Yu pondered and said, how deep is the erosion of this bug at present? Li Lulu said, fortunately, it is not too deep at present, but I estimate that within about 10 years, it will go straight into the center and erode all the way to the core of your destiny. It may directly break my brother's unparalleled brilliance, which will not only affect my brother's future destiny, but also put my brother in great danger. Li Yu stared at Li Lulu, and the microelectric induction kept launching confirmation, but he never saw any trace of lying in Li Lulu's words. In other words, he didn't know when he was entangled by some strange thing? What is it? Was it accidentally stuck when he explored the ruins before, or is it related to the gourd man? Did the gourd man arrange Li Lulu to come here to stop the thief? After thinking for a while, Li Yu slowly asked, can you tell when I was entangled by this black air according to the degree of my erosion? Li Lulu pondered, let me think, it should be 4 or 5 months ago. I can't calculate the exact time, but the range of 4 to 5 months should be no problem. Li Yu nodded slowly. It seems that it should be related to mysterious thoughts or heritage relics, but I don't know which channel this black air came from. Next time, I have to find an opportunity to let Li Lulu see Liang Zhishan and his people to see if they are also entangled by this kind of thing. By then, depending on the different situations of everyone, it is likely that we can see where the thing comes from. At this time, Li Lulu said, so, after saying so much, can brother take me away? Don't worry, brother, I eat little, don't need a lot of places to sleep, and I won't bother you for nothing. Li Yu thought for a long time and said, Wait until I contact my friends to deal with your situation, and then take you away. As for leaving the Earth, I'm afraid it won't be possible in a short time, because I still need to stay here, Li Lulu said. It's okay, brother, as long as I can be with you, I should be safe. Li Yu nodded and said, then you wait for a while. No matter what the situation is, he should grasp this person who is suspected of having the sequence of the God of Destiny. Compared with Dan Chenli, the guard man gave him the impression of a chaotic order, but he could see his purpose to some extent, so he was not fooled. Give me your ID card, I'll make a call to confirm your identity information. I can help solve your parents' problem. After that, are you still willing to follow me? Yes, Li Lulu took out a hard card from her pink backpack and handed it to Li Yi. Li Yu glanced at it and saw that it clearly stated that she was from Wuhan City, eastern continent of the Starry Federation. The identity serial number showed that Li Lulu was 16 years old, and should only be a first or second year high school student. Then, he walked away for a distance and called to Kuogai. Commander 2, it's me, Li Yi. Hey, Li Yi, have you finished touring the Earth so soon? Are you ready to go to the Jin'io division? Tu Kuogai's deep and powerful voice came from the other end of the communication. Li Yu said, no, I met an interesting young man. He may be related to a case I have been investigating recently. It may also involve some situations in ancient times, Tu Kuogai said speechlessly. It is hard to describe when I heard the word young man from your mouth. Li Yu smiled and said, Commander 2, use your local connections and authority to help me solve the problem of this young man's parents' superstition about online rituals. Online rituals are active among the people on Earth. Did you know this situation? Tu Kuogai nodded and said, of course I know, and there are monitoring methods, but because the virtual mother machine of the online rituals belongs to the cult itself, we can't monitor it completely. We can only find the transmission location based on suspicious signals. Moreover, their signals are highly encrypted and change every once in a while, making them difficult to track and block. But we have also developed a large range of screening and shielding devices to prevent their large-scale spread. At present, online rituals are a minor problem. Since you want to solve the problem of this young man, you must have specific location information, Li Yu said. Yes, I got the other party's residential information and sent it to you now. Commander 2 will see if he can find something from the arrangement of this online ceremony. I suspect that the cult has other purposes for targeting the parents of young people, Tu Kuogai said. Okay, I see. I'll tell you when I have news. Originally, for matters of this level, Chen Jianbao or Chen Tongchen of the Kinling base would probably have enough authority to handle it. But after all, the matter involves ancient figures, and they may not have enough authority. It is better to avoid trouble and directly ask Tu Kuogai, the big boss, to handle it. For others, it may be difficult to find Tu Kuogai to do things, and they may not even be able to see him. But for Li Yi, it is just a matter of speaking. If Li Lulu doesn't speak, she is a quiet, cute, and good-looking high school girl. But if she speaks, she will have a bit more of a charlatan temperament. While Li Yi and Tu Kuogai were communicating, she sat on the park bench where Li Yi had just sat, waiting quietly. Not long after, the sun gradually rose, and more people were jogging on the road and preparing to go to school and work. Although human technology has developed rapidly and entered an era of substantial productivity development, there is basically no shortage of living materials. However, due to the influence of the policy of universal genetic evolution and universal participation in puzzle strategies on Earth, human life is still very competitive. Everyone is eager to become an evolver. In order to become an evolver, they need to make more money to buy various potions, improve their physical fitness and brain power, so that they can hope to solve various puzzle strategies, get rewards, and get divine radiation. In this new trend, it is not surprising that some people who fall behind are easily bewitched by the virtual reality of the cult. After Li Yi finished the call, he walked back to Li Lulu. He witnessed the scene around the park all the way, and he had a few more subtle thoughts. I originally thought that people with household registration on Earth lived very well. Now it seems that no matter when, only a small number of people can live well. In response, Li Lulu looked at Li Yu strangely and said, Brother, are you from outside the Earth? Li Yu nodded. Li Lulu said, that's no wonder. I saw on the internet that all the people who have immigrated think that the Earth is the best, with the best ecological environment, the best genetic evolution policy, and the best cult screening policy. In short, everything is the best, And there are also many people on Earth who are complaining that the Earth is more competitive, the competition is greater, and the knowledge discrimination is more serious, but I think it's just a siege, and the Earthlings are in the city. It's just that the Earthling city is occupied by those who have already occupied enough positions in advance. Many people struggle all their lives, and perhaps their final fate is that the more they struggle, the more they fall behind, and the harder they work, the more powerless they become. Li Yu laughed and said, "You are very insightful at a young age, but being too insightful is not a good thing. Compared to the vastness of the universe, life is like an insignificant microorganism, and it has no meaning. If you understand what you want to pursue and pay for it, the whole process will be interesting." Li Lulu said, "Brother is gifted by nature, and he succeeds in everything he does. Of course, he is qualified to say that. Like me, I fail in everything I do. How frustrating." Li Yu was surprised and said, "You can see your fate. Why do you still fail?" Li Lulu said, "Because I tried to change the bad fate, but failed." Li Yu laughed. "Then you go and become stronger, become strong enough, and let his fucking fate go to hell." Before continuing to search for the fragments of the immortal core, Li Yu first sent Li Lulu back to his dormitory in the Kinling base. He originally wanted to find Liang Zishan and others to come over, but when he asked, he found out that they had gone to other solo training areas, so he gave up temporarily and waited until he met them later. Before leaving, Li Yu told Li Lulu, "I have asked the person in charge of the base to help you get a temporary stay permit. During my absence, don't go anywhere else, at least wait until you get the temporary stay permit, because you don't have the authority yet. If you go anywhere, it will be troublesome if you are regarded as an intruder by the patrolling robots. There are all kinds of food and drinks here. You can study the extra courses I bought in my dormitory first. Study hard, and I will show you whether you have the qualifications to be a mecha master later. I believe that when you become an evolver, your abilities will become stronger and you will be able to see more different things." Li Lu immediately imitated a military posture, stood at attention, and shouted coquettishly, "Okay, brother. I promise to complete the study." Li Yu smiled and said, "You are quite good at it. By the way, my friends may come to find me. If anyone asks, you can say that I am your cousin." Li Lulu nodded and said, "No problem, brother." After a simple explanation, Li Yu left immediately. He had already explained to Chen Tongchen, who stayed behind, so he was not afraid that Li Lulu could mess around in his dormitory alone. After all, this was just his temporary dormitory. His main sleeping place was the cockpit of the Uranus-Pluto Mecha. Then he continued to search. In the next 2.5 days, he checked and supplemented more than half of the target locations. He found that there was no harvest in all the locations, so he realized that the gourd man should have hidden all the nuclei there before. Although he didn't understand why the gourd man did this, there was no way. Li Yu continued to run all the locations. After completing these, he went to Kunlun base alone. Kunlun base is actually smaller than Kinling base. Li Yu understood it after a little thought. After all, the Jin Iao division has not been occupied yet, so it is normal to have such a situation. He soon met Itamian, the 3 old captains he introduced before, and the 2 former captains. These 5 people were very respectful. When his Uranus Metro was put into storage, these 5 people had come to wait in advance. When Li Yu jumped down from the insertion cabin, an old man with gray hair, a gaunt face, and a thin body came first. "Master Li Jiju has come from afar. I am sorry for not welcoming you in person. I am sorry for not being polite. I am Hizundeo, the first-generation captain of the Yugong ship." Li Yu looked at Hizundeo from afar, and his heart trembled slightly. This Hizundeo is also very strong. Although his aura is very well restrained, almost returning to nature, like the common old man doing morning exercises in the park. But in fact, the thrilling fierceness in his eyes shows that Hizundeo has rich experience in fighting. Moreover, with this intensity of eye pressure, Li Yu estimated that this Hizundeo is at least the 8th level of the heavenly rank. And it is very likely that he is a 9th level master he has never seen. No, he may even be 1 point better than the 9th level. The 2 behind Hizundeo also have extraordinary auras. One is the 6th level of the heavenly rank, and the other is the 7th level of the heavenly rank. Li Yu's eyes moved slightly, and he noticed that the 3 in front of him had a completely different strong life breath from the 3 behind him. He suddenly remembered that these old captains should be cosmic life that has completed ship transformation. No wonder Lin Guotao told him before that ship transformation is a very necessary process. The enhancement of this life essence alone can open up a gap with other Cheyenne Wei. Xingyu smiled and said, Li Jijia seems to be very surprised. Why are there so many Cheyenne Wei high-level players left here at our Kunlun base? Right, Li Yu nodded and said, indeed, as far as I know, most of the Cheyenne Wei high-level players within the scope of the Earth have gone out to perform the capture mission of the Northern Ruins. Xingyu nodded slightly. In fact, there is no need to be surprised, because the Northern Division of the Heritage Ruins has been captured, and we are the first batch to return, and it was a coincidence that I just learned that you came out of the Xingmeng Division, so I asked Tongyan to find you to discuss cooperation immediately. We are still very sincere. Master Li Jijia, is there anything else to discuss? You can talk about it. Li Yu was not in a hurry to discuss cooperation, but was surprised. The Northern Ruins have been captured? What about the mysterious idea? Chapter 229, Shipbuilding. Xingyu said, we didn't find the mysterious thoughts. When we captured the Northern Division, the mysterious thoughts inside had already run away, leaving only an empty shell. Fortunately, all kinds of inheritance spires are still there and have been inspected. There are no hidden tricks left inside. At present, various experts have been arranged to try various inheritance knowledge challenges involving knowledge. Although there are difficulties, I believe that all kinds of basic knowledge will be learned soon. Li Yu frowned. Did it really run away so cleanly? Xingyu said, yes, not a single bit was left. Then, what about those mysterious thoughts we captured in the Southern Ruins before? Xingyu said, it's still there, but I suspect that as long as they are thought, these mysterious thoughts may disappear instantly. Because when we broke into the drifting Northern Ruins, there were some battles. When we entered the depths, we saw the glow on those inheritance spires flickering, as if some small jump was taking place. According to the experts in the team who are proficient in soul characteristics, that is a means of soul jump, it seems that a mysterious thought has either cut off its tail to survive, or has accumulated enough recovery supplies and moved to another position. As they were talking, several people had arrived at a meeting hall in the Kunlun base and began to sit down and discuss in detail. Xingyu continued, in short, the situation is half good and half bad. The strongest people also stayed there, and joined hands with the experts to prepare to attack the Heritage Ruins as much as possible and obtain enough knowledge. With a profound knowledge of the strongest people, I believe it is enough to crack it quickly. Li Yu was surprised. Are the strongest people leading the cracking of the knowledge spire? Xingyu smiled slightly and said, of course, when the strongest people reach a certain stage, their lifespan is 1,000 years. Apart from the daily need to receive divine radiation, they still have a lot of free time. With this time, they naturally have the responsibility to learn knowledge and crack knowledge with their brain power strengthened to the limit. So, basically every strongest person over 200 years old has the task of cracking several disciplines. Even the certification standards for many knowledge experts are set by them. Li Yu thought of Zhang Shengfen. He should be the youngest strongest person. It is estimated that his daily training time is spent on normal practice, divine control, and training of fighting techniques. Most of them have not yet become experts in various fields. In this way, he understood it. No wonder Zhang Shengfang became the strongest person left behind. Because other powerful people can still be used as experts, but Zhang Shengfang can't. Thinking of this, Li Yu said, thank you, Chief He, for clearing up my doubts. Xingyu smiled and said, that's nothing. I've heard that Li Jijia is also a senior decryption expert and has made many contributions to the decryption of the language of the divine civilization. Maybe next time you have a chance, you can go to the knowledge spire in the Northern Ruins to see if you can come across the inherited knowledge that you can decipher. While speaking, Xingyu introduced several others to Li Yi. Among them, the one with the 7th level of the heavenly rank is named Winkizuo, a middle-aged man who looks serious and is the 2nd-generation captain. The one with the 6th level of the heavenly rank is named Sai Keding, a slightly younger strong man, the 3rd-generation captain, who has just retired not long ago. He looks heroic and ruddy, and often interacts with Li Yi's eyes throughout the whole process, keeps smiling, and seems very friendly. These two are also heavenly rank strongmen who have completed ship transformation, and their life breath is 1 level stronger than those of the same level. The next two Cheyenne Wei were both Cheyenne Wei 4th stage, and they looked quite old, but they looked a little worse than the former captains. Because this was the first time Li Yi saw a Cheyenne Wei who had completed the transformation into a ship, he asked more questions. In this regard, Xingyu smiled and said, ship transformation is good. The biggest advantage is naturally that it has become a real cosmic life form. It can survive freely in a vacuum environment and absorb the dark energy and light radiation energy that are everywhere in the universe to maintain life. Moreover, physical strength and vitality will also be enhanced, which will be stronger than those at the same level. In addition, there will be a chance to improve your talent, which will make the condensation of divine genes and divine nuclei faster. There is also a certain small probability that your existing divine genes or divine nuclei will become stronger. Mechanistically has amazing potential. When you are promoted to the heavenly level, with your past achievements, it will not be a problem to compete for a captain. It doesn't take long to serve. With your speed of improvement, maybe 7 or 8 years will be enough to complete the ship transformation. On the other side, Sonic also smiled and said, "Yes, I was lucky back then. I accumulated a lot of military exploits on the border star and was promoted all the way. I stayed on the Yugong ship for nearly 30 years, and I was promoted from the 3rd level to the 6th level. The efficiency is quite good, far ahead of the same period of the year." Liu nodded slightly, and indeed felt that Sonic promotion speed was indeed impressive. The heavenly rank can live for more than 400 years, and those who can be promoted to the heavenly rank and have good potential can usually complete the promotion before the age of 70 or 80. 30 years is actually nothing. Normally speaking, after reaching the heavenly rank, divine radiation below level A basically has no effect. That divine radiation is no different from ordinary light, and cannot prompt them to condense new divine genes. Only the divine cores of good quality in level A can keep their speed of condensing new divine genes normal, that is, 1 per year or even 1 every 2 or 3 years. Therefore, if a normal heavenly rank wants to condense a new divine core, it has to accumulate 27 divine genes again. That is, it takes at least 27 years to complete the normal progress, and it is even likely to take 40 to 50 years. And this does not include the various difficulties after the physical fitness is enhanced, as well as the time consumption of cultivating the first divine core and the characteristics of the heavenly rank. Most heavenly ranks can complete the second divine core within 30 years, which is already a minority. And Sonic not only completed the condensation and cultivation of the second one, but also successfully condensed 3 new heavenly characteristics, which is indeed more difficult. Of course, if you are lucky enough to obtain the long-term radiation of multiple S-level divine nuclei of the same sequence, the time can be shortened a lot. But this is obviously not easy. After all, as far as Liu knows now, there are many A-level divine nuclei in the major war merit libraries, but S-level nuclei are also quite scarce. Except for some left as a guarantee, one will be exchanged for one when it appears normally, or simply exchanged by the strong who beat it down with their own hands. If it is a rare characteristic, it is more likely to cause masters to scramble for it. After all, the strong who take action generally have the priority to exchange. Now that 12 pieces can be found in one go, it is indeed a very attractive thing. After confirming the situation of several old captains of the Yugong ship, Liu judged that they were still reliable, so he decisively cooperated with them. Not for anything else, just for these S-level divine nuclei. Half a day later, after understanding enough detailed information, everyone started to set off. Outside the Kunlun base, 4 divine mechas whizzed through the sky and soon arrived at the entrance of the Jin'io division on the outskirts of Kunlun Mountain. When they set out, Liu learned that the 2 former captains of the Yugong ship would not participate in this operation. They appeared at that time purely to make themselves familiar with Liu so that they could continue to deal with him in the future. After all, since Liu was able to defeat Zhao Menghao, who was fully fired, in a physical battle, it means that the combat power that Liu can exert when driving a divine mecha is probably not inferior to that of a mid-level Xianwei. Basically, he can be treated as a strong mid-level Xianwei driver. As for the 2 captains, although their strength is also acceptable, they are naturally much inferior. According to Hizundao's opinion, it is better to be safe. On this point, Hizundao and the other 2 seem to have reached a consensus, positioning Liu's divine mecha combat power as a mid-level Xianwei expert. Although it is a little underestimated than the actual situation, it is not much different. After all, although Liu's Heavenly King mecha has just been upgraded, its specifications are naturally not comparable to these divine mechas of about 200 meters. Sonic said, "It's not that we don't want to play with them, but in the puzzle attack joint training area, it's not possible to brush people. Anyway, Liu, you will know later, after getting familiar with each other, Several people quickly addressed each other by name, and were less polite. Especially Sayuketing. This guy is actually still young, only in his 80s this year. In the level of the heavenly rank, he is very young. His whole mentality is that of a young person, which is completely different from the old-school style of Wenkizo and Hizundeo. The entrance and outer area of the entire Jin'ai division are very similar to the Xingmen division. It can only be said that they are worthy of being the work of the same Armored Man Supreme. After entering, everyone went straight to the destination and soon came to a place that looked like a huge Rubik's Cube maze. When Li Yi saw this Rubik's Cube maze, he immediately thought of the Battle Crystal Realm. Apart from being opaque, the structure of this Rubik's Cube maze is basically the same as the Battle Crystal World, but it can be said to be almost the same. Sayuketing smiled and said, "How is it? Do you think it is very similar to the Battle Crystal World in the Xingmen division?" In fact, the similarities between the Jin'ai division and the Xingmen division are almost identical in many areas, and we have conquered most of these divisions. However, although this puzzle attack training area looks similar to the Battle Crystal World, it is completely different inside. Li Yi, although you are very powerful, your mecha specifications are inferior after all. You don't need to take action when you encounter a battle next time. You only need to take action in the area where you need to solve the puzzle. Many puzzle areas will generally allow you to pass directly after detecting the washing golden light on you. Li Yi was surprised and said, "I heard that no one has ever obtained the washing golden light. How do you know that the washing golden light can have this effect? Even if there are records, it should not be so detailed, right?" Sayuketing said, "Because someone who holds the Washin purple light has succeeded. Coincidentally, you know who this person is. It is Commander Zhang Shengfeng. Since the purple light has this effect, the golden light must be more effective." "Okay, I won't say any more. Li Yi, remember to stay focused after entering. Follow us closely. We will accelerate quickly and pass a winding area." As he spoke, 4 mechas flew into the entrance one after another. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. After several flashes of light, suddenly, buzz! Li Yi felt that his vision in front of him was shaking, as if he felt an extremely strong teleportation force extending into the cockpit out of thin air. An irresistible force kept coming from his body. With a swish, the washing golden light that had been hidden in his body for a long time flashed, and his body suddenly disappeared in the cockpit. With a thump, the Xianwang Mecha lost control and fell down in the passage, causing a shock on the ground. "Fuck, Li Yi, what's wrong with you? Please reply if you receive it, please reply if you receive it." Li Yi patted his head with a headache, observed the surroundings, and found that he had come to an extremely strange place. In front of him was an extremely wide street. On the left and right sides, there are various buildings like huge honeycombs, with earthy yellow facades and cheese holes everywhere on the walls. This seems to be a commercial street. Countless armored men of different shapes, walking in groups of 3 or 2, chatting with each other, walking on the bright and sunny street, as if enjoying an extremely beautiful state. A pair of armored men in front walked over, talking and laughing, and their tall bodies directly penetrated his body like a holographic projection, and continued to walk backwards. Is this a photo from ancient times? Li Yi was a little surprised. Could it be that the washing golden light triggered some mysterious effect? In addition to the low-rise buildings of more than 10 meters like honeycombs in front, there is also a super castle, which looks almost the same as the super castle in the Xingmen division. The same height of tens of thousands of meters, a 1,000-meter gate, and a silver mirror-like wall. The only difference is that there is no S-level guard mecha. He thought about it and tried to activate the divinity. It works, that's good. Immediately, he stretched out the long wings of divinity behind his shoulder blades, vibrated the air, and flew forward. Soon, he kept accelerating, his body almost turned into a white line, and soon arrived at the super castle in front. Just as he approached, a very grand voice came from the super castle, which was the language of the armored man, slowly saying, "Welcome to the 172nd inheritor of the Golden Light Civilization of Wudao Divine Mountain. Please choose your trial project. First, Divine Will level skills and tactics. Second, Subtle level skills and tactics. Third, Force-like flowing level skills and tactics. Fourth, Impeccable level skills and tactics. Please choose your challenge project from the above 4. You can challenge upward, challenge the same level, or challenge downward. All choices are acceptable. Challenge downward, the loser must die. Challenge the same level, lose 3 times in a row and you must die. Challenge upward, There is no death penalty, but you can only challenge 10 times. If you fail, you must enter the same level challenge. Civilization inheritance is very important. Please choose as soon as possible to complete the first trial, obtain the core inheritance of the divine sub-civilization, and solve the mystery of the world's loss. Li Yu was slightly stunned, and he didn't care too much about the challenge rules. Instead, the other information revealed in the voice made him very surprised. He could understand the Enlightenment Mountain, which should be an additional name for the Enlightenment Mountain Labyrinth. But what about these 172 civilization inheritors? Wasn't he the only one on the human side who obtained the golden light of the Enlightenment Mountain? Judging from the situation of others obtaining purple and blue light, there should be no other people who obtained the golden light of the Enlightenment Mountain, right? Logically speaking, after the demise of the Second Age of Divinity, no other civilizations were produced, right? Could it be that this super castle is actually the product of the first divine civilization? Or, in the interval between the second civilization and the human and alien civilizations, other powerful civilizations have been produced? While he was thinking in his heart, the mysterious voice continued, "Please choose as soon as possible. If you don't choose, the golden light quota will be cleared in 10 seconds, and you will withdraw from this civilization inheritance trial." Li Yu's mind moved, and he said in the armored human language, "Choose the subtle level of technical and tactical trial." The reason why he didn't immediately choose the same level of force like flowing water challenge was naturally because he saw the advantage of no death penalty for upward challenge. Although he must be forced to retreat to the same level of competition as the force like flowing water after 10 failures, his current level of force like flowing water has basically reached the top, so he is not afraid of competing with the same level. Moreover, he can also use the practical means of the insight level to understand and comprehend the memory fragments and improve his skills and tactics. Instead, he hopes to have this opportunity to see it. He cannot guess the knowledge that he cannot touch the root out of thin air, so after understanding the skills and tactics of the insight level, he has the basis for guessing and can quickly master the skills in this area. Just like he had never seen the realm of force like flowing water before, he couldn't brush it out no matter what. And when he obtained the corresponding force like flowing water perception through Wushan Jingguang, he can brush out this part of the skills and tactics memory by himself. Therefore, this part of his skills and tactics can be quickly upgraded to the current full level and reach the peak of force like flowing water. At this moment, with his choice, the super gate in front slowly opened. The voice said, "Please enter the trial." The successor, Li Yu, immediately vibrated the long wings of divinity and flew into the door. At the moment he entered the door, his divinity suddenly lost control. He could no longer feel the existence of divinity and fell down. But this was nothing to him. He turned over lightly and landed safely. During the technical and tactical trial, you are not allowed to use divinity, characteristics and other extra skills. Please keep this in mind. As soon as the voice fell, a tall, bare-handed armored man slowly appeared in front of him. The moment the armored man saw Li Yi, he did not say anything nonsense. He dodged and suddenly appeared in front of Li Yi and punched him hard. Li Yi immediately entered a state of absolute nothingness. His reaction speed increased rapidly, and he raised his hand to block this swift punch. Boom! This punch was like a super heavy hammer. Li Yi only felt that his left hand suddenly went numb, and he was knocked unconscious by a strange force. Is this the power of the subtle level? He kept retreating and dodging, and his heart sank slightly. The power of the subtle level is indeed amazing. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 230, Into the Details. The force was not only fierce as it looked on the surface. It was also very sharp. The moment Li Yi and his opponent touched each other, he could feel countless forces piercing through him like ants, injuring his entire arm at once, and he had to retreat quickly. The armored man took advantage of the situation and smashed down with his extremely hard fist. Li Yi's face was solemn, and he continued to retreat, moving in the direction he predicted. Fortunately, the armored man's force and speed should be arranged at the same level as his, relying on the subtle force to gain an advantage. His own movement speed was not much faster than Li Yi, so his prediction was easier to work. While walking, Li Yi kept avoiding direct contact with his opponent, observing the opponent's force and footwork throughout the process. He He did not enter the state of self-consciousness, because this state needs to be activated at the same time as the brain superlifting technique to maintain a long period of consumption. And now, it is obvious that no divine characteristics can be used. Fortunately, his own technical and tactical level is still there. Even though the armored man's subtle force is very powerful, he still maintains it. After wandering for about 3 minutes, suddenly, the armored man paused for a moment while charging forward, and his stepping on the ground paused slightly. Then, his body instantly disappeared from the spot. Li Yi's heart was alarmed. This flash was even better than Zhao Mengheo's ghost flash. It seemed like a sign, but in fact it also added a fake move. He suddenly rushed out of the spot with an incredible force. The next second, the expressionless face of the armored man appeared behind Li Yi silently, and punched Li Yi like a ghost. Boom! At the critical moment, Li Yi rolled forward, and the armored man's fist hit the air, but there was still a surging force left. He rushed out of the air wave and used his bare fist to create an extremely condensed air wave, rushing towards Li Yi and engulfing him instantly. Li Yi covered his head with his arms, and his body simply retreated continuously along with the momentum, flying backwards like a kite. The air wave seemed to contain a very subtle tearing force. In addition to the extremely fierce momentum, it could even cut Li Yi's skin and hurt. With the subtle power of the body alone, it can actually make the air have the effect of a steel cannon. It's quite interesting. Moreover, that flashing body method that is more hidden than Zhao Mengheo's ghost flash should also be an amazing skill that can only be achieved after the power is subtle. The subtle power can actually make the strong body play an effect comparable to the characteristics of the heavenly position. It's really good. Although he was at a disadvantage, Li Yi was not panicked at all. Instead, he was looking forward to the armored man showing more subtle ways of exerting force, so that he could peek into the mystery and accelerate his understanding. Finally, Li Yi relied on his super predictive ability to maintain a balanced situation for 200 or 300 rounds when the armored man came up with a variety of exquisite fighting methods. After all, they were fighting at the same level. He was inferior to the armored man in fighting realm, but he was still better than the armored man in terms of familiarity with the armored man's physical structure in the characteristic spire, rich combat experience, amazing consciousness, reaction level, and predictive ability. Therefore, after a round of maneuvers, he was able to gain a vague understanding of the subtle level of power and gradually had his own preliminary understanding. In the blink of an eye, the two sides fought to the 32nd minute. Suddenly, Li Yi stopped maneuvering, but leaped forward, and with a deceptive move of changing shapes and shadows, he deceived the armored man's full-strength punch and got close to him. Then, he stretched his arms with all his strength and twisted his body like a bow. This punch hit the armored man in the face. Boom! The armored man was hit by this punch, his body shook, and he fell directly to the ground, and his body turned into light particles and dissipated. Li Yi let out a long breath. In that punch, he not only superimposed all his strength with a state of force like flowing water, but also used the subtle skills he had barely learned. This punch was sudden and swift, enough to finish off any opponent of the same level with one punch. Originally, Li Yi was worried that the armored man's body was too strong and he needed to hide him a few more times. Now it seems that the intensity adjustment here is quite appropriate. Although the subtle skills he explored were still very clumsy, he only roughly used the power to pass through objects and hit countless centimeters of silk thread power, but he barely touched the door. This armored man is still a little weak. Although he has a high level of power, he still lacks a lot in intelligence. The power is just a kind of programmed input and output. If I change to someone with higher intelligence, I may not be able to win so easily. Li Yi evaluated in his mind and knew that he was lucky. Although he had been dealing with it for so long, the actual whole battle was still under his control. He didn't even use the original version of the burst skill. He just dazed the opponent, tricked him into a gap, and hid him swiftly. However, just as he was reviewing the game like this, in front of him, another armored man of the same figure appeared, walking slowly from a distance on the ground with bare hands. The armored man's eyes seemed to be more agile, and he looked more like a living person when he was swimming. At this moment, a loud voice came from everywhere. Congratulations on passing the first round of the micro-level trial. Please continue to complete the remaining 10 rounds and defeat all micro-level opponents. Hearing this, Li Yi's face moved slightly. No wonder the guy just now gave him the feeling that he was strong, but not strong enough. It turned out that he was just an appetizer, the weakest micro-level. At this time, the armored man in front of him had already rushed over. This time, the opponent did not do anything to dodge, just so upright, sprinting directly from the front. With a sound of thumping on the ground, the armored man did not cover himself, and in the blink of an eye, he came to the front of Li Yi, and punched through the air, making a humming sound, and hit him. Li Yi's left arm was not healed yet, so he dodged to the side. But as soon as Li Yi's body dodged, the armored man's fist drew a short arc as if turning a corner, and continued to chase him. Li Yi was unable to react and raised his hand to block. Bang! In an instant, although he only touched the back of his hand, Li Yi felt as if he had been electrocuted, and a subtle force instantly spread throughout his body. This force was actually impossible to defend against, and just a little touch made Li Yi faint. However, fainting was naturally nothing to him. He immediately woke up from the dream plane, forcibly controlled his slightly stagnant body, and dodged another punch from the armored man. This subtle force is so much stronger than the previous one? Li Yi was shocked. The subtle force that just penetrated his body was at least 2 or 3 times stronger than the previous armored man. But the opponent's basic speed and force were obviously set to the same as his, right? At this moment, a grand voice suddenly said, "The subtle realm is the foundation of the magical realm and the root of becoming a god. Li Yi, the inheritor of civilization, is judged to have an injury rate of more than 30%. You are out of this trial, please continue to challenge in one day." Chapter 231 Turmoil. When the grand voice flashed, Li Yi's body had already appeared outside the super castle. The power of subtlety can actually change like this. The intensity just now, the subtlety like electric shock, should be to train the power into a centimeter-level fine thread force, forming a paralyzing effect like strong high-voltage electricity. To achieve this level, it seems not easy. Moreover, the state of subtlety is also the so-called root of godhood, is the subtle control of the power of the flesh a necessary condition for godhood, or another channel. Li Yi frowned and thought carefully about all the details he had just seen. Moreover, it is so clearly related to godhood. According to what Dan Chenli said before, there are no strong people who can become gods in the next era of divinity, right? Even the strongest supreme has only had a breakthrough opportunity. It seems that this super castle may not be as simple as the joint construction of the Supreme Jin'ai and the Supreme Xingmang. Moreover, I heard the word lost world twice. Last time I heard this word from Dan Chenli, but I never heard him explain it. He only explained the beginning and end of the destruction of the divine sub-era. I thought it was just a habit of the armored man, a habitual way of saying it. But now I heard it from the grand sound of this super castle, which means that the word lost world is a bit special. Fortunately, although he was eliminated in the first round, he already had what he wanted, so he simply leaned against the wall and fell asleep while trying to figure out the mystery of subtle power. With the actual combat he just experienced, I believe it is enough to make enough memory fragments. In the dream plane, Li Yi reached out to grab a memory fragment and took a look. Yes, there is a memory fragment using subtle level skills. He has already comprehended some of the subtle level force techniques, but naturally he doesn't mind too many of these memory fragments. After all, he has already used up a challenge opportunity, and he must take advantage of the current rest time to immediately integrate the subtle level memory. He immediately integrated the memory fragment into his body. Soon, his mind began to recall some memories of the battles he had fought with his opponent after reaching the subtle level in the parallel world. At the same time, just as Li Yi was sucked away from the cockpit of the divine Mecha, the 3 people from the Yugong ship rushed over and confirmed Li Yi's disappearance after a check. In this regard, Sai Ketting speculated, "I seemed to see a flash of golden light just now. Could it be that the washing golden light took effect and teleported Li Yi to a hidden place, but when will Li Yi come out? None of us should have obtained the washing golden light before, right?" Wen Kezuo shook his head slowly and said, "No, Li Yi is the first one, at least after leaving the Wushan maze from the Kunlun ship, Li Yi is the first one." Sai Ketting's face sank slightly. "There is no precedent, what should we do?" Xingyu pondered. "It seems that our exploration this time has to be suspended for the time being. I will contact Zhang Shangfin. He is the only powerful person left on Earth. He may have some ideas. Li Yi's Xianwang Mecha will stay here for now. Don't move. Maybe he can still return by the same route. If the Xianwang Mecha is moved away, he may not be able to return successfully, as he said." Xingyu drove his Sword King Mecha away from the entrance, found a location convenient for transmitting external signals, and called. General Zhang, it's me, Xingyu. Xingyu quickly explained the situation. Zhang Shengfang was surprised and said, the Wuxian golden light has such an effect. Xingyu asked, General Zhang, you also obtained the Wuxian purple light that year. May I ask if you have ever experienced a similar situation? Zhang Shengfang shook his head and said, not at all. However, when I entered this Rubik's Cube Palace that year, I did feel some kind of strange summoning power, which allowed me to go to the depths of the Rubik's Cube maze. However, after I went deeper according to the summoning, I couldn't find the place at all, and I encountered a very powerful divine creature. I was no match for it at the time, so I had to retreat, and when I went there again later, I couldn't feel the summoning anymore. Xingyu's eyes lit up, and he said, General Zhang, do you remember the location you felt at the time? In addition, what was the specific nature of the mysterious summoning? Could you feel whether it was threatening at the time? Zhang Shengfang said, I remember. How about this? I happen to be free now, so I will go directly to your place. For a genius of Li Yi's level, it would not be a good thing if something unexpected happened on Earth. Xingyu saw that although Zhang Shengfang did not explicitly say whether the call was threatening or not, it meant that he thought the summoning might not be a good thing. After thinking for a while, Xingyu said, in that case, please trouble General Zhang to bring another person who has obtained the purple light of Wuxian. I remember that person is in frozen hibernation. Zhang Shengfang frowned. Are you referring to the substitute of the Holy Lord of the True Saint sect, Ruan Huguang? Xingyu nodded and said, that's right. In theory, Ruan Huguang also has the purple light of Wuxian, and should be able to trigger this mysterious summoning. In that case, why not take him there to try and see what the mystery of the Rubik's Cube maze is? Moreover, General Zhang's strength is now far greater than before. He should be able to detect some abnormalities and follow the gap to enter the area where Li Yi was teleported away. Right, Zhang Shengfang pondered and said, that's good, it's worth a try. Then let's take out this Ruan Huguang. This Ruan Huguang was the first batch of fish they caught with the help of the news of the inheritance ruins. He is also the biggest character in this batch of fish. This person was previously the crew's chief of the 36th Border Defense Line, with a strength of the 4th stage of the heavenly rank, and is competing for the next captain of the Kunlun ship. When they finished their operation, they found this person. Before Li Yi entered the lunar fortress, he encountered an A-level attack group, but he counterattacked and finally escaped. The spider mecha pilot was this person. This person was also the 4th person in the human race who obtained Wuxian purple light more than 10 years ago. Unfortunately, this person had problems long ago and was completely corrupted by the cult. Fortunately, although this person saw the opportunity early and fled quickly, Li Yi's interrogation method forced him to ask about the specific locations of the 2 major bases of the cult, giving the action personnel the opportunity to quickly destroy the cult base. In this operation, Ruan Huguang was arrested as a substitute for the leader of the True Saint Church. He was frozen 2 months ago and transferred to the underground freezing prison of the Kinling base on Earth. Once any problem is encountered, he can be interrogated at any time and asked for relevant information. At this moment, Zhang Shengfang saw Xingyu mentioned it, thought about it again and again, and decided to use this person. With him, I believe Ruan Huguang will not cause any trouble. On the other side, on the distant border star. Boom, boom, boom. The violent vibration suddenly spread throughout the entire border star. Guangzi flashed to the command tower and frowned. What's going on? At this moment, Xia Zhuang, who had been rotated out from the southern ruins, crackled the operating interface and quickly said, General He, the 2 tribe and the Xingxing tribe seem to have joined forces to attack. On the other side of the Stargate, there are already 4 S-class divine mechas, and 18 A-class divine mechas are gathered around the Stargate, as if waiting for something. Guangzi was surprised. 4 S-class? Is Xia Zhuang mistaken? The Xianheng Star Ward didn't gather so many S-class divine mechas, right? Lu Yancheng also hurried over quickly and said calmly, I just checked, the situation cannot be underestimated, ask for help quickly. Let the strongest rush over. Guangzi tapped his fingers and pondered, they haven't joined forces for so many years, why are they suddenly joining forces like this? What is the opportunity? Lu Yancheng said unhappily, whatever the opportunity is, we have been waiting for this day for a long time. Lao He, you are not afraid, are you? Guangzi sneered, I'm afraid. No, decision makers won't fight a meaningless war. The sudden alliance of the two tribe and the Xingyu tribe must be strange. Look at the surveillance. There are two S-class machines of the Xingyu tribe with a range of 300 meters, one with a range of 350 meters, and the other one that is barely S-class, which should belong to the two tribe. There are at least 10 other A-class and high-end machines. Do you want to risk your head to fight? No matter how strong you are now, you will lose if you rush forward on impulse. Before the strongest people come to help, we must find a countermeasure to break up their joint forces. Otherwise, with their sudden assembly of troops, our place will surely be a scorched earth, and you and I will die immediately. Lu Yansheng said, I know what you mean, but the problem is that there is no intelligence at all. What can we do? We can only fight to the death. As he said, he was ready to flash and start the Mecha. He Guangzi stopped Lu Yansheng and said in a voice transmission, Don't worry, I have a way to stabilize my opponent. Don't get excited yet. Let me explain. Let's put on a show first. Lu Yansheng was speechless and said in a voice transmission, The game you set up hasn't been completed yet? Do you think it was a traitor who exposed our situation? He Guangzi replied in a voice transmission, Whether it is or not, no fish should be caught. In fact, Mr. Chen and Mr. Zhao are still here, they just pretended to be out. It's just that I didn't expect so many people to come at once. This shows that there must be something that attracted them. So they have the motivation to gather such a large force, so, you and I must not panic. It's best to act in front of the traitor and make him think that we have set a trap. In this way, we can barely delay time. As long as we can deceive the traitor, everything will be settled. If we can't deceive him, we're done together. The two men had amazing brain power and strong souls. They transmitted voice very quickly and completed the communication in an instant. Then, the two pretended to quarrel. Finally, He Guangzi pretended to accidentally reveal the secret. In fact, there were 6 powerful people who stayed behind and had been waiting for this day. If you, Lu, were in a hurry to leave, the situation would be difficult to deal with. After such a performance, Lu Yansheng asked through voice transmission, The people in this command tower are all our own people. Who is the traitor? Is it really useful to act like this? He Guangzi kicked Lu Yansheng and cursed through voice transmission, Why the hell are you asking so many questions? I have arrangements. If you want to defend the border star, just listen to me. On the other side, at the stargate of the alien territory, 3 S-levels communicated with each other. Has the legendary Enlightenment Mountain really been opened? Yes, according to the data given by our sensors, there is a 99.9% chance that it has been successfully opened and has absorbed the holder of the golden light of the Mountain of Enlightenment. That's the legendary Enlightenment Mountain. Humans are so stupid. It took so many years to finally open such a good treasure, and we have waited so long in vain. No, it is unreasonable for anyone to activate the Enlightenment Mountain casually, and it is not worth our waiting for so long. That's right, after all, this is what our ancestors said. It is the only chance for our star clan to be completely upgraded to golden race. We have to wait whether we wait or not. Chapter 232 Assembly. The ancestor is indeed amazing. He knows everything about things as far away as the silent star domain. The ancestor is wise and powerful. He is the only old-fashioned golden powerhouse who has survived from the ancient times in our star clan. What does it matter if he knows these secrets? I heard that most of the dozens of slave races in our clan were personally selected by the ancestor from the silent star domain. Yes, it is a good place to breed intelligent species. Unfortunately, the divinity in the silent star domain is naturally inactive. Any divine creature that steps into it will slowly fade away, its vitality will decline, and its lifespan will be shortened. Indeed, we can only arrange some absentee slaves to go there. If it is not unnecessary, there is really no need for us to occupy it, but these earthlings are special. They have dug up a lot of things from the divine era in the silent star domain, and they can even develop golden level powerhouses. It can be seen that they have turned to a physique with a stable divinity, which can more easily lock the loss of divinity. Hey, locking the loss of divinity is nothing. They only have a few silver level powerhouses or above. How many of them are facing the problem of divinity loss? Indeed, maybe it's just that their civilization is too young and immature, so these problems haven't appeared yet. That's true. I just received news that the human side has at least 6 gold level warriors left to guard the border star. What do you think? What are you afraid of? Our single tribe of gold level warriors is better than them, not to mention the help of the 2 tribe. Anyway, we need to gather the overall strength. Even if their entire tribe gives everything, what can it do? It's just to let them live a few more days. That's right, in a few days, the ancestor will also go to the battlefield in person to wipe out the Silent Star region. I've been waiting for this day for many years. Every day, I see those weaklings who are not even silver going to fight, and my hands are itching." As he spoke, 3S level and 6A level high-level divine mechas flew out of the Stargate, one after another. They circled in the vacuum and found a group of divine mechas that had already assembled. These 9 high-level divine mechas are basically A level, close to 300 meters, and S level, over 400 meters. Their tonnage and specifications are quite rare. Behind these high-level mechas, the outer edges of the 4 large main ship-level starships in the surrounding area are also successively deploying B-level and C-level divine mechas over 80 meters in height. These B-level and C-level mechas gathered together and arranged in a rectangular array in a diagonal vertical manner, row by row. In the blink of an eye, 200 or 300 of them were assembled, and the number seemed to be increasing rapidly. For a time, the glow of countless divine mechas shone brightly, and even the border stars in the distance could see the light traces of these glows gathering into a group when they looked up. On the border star, He Guangzi breathed a sigh of relief. Not bad, at least the Star Clan did not plan to launch a blitzkrieg. If they launched a blitzkrieg, they would not be able to defeat them with their current empty front line. However, their target is the Enlightenment Divine Mountain? The golden light of the Enlightenment Mountain? It turned out to be this? After thinking for a moment, he walked to a corner and quietly dialed the personal quantum communicator to contact General Lin. The gathering of high-level divine mechas on both sides was in full swing. Not only the strongest and high-level heavenly beings on the human side, but all heavenly beings, 3-element integration, and even upper-level evolutionists also received the news one after another. The main ships close to the border stars were also rapidly accelerating towards the border stars. Those main ships close to the stargates also quickly turned and rushed to the gates of the border stars with all their strength. Only a few main ships in the core star field and the core borderline did not move, and almost most of the deep space main ships were mobilized. With a rapid transmission of intelligence from both sides, decision-makers on all sides were also quickly giving orders to mobilize troops. In the contemporary interstellar war, the most important thing is obviously the high-level divine mechas. These super weapons, each of which has the power to destroy the world, are the key to determining the final victory or defeat in the Starfield War. Even those large main ships, which have various super-powerful long-range divine cannons, are still far inferior to an S-level mecha in terms of mobility. Just as the troops were gathering in full swing, Zhang Shengfang's Tanya mecha had already arrived at the Jin'ao division with Ruan Huguang, and Medi Zundao and others who were waiting by the side. They were the people left behind on Earth, and they had received a notice that their duty was to guard the Earth and the human base. When they met at this moment, they could not help but talk about the key reasons for this sudden war. Zhang Shengfang pondered and said, according to reliable intelligence, the situation is most likely related to the Wuxian golden light in Li Yi's body, which activated a certain function of this Rubik's Cube maze. A hint of foresight flashed in He Zundao's eyes, and he said, it is indeed the Wuxian golden light. I was surprised that not long after Li Yi fell, he received news that the aliens suddenly gathered outside the border star. Thinking about the ancient resurrectors you encountered last time, I know that the aliens are most likely targeting the secrets hidden in the Jin'ao division. Zhang Shengfang was surprised and said, what secrets does Captain He mean? He Zundao said slowly, since I retired, I have been focusing on conquering this Jin'ao division for hundreds of years. I know a little about some of its secrets. For example, the Jin'ao division has the most textual information among all the divisions in the Earth's ruins, right? So when I have more time, I am also learning how to decipher some of the information. I know that this Rubik's Cube maze itself is one of the earliest sources for the ancients to discover and master divinity. In some materials, this Rubik's Cube maze is also called a divine cube. Hearing this, Zhang Shengfang's eyes were even more surprised. This He Zundao was really good at hiding things. He had done so much in-depth research, but he had never heard of him mentioning it. He Zundao looked at Zhang Shengfang's eyes, smiled and said, General Zhang, although I respect your position and strength and call you General, I have been famous for a long time before you were born. How could I not use my spare time to do something else? As for not publishing my research, it is normal because I have no intention of certifying any expert. I plan to achieve the strongest on my own, make a big splash, and surprise those old family members. Unfortunately, we can't hide it now. Zhang Shengfang laughed and said, Captain this is not a concealment, he just didn't share it. This is normal. Which strong man doesn't have some secrets in his heart? Okay, let's stop talking nonsense and take Ru and Hu Guang in to see if we can find Li Yi inside. Since the aliens want to get Watson here so much, we can't let the aliens get there first. As he said that, 4 divine mechas took off quickly, flames rising behind them, and flew into the passage of the Rubik's Cube maze. The ice ball that Tanya Mech held in his fingers like a flower was the substitute for the leader of the True Saint sect, Ruan Huguang. Li Yi slowly opened his eyes. Almost a day had passed, and he had absorbed all the memory fragments he could figure out. Although the amount that could be absorbed in a day was not much, but he was now fully focused, and since it was his specialty in martial arts, the effect of absorbing these memory fragments was still very good. At the very least, he had learned the subtle tremor power of the second armored man. What he could do now was the thread power and tremor power, which he had mastered perfectly. The thread power was the skill shown by the first armored man, and the tremor power was the skill of the second armored man. These were all skills of subtle power, and they were very powerful. The force like flowing water was the lossless superposition of the whole body's kinetic energy, and the subtle power was to double the superimposed kinetic energy again to increase the damage. Because the power of normal people is a large-scale muscle movement, the actual process loss is very high. The force is like flowing water, which means that all the force points of the whole body are superimposed to achieve lossless transmission of force. But compared with the gathering of force at the microscopic level, it is naturally incomparable. It requires the perfect state of force like flowing water to have the possibility of breakthrough. Among them, the subtle skills of the first armored man are only in the initial stage, and the lethality generated by this is not fatal to Li Yi. The second one has more sophisticated skills and produces greater lethality. Li Yi was judged to lose just by contact, which is outrageous. Obviously, he couldn't wake up immediately. In addition, the subtle level of strength is divided into levels according to the subtle scale: centimeter level, millimeter level, micrometer level, nanometer level, and even femtometer level. The skills are roughly the same, and the realm is still the same. But to go deeper into the corresponding level, what is needed is the soul strength. At present, Li Yi has touched the threshold of millimeter level subtlety with his strong soul strength. But due to limited time, he has not yet mastered it deeply enough. If the physical strength can be refined to the micron level, then the physical strength can be used to control cells and produce various magical changes. It is not an exaggeration to call it extraordinary physical strength. After all, genes are just information encoding at the nanometer scale. This level of power is too magical. Li Yi estimated that it would require a huge qualitative change in the strength of his soul to achieve it. No wonder this super castle says that refinement is the foundation of becoming a god. Perhaps it is not enough to evolve the physical body to the point where it can break the divine Mecha. To a certain extent, it is just a passive acceptance of the mutation or transformation of divine radiation. To truly master and thoroughly understand one's own body strengthened by divine genes, I am afraid that one must have self-awareness at an extremely microscopic scale. Estimating that the time is coming, he walked into the door of the super castle. At this time, a grand voice slowly said, "The 172nd Civilization Heir, do you want to continue to participate in the trial?" Yes. The door opened with a bang, and Li Yi jumped in. In front, the second armored man encountered before walked over from the front and began to speed up. Li Yi also accelerated, and his body turned into a shadow. Bang! Li Yi took the attack of the armored man steadily this time, and with a slight shake of the back of his hand, he easily shook off the subtle vibration that penetrated his body. Although he had not mastered other subtle skills at this moment, he had already mastered the vibration force to perfection and knew how to defend against it. After Li Yi blocked the punch, he turned his body and suddenly turned around and kicked. His toes cut through the air, but there was no sonic boom, and he flew towards the armored man's shoulder. Bang! The armored man stretched out his arm and quickly blocked it. Li Yi pulled his foot back, turned his body again, and punched the other side of the armored man. The armored man tried to block again, but Li Yi's punch was very clever. It was clearly a change of speed between fast and slow punches, first fast and then slow. After shaking the armored man's arm, it hit the armored man's face. Bang! The armored man leaned back to release the force, and a centimeter-level tremor quickly released Li Yi's punch. Although his body was slightly delayed for a moment, he still quickly retreated and successfully opened up the distance. Li Yu took advantage of the situation and rushed forward. Even if they were at the same level of fighting, with his rich combat experience, he had various means to use. Bang! 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 The two figures quickly entangled and attacked like phantoms, which was really fierce. Soon, the two sides fought for more than 30 rounds. Suddenly, Li Yu seized the opportunity, got close to the armored man, hugged his waist, and put his arms around his waist. He shook it like a clothes-drying rack, first used the tremor to break the armored man's defense, and then threw him on the spot. Bang! The armored man was thrown to the ground by the huge force, and his head was hit hard on the hard ground by the huge force with a sideways force. Kala! The armored man's face armor was slightly broken, and Li Yu added a kick. With a thud, the armored man's face armor was completely broken, and he rolled on the ground like a football for several circles, and then his body continued to roll 4 or 5 times, and then he lay on his back and began to turn into light particles. Li Yu still did not use the original version of the burst skill this time. All battles rely on the accumulation of various technical and tactical skills and amazing layout prediction. Even if they are at the same technical and tactical level, there are still many gaps beyond the level. It's been a long time. These opponents are more powerful than each other. There are still 8. I hope I can finish them before the remaining opportunities. Li Yu let out a long breath. Before the new opponent came, he closed his eyes and entered the dream plane, quickly acquiring new memory fragments. Although such temporary absorption would bring in a lot of redundant memory, it would slow down his entry into the state of ego concentration. But now he couldn't care less. The battle just now was also a big process of guessing. Strike while the iron is hot and improve efficiency. Moreover, he had a vague feeling that although he couldn't use divinity in this battle, but the immortal divinity nucleus he carried with him was still playing a role. It seemed that the third immortal divinity gene was about to be generated in his body. It was estimated that after 1 or 2 more battles, this immortal divinity gene would be generated. The third armored man became much stronger again. The subtle skills he was good at were a step further than the silk thread strength. The strength was both hard and soft. The moment his fist and palm touched Li Yi, there would be 2 changes. One was as hard as dense needle piercing, and the other was as soft as entangled thread drilling. It was not something that could be defended by conventional tremor strength. Li Yu named it entangled thread strength. He was cautious at the beginning and did not make contact with his opponent. Even if he had to block, he would move away as soon as he touched, and quickly retreat to dodge and dissolve the opponent's strength. Therefore, although the initial tremor strength defense was a bit difficult, he still did not get injured like the first time. Moreover, with hundreds of rounds of dealing with each other, he gradually understood the principle of force generation and was confident in judging whether the opponent was using steel strength or soft strength when making contact. Finally, when the battle was about to reach 200 rounds, he suddenly launched an attack and quickly defeated the third armored man. The fourth armored man once again demonstrated the same hidden and flashing body skills as before. Moreover, it was faster and more hidden than the previous ones, and the boxing power that followed was also significantly stronger. This flashing body technique is obviously achieved by using the power of the subtle level. It is extremely fast and silent. If it weren't for Li Yu's amazing predictive ability, any other challenger of the same level would have lost to this hidden flash sneak attack. Li Yu fought with him for 80 rounds, and in turn used the technique of changing his shape and shadow to deceive this person, and took advantage of the opponent's flashing high-speed charge to knock him down with one punch. The efficiency is actually higher than facing the previous opponents. And when he defeated this opponent, his 41st divine gene, the immortal divine gene, was also generated. The fifth armored man came out. This one gave Li Yu a completely different feeling. Obviously, it was still the same strength and speed, but Li Yu felt like he was facing the strongest. Could it be that the control level behind this has reached the corresponding control strength and reaction speed of the strongest? The armored man's eyes were obviously more lively. Although his appearance was still covered by the mask, only his poker-faced chin was exposed, but that kind of aura was definitely not something that an intelligent program could imitate. He stepped out step by step, shaking his head, with a unique calmness. Li Yu's face became calm. Click, click, the armored man stepped on the ground like steel boots, accompanied by the sound of steel friction, and slowly stepped towards Li Yu. Without any acceleration, he approached so calmly. Li Yu did not hesitate and continued to retreat. The armored man raised his hand and hid him. Li Yu quickly retreated sideways. Suddenly, a fierce and condensed airflow shot out, like a long steel arrow. Whoosh! The sound of the air sonic boom was strong enough to break the glass. Li Yu was highly alert. Seeing such a momentum, he knew that he could not take it head-on, so he dodged again. The airflow brushed past Li Yu's shoulder, tearing through his extremely tough uniform and opening a hole. Seeing this, Li Yu's eyes changed slightly. Wow, it only brushed past a few centimeters away, and there was such a tearing effect? Is this also the effect that can be produced by the subtle level of strength? This is already relying on the flesh to produce an attack power comparable to some heavenly characteristics, right? This palm is actually basically the same as the subtle level split palm that the first armored man had shown. It can drive a large amount of airflow to form a highly condensed hard shock wave, which is emitted by raising the hand. It is both concealed and fierce, and it is also a very powerful means. However, the one in front of him is obviously more at ease and his strength is more condensed. In terms of lethality, the first armored man's move can only blow Li Yu away and cause some skin injuries. However, the hard shock wave emitted by the fifth armored man clearly has the power to shoot through the outermost armor of a 20-meter artificial mecha, which is extraordinary. Can a 2-meter tall flesh really do this? How did the armored man just now achieve such a move with such a subtle force? Could it be that this is already a millimeter-level subtle technique? Li Yu stared at the armored man intently, and his body kept moving to avoid being hit by the hard shock wave. Chapter 233 Mastery. Boom. 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 Ever since the armored man raised his hand and fired a hard shock wave, he never moved forward again. He just kept waving his palms and slashing the air, and in one breath, he fired a rain of air arrows that flew towards Li Yu from all directions. Li Yu learned the concealed dodging skills he learned from the previous armored men, and kept flashing everywhere. Sometimes he flapped his wings in the air, and sometimes he dived to counterattack. The hard impact cannon missed, but the range was still very long. Some flew far away and hit the distant gate, and some hit the hard ground obliquely, blasting spider web cracks. Several times, Li Yu's movement was almost hit by the armored man's precise shooting, and his tough space uniform was torn with many scratches. In a blink of an eye, Li Yu moved at least hundreds of thousands of steps at a high frequency just by moving, and his activity doubled. The level of this fifth armored man is really amazing. Li Yu knows that normal people with the same strength and speed as him can never achieve the lethality and high-frequency attack like a human bomber. The level of operational awareness behind this armored man has definitely reached the level of the strongest, or the level of mastering multiple heavenly tricks like Chen Yan's Hang. While walking, Li Yu gradually felt that he was about to be unable to avoid it. The previous challenges had already consumed a lot of his energy. Knowing that he could no longer hold back, he quickly adjusted his breathing while running, encouraged his body's ki and blood, and launched the original version of the burst skill. In an instant, white air quickly emerged from the figure that was constantly dodging the long-range shock wave and dissipated outward. With the launch of the burst skill, Li Yu's flash speed suddenly increased. In a blink of an eye, he flashed in front of the armored man at an incredibly tricky angle, aimed a punch at the armored man's face, and punched directly. Boom. The armored man raised his hand to cover his face and collided with his fist. At the moment of impact, the fist tip exploded with a subtle twisting force. Duh! The armored man stretched out his palm and shook it violently, and countless green blood marks like needles appeared directly on the surface of his palm. Li Yu's left foot flew up, and he turned around and kicked in the air with a leap, twisting his strength like a python, and directly kicked the armored man's shoulder. Bang! The soft power of the silk was actually released under this incredible rush, and it deceived the armored man's steel defense in an instant. The soft power penetrated his shoulder and instantly disabled most of the armored man's left arm. After landing, Li Yu took advantage of the situation and rushed forward to kill him. With the strong force of the Iron Mountain, his body hit the man with his shoulder. With a crackling sound, the armored man was followed by Li Yu's continuous moves and was hit for a short time. There was no room for counterattack in this collision, and the chest armor in front of him was directly shattered. However, the amazing operation level of this fifth armored man was also revealed. While his body retreated, he suddenly kicked the ground with his back foot to stabilize his retreat, and then he did not retreat but advanced, and punched forward with his right arm. Although this punch was hasty, its power should not be underestimated. Li Yu's continuous moves were immediately broken by this precise punch, and he could only move sideways and attack from the other side. The armored man seized the opportunity, turned his head 90 degrees, and faced Li Yi, who was rushing towards him. He opened his mouth and suddenly sighed. With a sigh, a strong air arrow shot out of his mouth instantly. It actually inspired his lungs, and with the same subtle power, it shot out such a powerful shock wave. In an instant, the air arrow was close to Li Yi's face, and it was almost shot. At the critical moment, Li Yi entered the state of flow of the self-consciousness, relying on this temporarily enhanced reaction force, and forced his head to turn sideways to avoid a surging arrow. Whoosh! The air arrow cut through the air, rolled up a vortex like tearing airflow, and flew past the side of Li Yi's forehead. At the same time, Li Yi's forehead was cut open, and bean-sized red blood drops spurted out. Li Yi successfully avoided the air arrow, but because of the deflection of his body, he was already facing the armored man sideways, exposing a huge gap to the armored man. The armored man did not miss this opportunity, raised his fist, and hammered down with force. The punch was fast and powerful, and the strong wind made Li Yi's scalp hurt. As he turned around, he saw that the hammer was about to hit his neck. He had already used up other moves, so he could only stretch out his arms and cross them to block the hammer. Boom! When the fist and arm met, Li Yi's body was not affected by the force, and he was directly knocked to the ground by the huge force, and his back hit the hard ground. Bang! The blow directly smashed out a faint spider-like crack the size of a human. Although Li Yi was hit like this, he did not suffer any damage. With the help of the subtle vibration force, he quickly resolved the huge impact. At the same time, he stood up with a fish-like iron bridge, and bent his waist vertically, just avoiding the sweeping kick from the armored man. Then, his body was taut like a bow. Pull in the waist and bounce back. Duh! Li Yi bent his waist like a big bow, and bounced his upper body back at once. At the same time, carrying the huge force of bouncing back, superimposed with double power, he suddenly punched with a steel-wrapped force, hitting the armored man in the face. Bang! The armored man was hit by the punch unexpectedly. Although he had made a tremor defense, some of the force still penetrated, making the armored man slightly dizzy and step back a few steps. Li Yi continued to catch up, but he didn't know that the armored man recovered very quickly and started to fight with Li Yi again. In this way, Li Yi accelerated his attack and took the initiative with the unexpected burst of explosive skills. He pressed the armored man and kept hitting him, preventing the armored man from sending out any hard shock waves. But the control strength of the armored man was obviously different from the previous ones. Even if Li Yi seized the opportunity to hide him with 2 or 3 moves, he would react quickly, break Li Yi's combo, and take the opportunity to counterattack. Obviously, the 5th armored man's exquisite skills allowed him to dissolve most of the powerful impact and make his physical battle as durable as Li Yi. In a blink of an eye, the two sides fought for thousands of rounds. The exchange of attack and defense was very intense. In the last second, Li Yi still had the upper hand, but in the next second, the armored man would suddenly counterattack, shooting air arrows from various incredible angles from time to time, thereby successfully relieving the pressure of the battle. Li Yi did not expect that after launching the original version of the burst skill and the state of the self-consciousness, he only had a slight advantage and could not win. However, the direction of the battle was slowly tilting towards him. As long as he hit the armored man in the face again, it would happen again. Moreover, he gradually grasped the launching technique of this hard air arrow, which really required a millimeter-level subtle realm. After he entered the self-consciousness, he could barely do it. In the fierce battle, suddenly, the grand voice sounded again, Number 172 Civilization Successor, this trial is limited to a total of 2 hours, and there are 3 minutes left before the end. You will be eliminated in 3 minutes. Please pay attention to controlling the battle. Li Yi had already entered the state of the self-consciousness at this moment, but he didn't pay much attention to the voice. Moreover, the I self-essence consumes a lot of brain power for his current physical strength. Not to mention 3 minutes, he will probably have to sleep for a whole day after the battle. Boom. In a flash of thought, Li Yi finally seized the opportunity and grasped the method of using subtle strength to shoot highly condensed air arrows. He unexpectedly slapped out with his palm, and the air waves in his palm shot out, turning into hard air arrows and suddenly shot out. Duh! The armored man didn't expect Li Yi to learn so quickly. He didn't react at all. He was hit in the face by the hard air arrow. His body paused slightly and fell into short stiffness. Li Yi rushed forward and punched him again. With a snap, the armored man's body shook, fell to the ground, and his body turned into light particles and disappeared. Li Yi immediately released a burst skill, exited the I-self-essence state, and kept exhaling. He felt that his brain power was too high and he felt dizzy. With 1 minute left, he immediately entered the dream plane and used memory fragments to continuously replenish the consumed soul power. Brain power is the material basis of soul power. Replenishing soul power can also increase brain power in reverse, but the effect is not as effective as directly replenishing brain power supplement substances or sleeping. But he quickly replenished memory fragments, which was somewhat helpful. Moreover, with the last few tens of seconds left, it would be good to see the unique skills of the 6th armored man, so that the remaining buffer time can be quickly figured out and obtain the corresponding cracking countermeasures. In the dream plane, he has used the free perspective of the dream to feel the situation outside and know that the 6th armored man has appeared. He opened his eyes slightly and his face became solemn. The intensity is getting higher and higher. Even if the person in front looks the same as the other armored men, this strong look, like a real pressure, is definitely a little higher than the previous one. Since there is not much time, he simply rushed forward to see what this person has. Whoosh! He launched the burst skill again, entered the state of self-consciousness, and prepared to take the initiative to attack the opponent in the last few tens of seconds. He quickly flashed in front of the opponent and raised his hand to use the steel force. The armored man seemed not to have seen Li Yi's attack. His arm suddenly moved, leaving an afterimage, and rushed towards Li Yi's chest at an incredible speed. Fast, too fast. This was an unprecedented speed of attack. Not only was there no sign, but it was also incredibly fast. Chapter 234 Breaking In. The attack was too fast, completely exceeding Li Yi's current reaction speed. As expected, he was hit directly in the chest. The steel force like a needle pierced his body. Even if he responded with steel force, he was still hit by a lot of residual force in his chest due to his hasty response. After coughing up blood several times, Li Yi heard a loud voice slowly saying, "You failed the second trial. Please come back in half a day." Half a day? Li Yi was slightly stunned. Could it be that the time for recovery and rest will continue to shrink? While thinking, his body had appeared outside the super castle. Fortunately, outside the super castle, the divinity can still be used by himself. He can use the growth characteristics and microelectric characteristics to repair the wound. Even his deformation characteristics, which already have the characteristics of the heavenly position, can directly transform the wound and transform the wound into a reversible normal state, so that even if the divinity is revoked, the body can still be maintained in its original state. This move, as long as his body control is high enough, can quickly restore the body to its original state, which can be called a recovery skill. However, for things like genetic injuries or soul injuries, he naturally does not have the ability to repair them. After a while, when he quickly consumed his divine power to complete the repair, he immediately entered the dream plane to figure out the secret of the 6th armored man's incredibly fast move. At the same time, on the border star side, a large number of high-level human beings and the strongest have gathered. Everyone felt lucky, but also thought that the situation was obviously more serious. The combination of the Star Clan and the Slaughter Clan, such an obvious gathering of the army, did not seem to be afraid of the human side gathering all the combat power to fight. Did they have the heart to win? Or do they have another trick? At this moment, a group of the strongest, high-level heavenly beings, who had arrived at the border star, 70% were on alert above the border star. The other 30% gathered in front of the command tower, checking the surveillance of all parties, confirming the situation of all parties, formulating strategies, and exchanging information. Because the strongest, or the older high-level heavenly beings, are more or less strategists and tacticians, or have deep knowledge of alien civilization research. Since the alien army has not yet set out, these strongest minds are naturally not in a hurry to go into battle. The first was to keep the trump card, and the second was to quickly sort out the intelligence and determine the appropriate strategy and tactics. At this moment, in the conference room, He Guangzi, Lu Yanshen, other powerful people who had already arrived, high-ranking heavenly beings, alien research experts, alien language experts, strategic and tactical experts, etc., gathered in front of the command tower and quickly discussed countermeasures. Based on our new interrogation method for the 2 and star captives, as well as the interrogation of the drifting core captured by the exploration team represented by Li Yi, We have learned the latest intelligence on the several tribes, and now report it as follows. I believe that you all know the intelligence about the composition of the alien internal forces, so I will not elaborate, at present. The 2 tribe troops assembled in the front can barely be counted as one gold powerhouse, who should be a newly promoted one. There are 7 silver powerhouses, high-level heavenly rank, more than 30 bronze powerhouses, beginning and middle levels of heavenly rank, and hundreds of 3 yuan combined. Basically, these troops are more than 80% of the troops within the 2 tribe, and the troops below level B that are currently assembled are basically all from the 2 tribe. The high-level powerhouses are mainly from the Star tribe. Among them, 8 gold powerhouses from the Star tribe have been assembled, and it seems that they have not yet been fully assembled. 48 silver powerhouses from the Star tribe have been assembled, and they have not yet been fully assembled. Hearing this, everyone's face changed slightly. So many, someone whispered. I remember that from what I learned before, the Star clan didn't have so many gold-level warriors. Right, it's okay that there are many supreme warriors, but there are also so many high-level warriors? High-level warriors are not easy to come by, and the higher you go, the harder it is. The old captains in each main ship are more likely to produce high-level warriors, and the total number is only about 50. In other words, the power of the Star clan alone is basically equivalent to that of the humans occupying the entire star field. And if there are more strong men in the Star clan who continue together, then they can't defeat the entire clan, right? Announcement of intelligence. This middle-aged man with a thin face, sunken eyes, and a handsome face is called Feng Zijian. He is the director of the Federal Foreign Intelligence Bureau. He has been digging deep into the intelligence of various alien races for many years. After obtaining the basic intelligence of the drifting caller, he interrogated several captives with ideological stamps on the basis of this intelligence, and used similar interrogation methods as Li Yi before to obtain a lot of intelligence. Therefore, in the past few months, human intelligence on aliens has been greatly updated. At this moment, Feng Zijian said in a deep voice, because before, the aliens were said to have a strong man who was suspected to be a true god, who suppressed all the strong men and limited the number of all the strong men. For everyone over the quota, the tribe will be required to duel internally and kill the older generation in order to be promoted safely. Otherwise, they will be directly killed remotely by the only strongest man, and nearly 300 years ago, the strong man who was suspected to be a true god disappeared, and the only god clan disappeared completely. Therefore, after 100 years of waiting and watching, the aliens have been secretly increasing the number of strong men. What's more, the Star clan is a strong clan ranked in the top 3 among the silver clans, and can compete with many gold clans. Our previous intelligence was obtained from the lower-level captives in large quantities, so it is normal to lag behind. Now that the interrogation method has been updated, it can bypass the monitoring of the thought stamp in a small range, and we have obtained a lot of new information. Hearing this, He Guangzi also said, "Don't panic, don't look at their many high-level strong men. It seems that the 2 clans together can suppress us by 2 or 3 heads, but in fact, everyone knows that the general technical and tactical level of aliens is 1 or 2 levels lower than those of us old guys who have experienced hundreds of battles. Moreover, most of their high-level strongmen are of the new generation, and they are even more lacking in combat experience. The biggest reason why they did not launch a blitzkrieg is because they know their own weaknesses, so they are ready to gather all their superior forces and suppress them in a large-scale manner. Let me reveal some information to you here. The 2 tribe is a bronze race, and the Xingyu tribe is a silver race. The 2 are in a vassal relationship to a certain extent. Although it is not deep, the 2 tribe is indeed closer to the Xingyu tribe. In essence, although the 2 tribe has been harassing us all the time, they have changed their attitude towards us and only regard us as a training ground. The actual intention of aggression is not great, and I happen to have made some small arrangements during this 100 years, and planted a back-end for us humans among the high-level officials of the 2 tribes. Therefore, it is really easy to alienate the relationship between the 2 tribe and the Xingyu tribe. However, everyone must follow my arrangements and act accordingly, and give them some deterrence from time to time, so that they dare not act rashly. As long as we wait for General Lin to arrive, the situation will be much easier. Everyone was cheered up when they heard the old fox He Guangzi's solemn explanation. It seemed that there was still a fight to be had. At this time, Lu Yancheng quietly asked He Guangzi through voice transmission, "Are you kidding me again? You just fooled me by saying that Mr. Chen stayed here, but I just saw him arrive. Do you have the so-called backup plan to sow discord or not?" He Guangzi remained expressionless and cursed through voice transmission. With a powerful enemy at hand, as the first general, can't you judge? Ask a few questions. It's no use for you to guard here. Start the mecha quickly and take the initiative to provoke the opponent. It's best to fire a long-range shot to wipe out their prestige. Lu Yuncheng ignored He Guangzi's tone and asked, provoke now? Won't it trigger a battle in advance? He Guangzi nodded and said through voice transmission, yes, do your best to wipe out their prestige. As far as I know, they are also waiting for their strongest ancestor, an old antique who is said to have lived for at least 4,000 years. Lu Yuncheng was surprised and said through voice transmission, can live for 4,000 years? Is this a demigod? And a top demigod, He Guangzi responded. He should have been a demigod, but fell. He is still at the gold level now. I estimate that if the ancestor of the Star Clan could maintain the demigod realm, the Star Clan would have been promoted to the gold race long ago. Okay, don't ask anything, Lao Lu. Your current task is to provoke the opponent. It would be best if you could attract 1 or 2 S-level machines for a duel, and let those aliens see that you, Lao Lu, can defeat the S-level. Hearing this, Lu Yuncheng grinned, revealing his cold white teeth. Well, brothers who stayed in the command tower, are you interested in provoking the opponent with me? He Guangzi stopped them and did not let them act. Instead, he said, the other experts and strongest people, don't rush to move. I'm keeping you here to discuss something. It's enough for Lao Lu to go alone this time. It's just a provocation, not a charge. It's very safe. Although the rest of the people were curious about what arrangements He Guangzi had made, they were guest soldiers at the moment. Even if their strength was not necessarily weaker than He Guangzi, or even better than him, they still stayed with trust. After all, among all the high-ranking and powerful people present, none of them fought more with aliens than He Guangzi and Lu Yuncheng. Zhang Shengfang and his companions had already discovered the mysterious summons of the Rubik's Cube labyrinth with the help of Ruan Huguang. Xingyu was overjoyed and said, sure enough, Wuxian purple light can also work, but it just doesn't have the teleportation effect of golden light. We still have to find the location. They had already walked around the location in Zhang Shengfang's memory and defeated the divine creatures that existed in that place. But there were still no other discoveries. Instead, a faint purple light appeared outside Ruan Huguang's body, and there was an inexplicable suction. Although it was very weak, it did exist. Everyone followed this inexplicable suction and continued to move forward, defeating many divine creatures that blocked the way along the way, and soon entered the depths of the Rubik's Cube labyrinth. This path was once very close to the storage point of the 12S-level divine nuclei they had searched for before. It was not until they gradually separated at a deeper level. Soon, everyone found that they had come to a dead end in front of them. Xingyu pondered for a moment and said, General Zhang, why don't you try to blow up this alley? I just detected it and there is a very hard and thick wall on the opposite side. My defense breaking power is slightly insufficient, but yours is probably okay. Zhang Shengfang nodded and said, then let's try. As he said that, the Tanya Mecha put Ruan Huguang into the waist slot to seal him. Then, he didn't rush to launch the divine energy cannon, but held the A-level Zanpakuto sword, drew his arm to accumulate power, and infused the divinity to sharpen the sword. Slash. Swish. One sword after another, a huge crack was quickly cut out. But obviously, even with the terrifying destructive power of the S-level divine mecha, this passage was still difficult to break. However, Zhang Shengfang did not give up, and continued to exert force and slash quickly. Xingyu and the other two also launched their own heavenly tricks to help break the passage. After about a few hours, the 4 mechas worked together and finally broke through the gap on the opposite side. Amid the sound of boulders falling to the ground, a translucent blue light similar to holographic projection was transmitted instantly. When everyone saw it, they suddenly saw that there were many virtual images of armored men on the ground. Xingyu's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. General Zhang, keep up the good work. Let's enlarge the passage a little bit. Maybe there's really a secret of the birth of divinity hidden in it. Immediately, the 4 mechas continued to work hard and spent more than half an hour to create a passage wide enough to accommodate the tall divine mechas, and then entered it one after another. After entering, everyone looked at everything in front of them, and they were more and more surprised. This was a huge flat land. And the ground structure was exactly the same as the Yuan square bricks and the star-shaped partition. On both sides, countless lifelike armored men, like living intelligent species, brought their families and children, and the family seemed to be happily walking around. Everyone knew that these were undoubtedly holographic projections. But it is rare to see such a projection showing the life of the next generation of divinity in such a place. Look, I see Li Yi. Xingyu glanced around and immediately detected Li Yi, who was sleeping near the entrance of the super castle in the distance. Immediately, everyone flew over in the divine Mecha. Amid the rumbling sound, Li Yi was obviously awakened by the strangeness of the outside world. He opened his eyes and was surprised to see everyone's divine Mecha. Several officers, where did you find them? Xingyu said with a smile. Thanks to your Wuxian Jingguang, the seal here has loosened, otherwise, how could I bring people in? The moment he heard this, Li Yi narrowed his eyes slightly, keenly aware of something wrong, and his body was ready to enter the super castle at any time. The half-day calling time had just passed, and he could just continue the next trial. But what was going on with this guy Xingyu? At this time, Zhang Shengfang's tiny mecha appeared in front of Li Yi without a trace, and he said in a deep voice, "Old he, I didn't expect that you actually had a problem, and it turns out that all three of you have problems." These three high-end A-level divine mechas, although much inferior to the tiny mechas in height, actually stood out with an imposing manner. Xingyu smiled and said, "General Zhang, Lao Zhang, don't be so alert. Now that things have come to this, we can talk about it, right? As for problems, I actually have no problems, absolutely no problems, because I really wanted to cooperate with Li Yi in the beginning to explore the location of the 12S level divine nuclei. It's just that at the moment when Wuxian Jingguang was activated, I suddenly realized why the three of us would attack this Jin'ai division for so long and so continuously. Obviously, this Jin'ai division has been unconquered for a long time. Why have the three of us been so persistent with so little gain? Lao Zhang, have you ever thought about why?" Li Yi had actually guessed it, but he was not driving the divine mecha at this time, and he was just a mortal. So he kept a low profile, lest Zhang Shengfeng, no matter how strong he was, could not protect him in a war. Zhang Shengfeng said slowly, "Because you were eroded by the ideological stamp a long time ago?" Xingyu laughed when he heard this. "No, Lao Zhang, you are still too young and don't know anything." Chapter 235 5 Eras. Facing Xingyu's almost mocking laughter, the tiny mecha swung its arms, and the 360-meter-long blade of the Zanpakuto sword cut a huge airwave crack. Zhang Shengfeng's calm voice came from the almost human face of the tiny mecha. "Oh, then I have to ask, what confidence do these three of you have to tell me that you know nothing?" Xingyu stopped laughing and said lightly, "Do you think I am really only the 9th level of the heavenly rank? Do you really think you can kill us in this state?" "Of course, ha ha ha. The magical thing is that Sai Keting, Wang Zizhou, and Xingyu all laughed at the same time. Sai Keting smiled and said, "Let me put it this way, Lao Zhang, I can beat you by myself, believe it or not," Zhang Shengfeng said lightly. "Oh, you are the hidden strongest," Sai Keting said. "No, that's not the case. Our current strength is indeed just the high level of the heavenly position that you have classified here." Zhang Shengfeng frowned and said, "You here? Since you are not a cult, are you aliens? Or resurrectors like Dan Chenli?" Sai Keting smiled and said, "Yes, we are resurrectors." Zhang Shengfeng pondered and said, "Xingyu, you just said that when the seal was opened by the golden light of Wuxian, you suddenly realized something. In other words, you are like Dan Chenli, with some kind of trigger device installed. When the critical moment comes, you will truly revive." Xingyu said, "Not bad, you are finally smart, Lao Zhang. It seems that you are not particularly stupid, and you are not really useless except for practicing fast." Zhang Shengfeng smiled and said, "The cults are not as arrogant as you. They are fanatical, but very cautious. They will never talk so much before the outcome of the battle is decided. However, I guess you are not the revivers from the next era of divinity. If you are really the revivers from the next era of divinity, you should not go through so much trouble to find the so-called origin of the birth of divinity. I found it strange before. Dan Chenli said that it took a full 8 billion years from their civilization to our turn as humans. Did no other civilization appear in these 8 billion years? Did no disasters occur in these 8 billion years?" Xingyu said thoughtfully. "Oh? Is this where your doubts come from? I looked at the files of your communication with the reviver at that time. I remember that his resurrection needed to trigger the signs of disaster, right? If so, doesn't this mean that there were indeed no disasters in these 8 billion years? Zhang Shengfeng shook his head and laughed. "It's very simple. Dan Chenli lied at that time, Hearing this, Li Yu also nodded slightly. He had already guessed about this. At this time, Zhang Shengfang continued, "This is easy to judge. At that time, I communicated with this person face to face, and the detection system basically knew the activities in this person's body. It was not difficult to judge what he said was true and what was false. A strong man of his level could of course restrain any slight emotional fluctuations, but with his serious injuries, his lies may be difficult for others to distinguish, but for me, it is not difficult. Besides, what he said himself is full of loopholes and cannot withstand careful scrutiny. For example, he claimed that his recovery was due to luck and that he had a 2-month period of confusion. This is indeed the truth, but I have been tracking him for a long time. And I also know that he was not completely in a period of confusion. In fact, he went to Wanggang district in the situation at that time, probably to find something. When he saw us at that time, he had actually completed the recovery of his memory. It's just that he didn't expect his strength to decline so much that he couldn't even defeat me, and he also exposed the problem of his soul's rapid decline. So he broke into the Starry Palace, put on a show in front of us, and told us the so-called truth about the divine second era. I was also fooled by this man at first. It wasn't until his body was about to collapse that I saw through his lies." Hearing this, Li Yu raised his eyebrows slightly. He naturally also noticed some of Dan Chenli's lies, but because the detection system of the divine mecha was compared to Zhang Shengfang's S-level detection system, the intelligence he collected was insufficient, and he didn't have the solid evidence like Zhang Shengfang. Moreover, it seems that Zhang Shengfang should have other channels to understand the situation in ancient times and mastered some secrets that were not made public. But this is no wonder. After all, he is the top existence of mankind. How could he know less than Li Yi? Zhang Shengfang smiled and said, "By the way, since most of the situations of the sub-era and the corresponding language sources have been determined, our experts have been able to decipher various situations at a rapid speed. Therefore, we can also deduce other facts from other ancient materials. For example, after the divine sub-era, there should have been 3 civilization eras. Starting from the sub-era, the third era began about 6 billion years ago, was active for 200 to 300 million years, and was then exterminated by disasters. The location is in the Xiandu galaxy area. It should be that the armored subhumans inherited most of the armored people's knowledge system. However, they lost the construction technology of medium-sized stargates and only knew how to build small stargates. Therefore, at the beginning of the third era, the strength was not strong, and only a few supreme powerhouses were left, and the active area was not deep. The fourth era is also the era of divine creatures that inherited the remains of the armored people. The time was mostly 4.5 billion years ago, was active for 400 to 500 million years, and was then exterminated by disasters. The location is probably in the Xianshu galaxy area, and the core area is on Xianshu star. When we, the strongest, explored the partially developed Xianshu ruins later, we discovered certain situations. For example, most of the Xianshu ruins are relics that have been passed down from the second age to the fourth age. They are the so-called holy places of the mutant divine age, and are also the core area where divine creatures originated. All the divine creatures alive today were produced in this era. All the species of divine creatures before the fourth divine creature era have not been passed down. Although we haven't figured out the reason yet, at least we have made a clear judgment on this situation. In addition, the mechanization of divine creatures also began to appear in this era. All the divine mechas produced before the second age were not biological divine mechas, but real weapon type and mythical divine mechas. We still don't understand this phenomenon. As a resurrector, you may be able to help me solve this puzzle." Hearing this, Li Yu's eyes moved slightly. It turns out that the strongest have explored the Xianshu ruins to this extent. I don't know how many layers they have gone deep into before discovering these secrets. The Xianshu ruins originated from the second era, and were considered the source of civilization by the fourth era. This was indeed a very interesting situation. This made Li Yu understand some of the unreasonable situations he saw in the Xianshu ruins. For example, it was strange that the divine creatures in other ruins could be transformed into mechas, but only the Xianshu ruins had this feature. At this time, Xingyu laughed and said, "Well, this is a rare opportunity, so I will help you, a young man, to solve your doubts." The 2 major eras after the second era are basically consistent with what we explored at the beginning. As for why the divine creatures have been completely different since the fourth era, it's very simple, because the fourth era is the era with the most advanced biotechnology. In the fourth era, The divine creatures were not the fools without wisdom like today. Those divine creatures that could stand out were all the smartest and were good at using various low-intelligence divine creatures to conduct various experiments. It's just that wisdom can make you successful or fail. When the disaster came, all the intelligent and powerful divine creatures were wiped out just like that. Only the divine creatures that were transformed into thorough combat weapons were left, which were passed down to our era and spread to all parts of the universe by us. Zhang Shengfang's expression moved slightly. It seems that you are from the virtual illusion era of the fifth era. You obtained the core technology for creating artificial souls from the relics of the first era, and have since greatly developed this technology, and have been active for nearly 800 million years. However, I am really surprised that a civilization like yours has left the least traces. The Stardust Corridor is your main area, right? So it was directly destroyed into large pieces of planetary particles. Did you encounter a different disaster than other civilizations, or did the artificial soul technology you master touch some core, so the disaster was more serious? Hearing this, Xingyu and the other two looked gloomy. It seemed that Zhang Shengfang had touched a sore spot. However, the three of them were in the cockpit, so Zhang Shengfang could not see their expressions. Li Yu thought to himself, these three old guys suddenly stopped talking. It seems that what Commander Zhang said is right. It's quite interesting. In different eras, these divinities survived longer in the later stages. How come the disaster came so early in our era? Could it be that the aliens' age is actually older? Or is it that our generation has inherited too much heritage, so the development speed is too fast, making it easier to trigger the so-called disaster? According to my previous inference, since it was the transition of mysterious thoughts that triggered the revival of Dan Chenli, an antique from the second era, then is it possible that the transition of divine thoughts itself is just one of the triggering signs? For example, when a powerful being with terrifying strength like the mysterious thoughts appears in the universe, will the disaster be triggered? Or is the mysterious thoughts only part of the sign? Because the heritage relics left Planet 33, they were detected by some detection mechanism of the disaster, and Dan Chenli's revival is just a coincidence and the mysterious thoughts are both part of the sign? It's just a phenomenon, not the root cause. He had multiple guesses in his mind, but due to the lack of decisive evidence, he still couldn't confirm which one was the most reliable in the end. He even felt that the 6 theories left by the Supreme Lord of Time and Space were only part of the signs, not the whole of the disaster. As he was thinking this, Xingyu spoke slowly. We thought that the 5th virtual age had already concluded what the disaster is. At first, all kinds of evidence we obtained told us that there are real true God-level strongmen in the universe who are planning everything and playing with our civilization, but the result was wrong. It can't be some specific strong man. Zhang Shengfang's eyes and eyelids twitched slightly, and said, what do you mean? Xingyu smiled and said, haha, this is the secret. What I just told you, you will find out sooner or later. I don't care whether you know it or not. To be honest, pretending to be human is too tiring. Usually we are idle and hosting. Now that the Enlightenment Mountain is out, we have to work hard. However, if you humans are willing for the whole race to become our slaves, we can reveal more information to you. Of course, don't expect us to know everything. If we knew everything, it would be impossible to revive to this era to seek a glimmer of hope. We are also very pitiful. As they said this, the three of them didn't know which funny point they had touched, and they laughed to themselves. Zhang Shengfang said calmly, is that all you have to say before you die? Come on, let me see how confident you are. I'll do it. I haven't practiced for a long time, and my hands are almost stiff. Sonny Ketting controlled the Thunder Sequence magnetic B-mech and slowly walked out from behind the three people. This magnetic B-mech was only 250 meters tall. Holding a B-level 200-meter-long sky-breaking sword, it slowly came to the front of the Tanya mech. Standing in front of the majestic height of more than 420 meters of the Tanya mech, the magnetic B-mech was half a head shorter. Li Yu heard Sonny Ketting's tone, but he clearly felt Sonny Ketting's infinite confidence. He thought to himself, although they are resurrected, their bodies are still human bodies, and their strength is probably not as terrifying as Dan Chenli's. The aura of a strong man cannot be hidden no matter how hard they try. No, since they once mastered the technology of artificial souls, even if they didn't master the technology of turning the solid into the virtual, they probably got enough inheritance from the first year of divinity. Their bodies may not be real. Maybe they are made with the technology of turning the solid into the virtual. This also explains why I didn't detect any signs of their lies before, because their bodies are not human bodies at all. In other words, These operators are really very powerful? So they have the confidence to reverse the S-class mecha. That's why they are so calm and quietly give Zhang Shengfang the opportunity to speak. Thinking of this, Li Yu quietly dialed the communication and contacted Zhang Shengfang to inform him of his guess, and explained that his time limit was about to end and he had to enter the super castle to challenge. In response, Zhang Shengfang said, I understand. Go and complete your challenge as soon as possible. I'll take care of the rest. Li Yu did not hesitate. He did not have any mechas around him. Since the battle was about to start, he could not stay around the battlefield. If these high-level divine mechas were to fight, even planets could be destroyed if they were not restrained. Immediately, he activated the micro-flash and flashed behind the gate of the super castle, triggering the trial. The 1,000-meter gate slowly opened. Seeing this, Sekiden did not stop him, but laughed and said, Li Yi, you have been hiding for so long before challenging? Go and crack the mystery of the origin of divinity quickly. We are waiting for good news from you. We will not enter the inner gate for now. Let's do a good job for the brothers. If you don't do a good job and waste our three brothers' time, don't blame me for dealing with you later. There was no concealment of naked malice in his words. You look confident. The Tanya Mecha took a step forward and his Enpakuto slashed down. Swish. In the violent air wave, the body of the magnetic beam slid sideways lightly, and was not afraid of the terrifying pressure from the Tanya mech. Oh, this sword is good, it has some power, but, you want to defeat us now, but it's far from enough. As soon as the voice fell, the magnetic beam spread its arms, and countless lightning snakes flashed outside its body, illuminating the surrounding environment as bright as day. At the same time, with the movement of the magnetic beam, the invisible magnetic force suddenly exploded. Boom! In an instant, the extremely strong characteristic force formed a huge thrust, pushing the 400-meter-high Tanya mech back fiercely. Bang! The Tanya mech seemed to have no power to resist. Its huge body slammed into the door that had just been closed, making a loud rumbling sound, and even the surrounding environment was shaken. Chapter 236 Secret Method. However, although the Tanya Mecha was hid against the wall, it did not suffer any substantial damage. In the cockpit, Zhang Shengfang was surprised and said, how can the combination of heavenly characteristics have such power? Yes, this is the ultimate characteristic skill of our fifth era that has been tempered by thousands of generations of strong men. The magnetic beam mecha rushed forward, dragging the sword. The tip of the sword swept the ground, clanging. The Tanya mecha did not move, and suddenly swept the sword. The two swords suddenly hit each other. Clang. The magnetic beam mecha, which was half a head shorter, vibrated its wrist, infused with divinity, and suddenly a strange repulsive force came from the edge of the sky-breaking sword. Boom! In the moment of stalemate, the Zanpakuto was immediately swung away, and the arm was swung back greatly. The lightning snake outside the magnetic beam mecha rolled wildly and exploded rapidly. Chi-chi-chi! The lightning snake accurately found the face of the Tanya mecha and bombarded it. The Tanya mecha did not move, the sword tip swept past, and the strongest characteristic exploded. Tisk! Wherever the sword passed, it disappeared. Then, it continued to kill the magnetic beam mecha. Judging from the posture, it had predicted the direction of the magnetic beam mecha's sideways attack, and the tip of the sword accurately slashed the magnetic beam mecha's neck, as if it was actively moving its face towards the flaw. At the critical moment, the magnetic beam mecha suddenly paused, abruptly stopping its forward momentum. The Zanpakuto sword passed by, creating a huge air crack, and the airflow was reversed in an instant. At the same time, the sword turned again, and stabbed the magnetic beam mecha at an incredibly fast speed. Facing this sword, the magnetic beam mecha's surging repulsive force was vibrated again, and the space seemed to have invisible ripples spreading outward. However, the Zanpakuto sword was not deflected at all in the face of a repulsive force that was even more fierce than before. It just stabbed straight in. Puff! The divine shield that had just emerged was immediately pierced. Huh? The tip of the Zanpakuto sword pierced into the chest of the magnetic beam mecha, followed by a kick. Bang! The body of the magnetic beam mecha flew backwards like a cannonball. Behind him, Xingyu, with a gloomy face, controlled a 284-meter-long flame mech to support the snake-like waist and abdomen of the magnetic beam mecha, and his shoulders sank slightly. After completing a set of combos, Zhang Shengfang easily destroyed the divine core of the magnetic beam mecha. Although it was not completely destroyed, because he was much taller than the magnetic beam mecha, with one sword, Even if he did not hit the position of the divine core accurately, he believed that he could still injure the small divine core. After all, even if it was hidden deep, as long as the object pierced was large enough, it could fill the opponent, and the core would have nowhere to escape. I'm a little puzzled. What makes you think that I only have this much strength? Surprised? Or confused? Do you find it strange that Sayuketing had the advantage 1 second and lost so quickly the next? Do you two old antiques understand? Xingyu said in a deep voice, we were indeed careless. We didn't expect that you seemed to have only 2 supreme divinities, but actually 3. And at least 2 of them have the same cutting characteristics. Hearing this, Zhang Shengfang laughed and repeated his original words, no, old he, you are still too old and don't know anything. At the side, Wen Kezuo controlled the 273-meter-long cold crocodile mech and slowly moved forward. You will know if you try it. At this time, the fiery mech stopped the frost crocodile mech, and Xingyu's voice came out, don't think about practicing, go together and get rid of Zhang Shengfang as soon as possible. Since he has revealed his trump card, we can also make a move, Xingyu said to Zhang Shengfeng, old Zhang, aren't you surprised by our confidence? From now on, you can go all out. Lest we were once colleagues, and you die with regrets, thinking that you were not given this opportunity. In the cockpit, Zhang Shengfang narrowed his eyes. Compared with the careless Sayuketing just now, it is obvious that the next 2 are the real tough opponents. Moreover, Sayuketing's heavenly skills are indeed far beyond the scope of human knowledge at present, and the repulsive force exerted is even stronger than his full-strength attack in normal state. It can be seen that the 5th era of divinity, this era that has been the longest and most brilliant, has reached the pinnacle in the polishing of combat skills. On the other side, Xingyu and his men are so arrogant, I don't know if Lao Zhang can deal with them successfully. Besides, why do they expect me to come to crack the mystery of the source of divinity? Is this some truth that will be told after the trial? In the super castle, Li Yu has already welcomed the 6th armored man. The armored man's extremely fast attack speed and the powerful defense-breaking power brought by that speed have reduced his most advantageous close combat by half. Generally speaking, close combat is the fastest way to fight. Many battles rely on muscle memory and are fought in a flash, which is very suitable for Li Yu who has practiced prediction into his bones. After all, as long as he slightly squeezes the space of others, the opponent's movements and states are under his control, and he is naturally invincible in close combat. But now this armored man is not only fast in displacement speed, but also fast in starting his hands and feet, and even faster in attack speed. This is also part of the subtle force, which is to coordinate the power of the subtle parts of the body and make a fuss about the instantaneous start speed. The essence of this method is that the neural network can instantly mobilize all the body's subtle force-generating parts to the extent of centimeters or even millimeters. What is needed is the integration of mind, eyes, and hands. Once this is achieved, the body can reach its peak in terms of rapid activation speed, surpassing all previous strength realms and achieving an almost incredible activation speed. Li Yu had already figured out the principle during his previous rest, and borrowed memory fragments to slightly master this technique. Although limited by time, with his comprehension, I believe that after further actual combat attempts, he will soon be able to master it perfectly. Fortunately, my soul strength is high enough, otherwise even if I figured out the principle, I would not be able to complete this level of fine activation. This time, my skills are not yet proficient, and I have to rush forward. With a flash of thought, he began to rush forward. Whoosh! Exclamation mark. The micro-level flash was activated, and his body suddenly left a trail of afterimages on the flat ground, as if he was in a kaleidoscope, leaving countless mirror images. The armored man also approached suddenly and flashed behind Li Yi. Then, a punch hit the back of Li Yi's head in the blink of an eye. It was still that lightning-fast attack speed. As the fists came, Li Yi changed his shape and disappeared suddenly. Although he wanted to attack, since he was surrounded behind him, he could only keep dodging. He was very patient. Since he couldn't attack, he would just deal with it. With his ability to deal with it, he was not afraid of not finding the flaws of the armored man. In just a moment, the two sides chased and flashed. Bang! During the chase, the armored man suddenly hit Li Yi's chest with a punch again. Li Yi's body suddenly flew backwards, rolling on the ground like a drum for more than 10 times before he could barely resolve the terrifying impact. He gritted his teeth. Damn, the starting speed was too fast, and the superposition of the steel power brought unparalleled destructive power to the armored man's punch. If he hadn't decisively flown backwards just now, his heart would have been damaged. Immediately, he adjusted his breathing and no longer hesitated. He decided to try the sole secret method that he had translated half of before, the vacuum purification method. He didn't practice before because he didn't translate it completely and was worried about problems. But now, there is nothing to hesitate. As long as he can use this secret method to dissolve enough soul impurities and redundant memories, he will be able to make his ego's essence more effective. In this way, there may be a chance to defeat the sixth armored man. However, this secret method originally needs to be practiced in a vacuum environment. But this is inside the super castle, the environment is special, and it may not meet the requirements of practice. Immediately, he began to release the suppression of the ego and contact the external environment according to the familiar method before. Fortunately, he is now in the state of ego's essence, and his self-control is very strong. Even in the battle, he can be distracted and continue to practice the secret method. However, the consequence of distraction is that his flash is more likely to be caught by the armored man. Bang! Another heavy punch. He did the same thing and flew backwards to dissolve the impact. But the next moment, the armored man flashed on him and punched him like lightning. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 237 Crushing. This punch, without any fancy moves, hit Li Yi's back. Bang! The soft power of the silk-wrapped silk on his back was released. Li Yi accurately guessed the soft power of the armored man and directly offset it. At the same time, he fell forward and flew out close to the ground. He had already predicted that he could not dodge it, so he simply used the old routine, continuing to dissolve the soft power of the silk-wrapped silk while using the force to escape. Good guy, this punch is getting stronger and stronger. In just a short while, his body had suffered a lot of internal injuries of varying degrees. It was also thanks to his strong physique and strong self-control that he quickly adjusted his ki and blood, so he did not lose quickly. Fortunately, Li Yi managed for a long time, and the vacuum purification method finally succeeded. In an instant, a large amount of soul impurities and redundant memories were sucked away in this abnormal environment. At this moment, Li Yi realized that he seemed to have won the prize. This trial field is actually a great place to practice this vacuum purification method. Although the information prompted by the secret method requires it to be in the vacuum of the universe. Because the vacuum of the universe is a void space, it has a suction effect on the impurities of the soul. But now it seems that this place is probably pure. He felt as if his soul had entered a new space, and he seemed to be able to see more different things. Then, his soul seemed to have become a universe of stars. Then, silent stars rose up, passing by like meteors. Boom. Boom. In his soul, a large amount of redundant memory was cleared, his mind became clearer, and his soul was running faster and faster. At this moment, he also mastered the subtle speed integration that he had just become familiar with in the blink of an eye with his super basic skills. Li Yi was infinitely surprised, and now he had the confidence to pick the remaining 4 armored men. At this time, the armored man rushed over again and punched out quickly. In Li Yi's eyes, this punch was no longer the unpredictable speed before, and the signs became extremely obvious. Snap! He suddenly stretched out his fist, grabbed the armored man's fist, and launched the silk-wrapped strength to directly offset the opponent's strength. Then, suddenly lifted it. The armored man was directly driven by Li Yi's huge force and thrown to the ground. Snap! The armored man hit the ground with his back, and the soft power of the silk-wrapped silk dissipated the impact. However, even so, the hard ground still broke into spider-web cracks. Then, Li Yi raised his foot, high above his head, and chopped it down suddenly like a battle axe. Bang! The armored man's chest was hit by the heel, and it sank directly downwards, and his limbs kicked up passively. Li Yi took advantage of the situation and chopped down with another battle axe-like heel. Bang! The armored man's chest was broken, his body shook violently, and he completely lost his movement, and his body turned into light particles and disappeared. Li Yi was shocked. I succeeded in taking him away in one wave, so my soul strength is so strong? Using this activation technique, The activation speed of each move is so fast. The micro-level high-speed activation technique has enhanced his soul strength to an unprecedented level, and the activation effect is far better than that of the original Armored Man. After a while, he understood. No wonder I have absorbed memory fragments for so long, but the increase in soul strength is getting lower and lower, although it is also due to the long tail effect. It is more likely that there are redundant memories and too many soul impurities, which have delayed the increase in soul strength. It is better to go light than to carry a heavy load, although he can accommodate a large amount of redundant memories after the surge in his soul this time. But obviously, it is also very important to clean up and keep the soul pure at all times. In a flash of thought, he closed his eyes and began to absorb new memory fragments. With the soul purification method, he is like a tiger with wings. I believe that the increase in soul strength will reach a considerable speed. At that time, the condensation speed of the divine gene will also increase accordingly. Step, step, step. The seventh armored man stepped out. On the other side, Zhang Shengfang was in a hard fight. Bang, bang, bang. In the flash of red flames, the Tanya Mecha retreated step by step. The flaming mecha controlled by Xingyu is indeed extraordinary. He has mastered 6 ultimate moves, each of which can exert a power comparable to the strongest characteristics, or even more. Wen Kezuo has also mastered 4 ultimate moves, and his strength is also extraordinary. Moreover, in addition to the ultimate moves of the heavenly rank, each of them has perfect level gun skills. Xingyu has perfect level sword skills, and Wen Kezuo has perfect level knife skills. Combined with their own ultimate moves of the heavenly rank, the lethality is extremely strong. Even though the tonnage of their divine mechas is too different, they still can't get much benefit from joining forces. However, although he was in a tough battle, Zhang Shengfang's mentality was quite relaxed. During the fight, even though he was temporarily at a disadvantage, he still spoke with ease. Interesting, I understand. Your heavenly rank tricks are actually matched with the sequence you chose when you first advanced, right? Use the divine gene combinations accumulated and tried by countless predecessors to screen out the most likely and most excellent heavenly rank characteristic combinations. Then, use this specific heavenly rank characteristic to perform those well-honed combination skills. In this way, your heavenly rank A high level is enough to reverse most of the S level in our era, right? And if it is the S level of your era, it also has the strength to reverse double S level. Xingyu sneered. Yes. Our ancestors have worked hard to start a business and accumulated vast knowledge and skills for thousands of generations. If it were not for the limitations of this body, how could you have such spare time? As he was speaking, boom. The heavenly rank trick of the cold crocodile mecha was activated, like a thunderous flash, and the ice blue divine energy cannon wrapped in an air vortex rushed towards the Tanya mecha. The Tanya mecha was infused with divinity, and its cutting properties burst out, and it slashed down with a sword. Who would have thought that when the sword was slashed down, the blade was frozen just halfway through? With a sizzle, the ice extended up along the blade. The Tanya mecha swung the sword again, and the strongest divinity of the sword burst out, and only then did it shake off the ice. But just like that, the divinity consumed was huge. Which shows that the cold contained in the freezing wave of the cold crocodile is by no means comparable to ordinary freezing cannons. Immediately afterwards, the body of the flaming mecha suddenly jumped up, approached the Tanya mecha, raised the sky-breaking sword above the top, and slashed down. The red sword light suddenly stretched out, covering a distance of 1,000 meters, and unexpectedly slashed in front of the Tanya mecha without warning. On the other side, the cold crocodile mecha also slashed across with a knife, and the ice blue blade light drew a terrifying semicircle, intersecting with the red sword light. Ice and fire overlapped, and suddenly an unprecedented impact force erupted. The huge sword light and knife light engulfed the Tanya mecha in an instant. Boom! The bluish-white divine shield outside the Tanya mecha suddenly emerged and countered it. Chi-chi-chi! In an instant, the divine collided and the glow shone. In the cockpit, Zhang Shengfang narrowed his eyes slightly. It's almost done. Chapter 238 Inheritance. Bang! Li Yun made a lightning-fast move, hitting the armored man in front with 3 consecutive punches. Snap! The armored man shook his body and slowly fell down. Then, light particles appeared on this hard body and quickly dissipated in front. Li Yun let out a long breath and released a burst skill. Finally, he defeated all the armored men. It was not easy. The 3 behind him were also very strong. The enhanced abilities of the subtle skills that appeared before were all millimeter-level subtle power, including silk thread power, silk wrap hard and soft power, subtle flash, subtle shock wave, subtle start, etc., are all enhanced versions of one or two aspects, and their strengths are stronger than one. Fortunately, after his breakthrough in the soul secret method, his soul strength has a horizontal leap. Therefore, he has also reached a level of mastery of various skills, from entering and exiting the centimeter level, approaching the millimeter level, and steadily reaching the millimeter level of subtle power. The difficulties caused by the three behind him are not as difficult as those in the front. This also allowed Li Yi to successfully complete all challenges within 1 hour when he entered the trial challenge for the third time. He closed his eyes for a while to review and absorb the newly generated memory fragments, and then he heard a grand voice coming over. Congratulations, you have completed the first trial of the micro level. Next, please choose which of the following core inheritances to inherit. The first category, the core inheritance of the second era of divinity, construction of medium-sized Stargate transmission, construction of the internal drive system of the divine Mecha, construction of bionic limbs and neural networks of the divine Mecha, manufacturing of space-time propulsion. The second category, the core inheritance of the third era of divinity, manufacturing of divine armor. The third category, the core inheritance of the fourth era of divinity, mechanization of divine creatures. The fourth category, the core inheritance of the fifth era of divinity, artificial soul breeding. Please choose any one type of inheritance knowledge to inherit. After learning, please try to use your knowledge to solve the puzzle of the lost world. Note that when you choose part of the core inheritance, you will also get part of the puzzle at the same time. Please be careful not to miss any information. Please choose the core inheritance you need as soon as possible. Li Yi thought for a moment and tried to say, I have a question, can I consult? The grand voice said, please choose as soon as possible. Li Yi said, for example, after choosing a core inheritance, can I continue to obtain other core inheritances? The grand voice said, please choose as soon as possible. Li Yi did not give up and continued to ask, what kind of puzzle is it? What kind of inheritance do you choose? Does it mean that the puzzle is also different? A loud voice said, you only have 10 seconds left to choose. Please choose as soon as possible. If you exceed the time limit, it will be regarded as giving up solving the puzzle. Li Yi was helpless. Knowing that this thing could not get other information, he said the answer he had already thought of. I choose the second era of divinity, the technology of building bionic limbs and neural networks of divinity Mecha. In fact, technologies such as artificial soul breeding, space-time propulsion, and medium-sized Stargate construction are also good choices. However, there are 3 characters from the 5th era outside. They may also have mastered similar technologies. If they learn them, it would be a waste of opportunity. After all, it is still possible to get the corresponding technology from Xingyu and others in the future. After that, he considered that this so-called civilization inheritance needed to solve the puzzle, so he gave priority to the technology of the second era. According to what Xingyu and others said before, the technology of the second era was extremely brilliant and close to the era where the puzzle might be. Therefore, after thinking about it, he simply started with the technology that humans need most at present. If the problem of man-made mecha can be solved by these bionic and neural network technologies, perhaps humans can use them to realize the method of mass troop expansion and solve most of the problems of war. Then, as the sound he chose was uttered, the field was quiet for a while. Suddenly, buzz! His head shook, as if it was hit by something. A large number of memory images suddenly flooded into his mind. Part of it was a large amount of knowledge related to bionic and neural network technology. The other part seemed to have some kind of force viewing attribute, which suddenly pulled him into the viewing field of vision. Soon, he saw countless contents. The red sky and earth, blood-stained flags, and broken limbs all over the ground suddenly invaded the field of vision. Above, there was a supergiant as majestic as a star, bowing down, bringing its giant face comparable to a superplanet close to the surface of the earth. The giant face had thin eyes and long eyebrows, round pupils and slit eyelids, a wide forehead and a mountain nose, a pagoda on the top, and a 1,000-foot-long rosy glow on the back. Between breaths, the wind whistled and swept everything. The supergiant slowly stretched out his hand and struck down the infinitely large flesh palm. In an instant, the sky and the earth were covered, and the brilliance disappeared. Then, the scene changed. Bang, bang. After a shake, Li Yi found that he seemed to have turned into a young armored man, riding on a centipede-shaped rail car and slowly driving into an underground space. At his hand, there seemed to be a worm-shaped communicator, and a communication phone came from it. The voice was the armored man's voice. "Hey, let me congratulate you on your admission to the First Institute of Divine Research. Your brother, may not be able to see you often in the future." Li Yu found himself responding to this voice. He knew that he should have entered the memory of a certain armored man. He only heard the character called A answer, "Brother, don't say that, you are the director of the Second Institute. I still have many questions to ask you." Haha, the First Institute is amazing. I won't have the face to call myself the director in front of you in the future. After saying a few words, he hung up the call. Then, a slender armored figure next to him, who was obviously a woman, spoke to A. "Just finished talking to your family." A was stunned for a moment, and replied politely, "Yes, is your sister also a new researcher in the First Institute?" The slender armored man smiled and said, "Yes, my name is Katya, hello. The main research project I was admitted to this time is tracing the origin of divinity." "What about you?" A said. "My main research project is to build an overclocked neural network." Katya was surprised and said, "That's a popular project. You are very capable to be admitted," A said shyly. "It's okay. Doesn't the project of tracing the origin of divinity sound amazing? If we can really figure out what divinity is, perhaps our civilization will make another leap forward." Katya shrugged and said, "It's just an unpopular project. With my score, I can only rely on this unpopular category." A said in disbelief, "I saw your sister just solving the puzzle of divinity, and her speed is very fast. At this level, even if it is an unpopular subject, her score is definitely not lower than mine." Katya was surprised and said, "I didn't solve the problem after I got on the bus. Where did you see me?" A smiled slightly and said, "It's just that my sister didn't notice me. In fact, I had been paying attention to my sister for a long time while waiting for the bus." Then, the scene ended and turned to other scenes. At this time, Li Yu found that he was still this A. There was a bathroom in front of him with a big mirror. He was adjusting his clothes in front of the mirror. He seemed to be a little older than the last time he saw him. At this moment, A smiled slightly at the mirror and strode out of the bathroom. In the corridor, everyone who passed by greeted A and said hello. A nodded slightly with reserve. It seemed that they had walked all the way to a huge meeting hall. A walked directly to the podium. Amid the cheers of a group of armored people, he slowly said, "Hello everyone, I am Leming Yi. I believe you all know me. I believe you all know that after more than 10 years of research by my wife and I, we finally cracked the latest manufacturing process of overclocking neural networks and firmly grasped the core knowledge of the first civilization of divinity. From today on, we armored people will no longer be restricted by those extremely powerful divine creatures, and we will win back our freedom. Next, I will introduce in detail where our breakthrough technology is." At this time, someone on the stage shouted loudly, "You war maniac. Under the rule of the gods, we armored people live a stable life. What's wrong with that? You have to make the forbidden weapons of the first civilization and provoke a war between us armored people and the gods. Do you have to make all the lives of the people?" As he said that, someone took some rotten food and threw it heavily, hitting A. Click. The screen went black and turned again. Li Yu found that he was not the character of A this time. It was actually Kachuya. At this time, Kachuya slowly walked to the door of an unusually wide ruins and looked up at the passageway hundreds of meters high in front. There were some complex characters written at the door, which Li Yu had never seen before. The only similarity was perhaps the altar characters of the Gourd civilization. The charm was somewhat similar, but Li Yu found that it was obviously not. "Professor, is this ruin really the legendary first ruin of divinity, the legendary root ruin that gave birth to divinity?" an armored man asked beside him. Kachuya said slowly, "According to the verification of multiple sources, it should be correct. Let's go, let's drive in." 3 flying cars flew out and quickly went deep into the ruins. "It's so gloomy and depressing." As he was talking, suddenly, the armored man who spoke disappeared without knowing when. Katya turned her head and shook her head, saying, "It looks like the ban has been triggered. Everyone, don't talk too much and move forward with peace of mind. Don't speak if you feel anything wrong." As she spoke, Katya's figure suddenly disappeared in front of everyone. At this time, Li Yu followed Katya to an extremely deep passage. "Damn, this has triggered the ban. Hey, what are these words?" Katya was not restricted in her movements. Although the passage was narrow, it was obviously able to move normally. She turned on the flashlight and soon saw a bunch of extremely mysterious words engraved on the wall of the passage. It was surprisingly the same source as the words engraved on the entrance of the ruins. Liu listened to Katya slowly reading out, records of signs of disasters, records of the origin of divinity. Chapter 239 Startup. When Katya translated it, the language was sophisticated and the grammar was retro. Liu rarely heard such a thing, so it was indeed much slower than usual to translate it. Fortunately, Katya read and translated at the same time, and Liu referred to the words on the wall and found some patterns. Divine Civilization Calendar, 4000th cycle year, the Masters sat on the throne of power, invincible for all eternity. When the power was exhausted, the 5 bodies withered and fear gradually grew. One day, the Master of Creation summoned everyone to discuss matters in front of the Starry Palace. Katya paused when she read this. Liu was also confused. Starry Palace? Isn't this the work of the Time and Space Supreme of the next era? Is it a duplicate name, or did the Time and Space Supreme inherit the item and then transform it? I just heard Kuchuaya continue to translate. The Lord of Creation asked everyone, life will decline, and eternal life will not exist. What should we do? The Lord of Eternal Light said, I transform my original self into eternal light, which may help the body to gradually decline. However, eternal light is hard to find, and I am also hard to find. The Lord of Cosmic Light said, I can also transform myself into cosmic light. However, cosmic light is immeasurable, time is long, and my original self is easy to dissipate. The Lord of Golden Glory said, my existence is all due to the war. If war lasts forever, I may also live forever. However, civilization is born by chance and destroyed by necessity. I am not sure that it will be smoothly rotated. The Lord of Divine Change said, I have a good plan to save you brothers from danger. Just as Kuchuaya read this, Liu felt Kuchuaya's shock. Then, his eyes went black and he had come to another scene. This time, Liu saw Kuchuaya again. At this time, Katya, like A, stood in a crowded venue, seemingly giving a speech. The audience was surging with excitement, shouting Katya's full name, or a name similar to title. Dawn Disciple Yi Holy Land Envoy Katya. The gods' intention to enslave our armored civilization is known. They are just thieves who steal power. Do you really think you can be satisfied with such a life? What stable life is just to fatten you up and wait for the harvest? Someone in the audience also responded loudly, overthrow the gods and give me freedom. At the same time, a rumbling sound suddenly came from the venue. The dome was lifted, and a huge divine mecha poked its head down, with its huge eyes emitting overflowing red light. Then, it opened its mouth and sprayed the divine energy cannon at the venue, where at least tens of thousands of people gathered. Boom, boom, boom. At this point, the scene changes again. This time, Liu returns to the perspective of A. The scene is indoors, with pure white floors and walls, no windows, and only one entrance and exit. In front is a place similar to a human operating table. A silvery and smooth steel long bed, with some mechanical creations on both sides of the bed, lenses, brackets, rockers, telescopic tables, which should be some microscopic and detection creations. At this time, A is looking at a short armored man in front of him, who is several dozen meters tall. The armor layer covering this armored man has not yet become hard, and his body has a soft visual feeling. It is the armored man of the larval body, but the gender is not easy to identify for the time being. A said slowly to the young armored man, from today on, your name is Katya. You will inherit your mother's will and overthrow the gods. Come on the operating table. I will perform a transformation operation on you and remove unnecessary organs from the outer layer. The young armored man asked, am I not numbered 4572? Yes, but from today on, you will also be named Katya. Come on up, don't be afraid, everything will be quick. After the removal experiment is completed, I will make you the first real bionic limb of our armored man in a new neural network. 4572 said ignorantly, okay, master, how big will my bionic limb be? A smiled and said, at least as big as a star. Then, the screen went black and turned again. Liu was still from A's perspective this time. The scene was a mechanical planet made of steel. A stood on a high platform and overlooked the mechanical plane below. Finally succeeded. Congratulations, Saint. This will be the most memorable day since we, the armored people, started to rebel against the gods. Behind A was a female armored person who looked very similar to Katya. This female armored person had a slender figure, a fair face, and a beautiful chin line. Although the area around her eyes was covered by a glazed mask, it still did not hide her pure beauty. From Ai's perspective, Liu could clearly feel Ai's wonderful emotions. It was a mixture of many emotions such as excitement, sentimentality, sadness, and guilt. Ai shook his head and said, "It's been a long time since we last met. Why do you call me a saint when others call me a saint?" The female armored person said slowly, "You are the leader of all armored people. If not a saint, what should I call you?" Ai laughed and sighed, "There is no saint. It's just luck. Come on, Katya, you start Unit 01. I'll give you the power to start it." Katya shook her head and said, "No, it's your turn." Ai insisted, "You start it. Don't refuse. Once you miss the best time, you may not be able to start it successfully. Do you want to be the sinner of the failed start?" After hearing this big talk, Katya had to accept it and said, "Then, what should I do?" Ai reported a string of numbers and said, "This is the initial start key. You can now enter the control system at the monitoring station and enter the initial key to confirm the start." Katya did as she was told. Soon, accompanied by a huge rumbling sound, the entire platform shook. Katya asked, "Saint, is this normal? Why is it just vibrating but not moving?" Ai also frowned and said, "It's not normal. The maintenance work should have been completed. There should be no problems with all the system routes. How could it fail to start?" At the same time, a meteor flashed across the sky, leaving a trail of flames that stretched for dozens of kilometers. Immediately afterwards, a divine mecha appeared at the far end of Ai's vision, getting closer and bigger. Damn it, how could the god's apostles descend at this location? Who leaked the news? Ai clenched the railing of the platform with his hands, his face full of disbelief. Boom, boom, boom. A series of huge divine energy cannons came crashing down, and the picture in front of Liu went black again. The picture seemed to end. Liu opened his eyes. "It's over now. I've been looking at it for a long time, and I can see what it has to do with the mystery of the origin of divinity. The scene that is most related is obviously covered up. Are the so-called gods they call just divine creatures, or the various masters mentioned above? What is the relationship between the two sides of the war in the origin of divinity?" While thinking, Liu also saw a lot of knowledge about bionic technology and neural network technology. This knowledge is recorded in armored human language, which happens to be Liu's expertise, so it is convenient to decipher. He walked forward while checking the corresponding technical knowledge in his mind. What should I do next? I saw the puzzle, but how can I tell you if I solve it? Is the mystery of the origin of divinity what I need to solve? He shouted and walked forward, but found that there was no movement around. Did the grand voice move away after arranging the task, or was there something else? If there was no movement next, wouldn't he do nothing? Even how to leave would be a problem. Suddenly, Liu frowned slightly. He actually felt the presence of divinity again. Did the control program behind the scenes lift the restrictions? Without thinking too much, he directly extended the translucent divinity behind him and turned into long wings, flapping his wings and taking off. In the whistling airflow, he quickly flew up and flew out to the stairs far away from the flat ground. As his divinity recovered, he had already seen something he needed. There was a huge square quiet room in front of him. Judging from its shape, it was probably a divine mecha warehouse. Soon, he flew into the divine mecha warehouse and saw rows of kilometer-level mechas in front of him. There were a total of 20 kilometer-level, that is, SS-level mechas. There were also 10 S-level and 10 A-level. Liu's face was a little strange. When he saw the scenes presented in his memory before, there were often divine mechas tens of thousands of meters high. Now looking at these mechas within a kilometer, there was always a feeling of being in another world. Now the Xianwang mecha is not around, and the battle on Zhang Shengfang's side may not be resolved smoothly. Therefore, Liu planned to control a brand new divine mecha and go out to help Zhang Shengfang. However, there was not a single B-level divine mecha in front of him, which made him feel troubled. After thinking for a moment, he immediately made up his mind. Well, my current normal physical strength is at least comparable to the second stage of the heavenly position. With the addition of the burst skill, if I force it, I can probably control a divine mecha of about 220 meters. In this case, why not take this opportunity to control the A-level mecha and also take this opportunity to obtain the corresponding divinity? Thinking of this, he immediately flew to the front of the 10 A-level divine mechas and observed them. These 10 seem to be of the alien god sequence, and their shapes are obviously different from the 4 common sequences of wind, fire, ice and thunder. Suddenly, his eyes moved slightly. Is this a Gaia God sequence mecha? I have the gravity god gene, so I should be able to control this one. This Gaia God sequence mecha is 211 meters long, with a strong body proportion, blue and red throughout, and large and neat textures. It has short blunt rounded corners on the top of its head, shiny skin, bulging eyes, round and flat chest armor, and sword-shaped shoulder armor. The overall appearance is tough and handsome, in line with human aesthetics. Although he was not wearing any divine weapons and did not have any thrusters, Li Yu did not hesitate and immediately put his palm on it. It was just a temporary control, and the divine matching was enough. Sure enough, as he put his hand on it, a wonderful resonant sound came slowly. Li Yu jumped up, flew to the position of the insertion cabin, opened it, and entered. Then, start. Soon, with Li Yu's operation, the Gaia Mecha suddenly opened his eyes. It's feasible, the fit is good. Immediately, under Li Yu's control, the Gaia Mecha ran towards the direction of the super gate. Boom. 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 This Gaia Mecha is indeed extraordinary. Every time it steps on the ground, it actually feels infinite power. It seems that divine mechas such as the Celestial God sequence and the Gaia God sequence should have additional help when they are used on planets with corresponding names. Soon, the Gaia Mecha ran to the door of the super castle. Support the door with both arms and exert force left and right. Click, click, click. With a huge force of the Gaia Mecha, the 1,000-meter-high door gap slowly opened. As the door cracked open, the sound of bangs and collisions came like a tide. Immediately afterwards, the scene of three divine mechas fighting fiercely appeared in front of Li Yu's control interface. They were the Flame Mecha, Frost Crocodile Mecha, and Tanya Mecha in the duel. As the door was pushed open, the battle in front also ended, and each distanced themselves and became alert. After all, the door suddenly opened, and who knew what happened? When Xingyu in the Flame Mecha saw the Gaia Mecha pushing the door, he was also a little stunned. What the hell is this mecha? Why did it suddenly appear? Chapter 240, Reverse Slash. The moment he pushed the door, Li Yu immediately observed the situation of the four mechas, and his eyes moved slightly. In addition to the mecha of Seikiden, including Xingyu's Fiery Mecha, Wen Qi's Frost Crocodile Mecha, and Zhang Shengfang's Tanya Mecha, each of them had injuries. The shoulders, waist, abdomen, thighs and other parts were all damaged to varying degrees, revealing the bionic muscle tissue of the divine mecha. An hour later, as Li Yu expected, the battle was still undecided. Moreover, judging from the damage to the surrounding scenes, most of them had already used their ultimate moves and given some of their best tricks. But there was still no winner, and it cannot be said that there were many problems. Two divine mechas that were only less than 300 meters long could actually tie with Zhang Shengfang's Tanya Mecha. Just thinking about it made Li Yu feel terrified. The combat power of the Resurrectors seems to be extraordinary, 280 meters and 420 meters, even if it's 2 against 1, it shows that Xingyu and these two guys are extremely strong in single combat. While Li Yu's mind quickly flashed, he also sent a message to Zhang Shengfeng, Commander Zhang, it's me, Li Yu. Zhang Shengfeng was slightly stunned, and immediately responded, it seems that you have completed the so-called trial? Did you get this mecha from there? Li Yu said, yes, Commander Zhang, the strength of these two Resurrectors is so terrifying that even you can't take them down. Zhang Shengfeng laughed and said, there's nothing we can do. The fighting style of these two Resurrectors is too tricky. Li Yu's heart moved slightly, and he asked, Commander Zhang seems to be at ease. Does he have a solution? Zhang Shengfeng said, originally, I wanted to use my ultimate move to wipe out these two in one breath, but since you can control this 200-meter divine mecha, I think your combat power is not weak. Help me hold Wen Qi for 10 seconds, and wait for me to kill this old coffin Xingyu. Li Yu said, well, although I originally wanted to help, but now that I hear what the commander said, I still feel that I should come a little later. After a small joke, Li Yu drove the Gaia Mecha forward quickly. Boom. The ground was filled with the sound of the Gaia Mecha stepping on the ground. Because the two communicated very quickly, Xingyu and the others were stunned, because they could not judge the situation of this mysterious mecha, and did not act rashly. But as the Gaia Mecha jumped out quickly, it did not make any moves to the Tanya Mecha beside the door, but rushed straight to it, and they immediately figured it out. Li Yi. Did you get the puzzle information? Did you solve it? Where did you get this divine mecha? Xingyu asked a series of questions, and the Gaia Mecha did not waver. and it had already suddenly leaned towards the cold crocodile mecha of Wenqi. Bang! The cold crocodile mecha drew its sword and chopped it down. Whoosh! The blade passed by, and countless sharp ice cubes were wrapped in sharpened divinity, with extremely strong heavenly power, tearing the air, like a large cold wave, sweeping towards the Gaia mecha. This move was a fierce heavenly move, the ice-sharp cold wave slash. In the blink of an eye, this cold wave was about to engulf the Gaia mecha. But at this critical moment, Gaia's body and footsteps exerted force, and under Li Yi's control, the micro-level flash was activated. Swish! Boom! The cold wave surged and pounced on the 1,000-meter gate that had automatically closed. Countless sharp ice rays inside crackled and hit the hard gate, leaving countless 7 or 8 meters deep cracks and freezing a large number of ice lumps. The next moment, the huge body of the Gaia mecha had quietly appeared next to the cold crocodile mecha. Then, the micro-level started to start, and a punch was incredibly fast, quietly hitting the head of the cold crocodile mecha. At this critical moment, Wenqi was indeed a strong man who had revived from the 5th era. His reaction speed was indeed good. He raised his hand and slashed across his head with a knife. Bang! Under the huge force, the 270-meter-tall frost crocodile mech retreated 3 or 4 steps. The Gaia mech took advantage of the situation and burst out with its subtle skills. It punched like lightning in an instant, but was extremely hidden and silent. It shot out one punch after another, and beat the frost crocodile mech so hard that it didn't even have the room to fight back with a knife. It couldn't even get a gap to play its heavenly tricks. After 3 trials of Li Yi's fighting realm and the improvement of the vacuum purification method, his reaction speed and fighting skills had already made a huge leap. At this moment, he was driving the Gaia mech, which was just over 200 meters long, and the 3.1 burst skills were fully activated. In close combat, he was invincible. On the scene, this frost crocodile mech, which was powerful enough to defeat the conventional S-class, was suppressed by the Gaia mech. Even Xingyu and Zhang Shengfeng, who were controlling the mechas to charge, were a little stunned. Especially Xingyu. It was unbelievable. What kind of strong medicine did this kid take? How can he exert such a strong fighting power? Wenqi sent a message while fighting. He is in the micro-level fighting realm. His attack speed and reaction speed are very fierce. I can't resist him. I don't even have the chance to use the ultimate moves of the heavenly level. Boss, come and help me. I only need a moment of space to kill him with the ultimate moves of the heavenly level. Xingyu cursed. Do you think I'm relaxed? Without your help, how can I be the opponent of Zhang Shengfeng alone? The two of them fought and cursed. Obviously seeing the change in the situation, they no longer had the heart to stay for a long battle and were ready to withdraw at any time. You dare to be distracted when fighting with me, Tisk. Suddenly, the Tanya mech slashed down with a sword, seizing the opportunity to swiftly cut off the arm of the flame mech holding the sword. Snap! Before the arm hit the ground, the Tanya mech was like a tiger out of its cage, suddenly showing its fangs, and slashed 3 times in an instant. Snap! Snap! Each sword accurately cut the limbs of the flame mech. Oldly, do you think that I have been suppressed by YouTube before, and you are really awesome? Isn't it because I want to steal your 5th era tactics? Laughing, he cut open the head of the flame mech and flew out. The Tanya mech's sudden explosion made the flame mech have no chance to use the heavenly position trick, and it was defeated immediately. Just as the Tanya mech was about to rush up. Captain Zhang, no need to help, I will win this battle. Zhang Shengfeng listened to Li Yi's extremely confident message, and was stunned at first, and then smiled. Good boy, you are the first one who dares to claim to kill a high-level heavenly rank with your body of superiority. During the battle, Li Yi did not forget to respond. Although I am still in the upper position and have not yet achieved the 3-element integration, the number of condensed divine genes is already more than that of the 3rd level heavenly rank. Captain Zhang, just scout for me. As soon as the voice fell, the Gaia mecha body shot out and suddenly withdrew from the battle group, and suddenly came to the side of the fiery mecha and picked up the B-level sky-breaking sword. Seeing this, Wenqi felt a chill in his heart, but he did not intend to use the heavenly rank's ultimate move. He controlled the body of the cold crocodile to shake violently, and the flames behind it flashed, and it suddenly shut out. Seeing that the situation was not good, he wanted to escape. The Gaia mecha did not wear a thruster, and immediately opened its upper and lower jaws to intercept with a divine energy cannon. On this side, the Tanya mecha suddenly flashed, and the blue-white flames behind it flashed. Whoosh! In a moment, It swept an arc, and arrived in front of the cold crocodile mech, and suddenly kicked out. Bang! The cold crocodile mech fell straight down from midair. Li Yi's eyes lit up, so good to intercept. He immediately controlled the Gaia mech to rush forward. Air step. Boom. 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 The Gaia mech accelerated to the extreme, and the subtle steel power was activated, and the divine power was entangled and sharpened the sword. While running, the subtle flash appeared and started. Whoosh! The huge Gaia mech suddenly disappeared from the spot. Then, a sword slashed horizontally. Swish! This sword, the cold crocodile mech, which had not yet completely fallen to the ground, could not react in time, and its head and body were cut in half, neatly split into two parts. With a rumbling sound, the Gaia mech did not look back, slowly recovered from the accelerated posture of diving, and stood up. The Gaia mech landed, stepped on the head of the cold crocodile mech, and pushed and pulled it a few times like stepping on a football. It was over with just one strike. I thought you two would have to fight for dozens of moves to take him down, Zhang Shengfang praised. That strike was good, the timing was very accurate. Li Yi shook his head and said, if Wenqizuo hadn't run away, he could have fought with me for dozens of moves. But he was courting death by running away just now, Zhang Shengfang said. Good boy, you made me feel sorry for Wenqizuo. Li Yi shrugged and said, Captain Zhang, you are joking. If it weren't for your kick, I wouldn't have been able to finish the strike so easily. Zhang Shengfang smiled and said, okay, let's not talk about it for now. Let's interrogate these three resurrectors first. I heard that you are good at interrogation. This time, we have to rely on you. The two did not plan to leave the cabin this time, but put the heads of the three mechas together and used the sword blades to pick out the insertion cabin. Soon, the three people were exposed. These three people no longer had human appearances, but turned into armored people who seemed to have no armor. That is, the fingers, faces, and muscle lines in various subtle places were similar to armored people like Dan Chenli. But there was no natural armor on the outside. Instead, it was a mecha pilot suit common to humans. Seeing this, Li Yi and Zhang Shengfang's eyes narrowed slightly. It seemed that this was the appearance of the fifth era of intelligent species. Although the three of them were quite powerful, they did not have the physical strength of Dan Chenli to break through the S-class mecha. Facing the two divine mechas staring at them, they naturally did not dare to make any extra moves. Li Yi communicated, the commander's skill in identifying lies is also very good. You ask first and I'll observe. Zhang Shengfang laughed, then turned to the three people and said, I won't say anything about your arrogance just now. You are indeed capable and confident. However, what I'm more curious about is, have you not carefully investigated my strength, or are you too confident in yourself? Just expose yourself blindly like this? Are you sure you won't waste so many years of lurking? Xingyu raised his head and glanced upwards, and said slowly, do you really think we are brainless and arrogant? It's simply because we have been AFK for too long and have insufficient control over our physical bodies. We need to say something to delay time and adapt to the rhythm. Our trigger mechanism is like this. Once the Wushan maze appears, it will trigger our revival and allow us to complete the task. Also, I'm not afraid to tell you that what the three of us brothers present in front of you are just our respective clones. Our original bodies are still roaming around in other places, ready to give you a big blow at any time. Are you afraid? As he spoke, Xingyu and the other two laughed. Even if you beat the three of us today, you can't hide the fact that the Enlightenment Mountain has been opened. Our original bodies will continue to take action in the future, so don't be complacent, Zhang Shengfang said calmly. So? As clones, do you want to commit suicide and end your tragic fate as clones and advance, or do you plan to cooperate with us? Chapter 241 Interrogation. Xingyu sneered, suicide? Why do you think artificial soul technology is the core technology of our civilization? It's because our souls can communicate with each other at any time. Do you think that if you leave us here, you can keep the secret? Naive, too naive. Zhang Shengfang narrowed his eyes slightly, and a murderous look flashed in his heart. He slowly said, very good, let me change the question. Are you old antiques really here to crack the mystery of the so-called source of divinity? Or do you have other intentions? Xingyu smiled and said, otherwise, it seems that you don't understand what the mystery of the source of divinity means. Suddenly, boom, the Tai Mecha punched out like lightning, and with one punch, the last fifth civilization person who turned into Sai Ketting was beaten into meat paste. The ground shook, and Xingyu and Wenkizo's bodies bounced up involuntarily. They didn't seem to expect that the tiny mecha would kill them as soon as it said it would, and they couldn't hide the horror under their eyes. Although they restrained themselves well and concealed it well. But there is no doubt that Li Yi and Zhang Shengfeng, with the detection system turned on, saw all these situations. On the public channel, the two laughed at the same time. Zhang Shengfeng smiled and said, "It seems that even if you really connect with a main soul to exchange information, the damage to this clone is also a big blow to your main soul, since you enjoy the benefit of exchanging information at any time. The damage caused by instant death must also be a big burden on the main soul. You have been bluffing for so long. Don't you just want us to think that you are really not afraid of death? In fact, you also have the price to pay for death, don't you?" The remaining two people's faces immediately darkened. Zhang Shengfeng asked, "Tell me, what does the root of divinity mean, and what is the use of cracking this mystery?" None of the remaining two people spoke. Zhang Shengfeng continued, "In addition, where's your main soul? Lurking in the human territory? Among the heavenly group? Or somewhere else?" The two people also did not speak. Li Yi smiled and said, "I have guessed the proportion of your clone souls to the main soul. It is about 25%, right? As for the hiding place of the main soul, it is mostly still within the scope of the earth, and at the very least, the lurking ones are all heavenly strong men, right? It seems that I was right. Xingyu, when did you replace the original ones? 100 years ago? Then, when was your resurrection time? It was also more than 100 years ago, then. Besides you, who else is still on and off the Yugong ship? Your main soul accounts for at least 75%, so can it only be hidden among the strongest?" Xingyu and Wenkizo also realized that Li Yi and Zhang Shengfeng were using the detection system to explore their physical reactions and check the specific source of information. The moment they realized the problem, the two of them suddenly looked at each other and lip-synced, "Suicide." Immediately afterwards, an invisible soul wave flashed, and the two bodies softened. "Dead." Li Yi frowned and said, "How could they react so quickly?" Zhang Shengfeng shook his head and said, "Your new interrogation method is circulated among those with level 8 authority and above, which has caused them to realize that you are obtaining a lot of information through this interrogation method. I originally thought that level 8 authority was safe enough, but now it seems that this is far from enough. We have to replace it with a new confidentiality system." Li Yi pondered. "However, does Wenkizo also have level 8 authority?" Commander Zhang Shengfeng nodded and said, "As long as you reach the high level of the heavenly rank and have at least 2 heavenly rank tricks, plus enough military merits, you can upgrade to level 8 authority. The strongest ones are the makers of the rules. As long as there is no problem in identification, they will essentially be promoted to level 9. Li Yi pondered, looking at their decisive reaction of committing suicide. "I estimate that the range where their main souls are hidden is mostly the strongest." Zhang Shengfeng's eyes moved slightly, and said, "What do you mean?" Li Yi said, "Generally speaking, there are only 2 ways for the souls of the strong to hide among the strong. The first is to hide in the forest and become one of the strongest. The second is to completely disappear from the range where the strongest may appear and hide in a place where no one would pay attention. And the second one should be impossible, because I have just confirmed the hiding range of their main souls, which is on Earth. Since they are hiding on Earth, it is unlikely that they can hide. There are too many strongest here. If you drive an S-class mecha over, you may find suspicious existences with outstanding physical and spiritual strength, unless the other party has been hiding in the basement of the human urban circle all his life and is only willing to be controlled remotely. But if the other party is really willing to do so, it means that the main souls of these resurrected people are deep and terrifying enough." Zhang Shengfeng nodded slightly. "Based on my understanding of the strongest, I think it is unlikely that they are lurking among the strongest. More likely, it should be the exceptions you mentioned. By the way, what did you figure out in this so-called enlightenment mountain?" Li Yi shook his head and said, "I only got some technical knowledge, the production of bionic limbs and the construction of neural networks, as well as some puzzle images. Technical knowledge is easy to explain, but the puzzle images should contain many key scenes from the second era. A lot has been said, but it seems like nothing has been said. To solve the puzzle, we probably need some clues. These resurrectors should have other clues. Maybe what we need are these memory images in my mind. Moreover, based on the content of my trials in the castle, every time I accept a part of the inherited technology, I will also obtain corresponding memory images. This shows that to solve the puzzle, We should gather the clues in the hands of Hizundeo and others, as well as all the memory images in the Enlightenment Mountain. Combining both, we may be able to obtain the true secret of the source of divinity. It's just that I still don't understand what this mystery means that requires them to spend hundreds of years lurking. Zhang Shengfang pondered and said, I'll take you to see General Manager Lin later. He is knowledgeable and may know more. As he spoke, he briefly recounted the gathering of the Star Clan and the Slaughter Clan and the upcoming war for the opening of the Enlightenment Mountain. Li Yu was surprised and said, how did they determine that the Enlightenment Mountain was opened when they were so far away? Is there another traitor? Zhang Shengfang said, according to the information given by Lao Yi, most of them have their own detection methods. Of course, it is not ruled out that it is a cover-up over there. But the Star Clan, a race with a very different appearance from humans, must not be able to lurk in among us humans, unless they have some transformation-type heavenly characteristics, but as far as I know, this kind of characteristics is quite rare and belongs to acquired concept characteristics, which are difficult to obtain. Li Yu touched his chin and said, acquired concept characteristics. Zhang Shengfang explained, wait until you enter the heavenly position and start to condense the heavenly position characteristics. You will know, conventional characteristics are generally physical characteristics, right? For example, wind, fire, thunder, ice, and life gods all promote physical changes in matter to achieve the effects of characteristics, including celestial gods, gravity gods, light gods, and time and space gods. Their essence is to realize characteristics through physical changes. In the corresponding sequence of wind, fire, thunder, and ice, they must be upgraded to at least the strongest divinity to achieve the effect of conceptual characteristics. As for the acquired concept characteristics, generally speaking, when they reach the heavenly level, they can achieve the effect of the concept characteristics. For example, the characteristics corresponding to words such as deformation, cutting, and flow that are an abstract description of a physical phenomenon are generally acquired concept characteristics. Among them, the space-time characteristics are special because space-time belongs to the four-dimensional concept, but in our three-dimensional universe, space-time changes are produced through physical changes. Therefore, the corresponding characteristics of the space-time god are also called dimensionality reduction concept characteristics, which also belong to acquired concept characteristics. Pure innate concept divinity, such as the god of fate, the god of creation, etc. These characteristics do not use physical changes to produce effects from the source, because fate and creation are themselves secondary abstractions of concepts. For example, fate is considered to be a primary abstract concept characteristic of space-time characteristics, and creation characteristics are considered to be secondary abstract concept characteristics of wind, fire, thunder and ice. Li Yu understood. In other words, all characteristics will advance in the direction of conceptual characteristics, and then evolve into effects similar to root management permissions in software systems. For example, the deformation characteristic initially uses physical changes to achieve deformation. After it has conceptual characteristics, can it violate the principles of physics to deform objects? His current transformation characteristics can indeed slightly violate the principles of physics to transform, and he can freely control whether the transformation is reversible, which is quite convenient. If he advances to the heavenly characteristics, he will most likely be able to violate the principles of physics to control changes on a large scale. Zhang Shengfang nodded and said, yes, one of the characteristics of conceptual characteristics is that they can violate real physics to a relatively high degree and achieve effectiveness. However, even if it is an acquired conceptual characteristic, it is necessary to consume the corresponding divinity to achieve the corresponding goal. Generally speaking, those who want to achieve a large-scale physical counter-effect can only be supported by the divinity reserves of the strongest at this stage. Li Yu thought thoughtfully, is this the so-called power? Zhang Shengfang shook his head and said, power is something that can only be slightly touched by demigods and above. It does not consume divinity in essence, but consumes other things. Conceptual characteristics are just the characteristics of conceptual operations, and the required divinity consumption still exists. For example, Dan Chenli, his body is most likely a top-level demigod, or a quasi-god level. Li Yu nodded and said, then the strongest's physical body can break through a 100-meter mecha. Is it the limit, or is it just a trial run? Zhang Shengfang laughed and said, you are really good. From your question, I can see that you are very ambitious. I am not afraid to tell you that the limit of the best of the strongest is that the physical body can break through a 200-meter mecha, and you can guess how far I can go. Li Yu didn't guess. It sounded like a life-threatening question. Guessing too low or too high was not good. While the two were talking, they were also collecting the spoils. The profits from killing Xingyu and the other two were essentially human property, and no new gains were generated. However, in the super castle, there was also a divine mecha warehouse, as well as the bionics and neural network technology in Li Yi's mind, which were the real big gains. In this regard, Zhang Shengfang praised, "Yes, you are very good at choosing. This thing is indeed what we need most at the moment. With these things, we humans will probably be able to manufacture large mechas by ourselves. You have made so many contributions recently, and I can't think of any good things to reward you." Li Yi immediately said, "No, sir, think about it again. If there is an S-level divine nucleus, just make a plan and take a few." Zhang Shengfang laughed and said, "Well, I will personally count the inventory and arrange some suitable ones for you later." Speaking of S-level nuclei, Li Yi still had some regrets. He thought to himself, "It's a pity that I haven't asked clearly whether the hiding place of their 12 S-level divine nuclei is real or fake. Logically, it should be true, because the time they broke away from the idol hosting state was indeed after the time when I was swept into the Guotao divine mountain by the washing golden light." Soon, the spoils were collected and the two mechas began to fly out of the passage. Halfway through, Zhang Shengfang asked, "Li Yi, a war is about to begin. Are you going to continue to stay here to level up, or go to join the war?" Li Yi did not hesitate, and said in a deep voice, "Of course I will go to join the war. Since I now have the combat power to kill high-level heavenly beings, I should really shoulder some responsibilities. Moreover, a real battle of blood and fire also has a very efficient effect on the cohesion of my divine genes, although there is still a lot of room for improvement in several divisions. Since he knows that the number of strong men on the human side is tight, he will of course go to join the war without hesitation." Zhang Shengfang nodded slightly. "Originally, I wanted you to help me find the hidden resurrector of the fifth era, but in this case, then you should participate in this battle. Remember not to kill yourself. Your future is not just to be the strongest, even if it is for the sake of humanity. You have to escape when necessary. Don't have any psychological burden or self-guilt. I know that in certain critical situations, you will inevitably be limited by emotions and unwilling to abandon your companions, but I want you to know that you must truly examine your own value. Make brave and cold-blooded decisions between humanity and reason. This is a true strong person." Chapter 242 Gathering. There is a medium-sized stargate hidden in the core of the Earth. In addition to a few strong people who were asked to stay behind, the strong people on the Earth, such as the heavenly position, the 3-in-1, and the upper limit, are also arriving at the border star battlefield through the Earth Stargate. Before leaving for the border star battlefield, Li Yi engraved the full set of bionic limbs and neural network technical knowledge and uploaded it to the Academic Review Network. The authority system of the Academic Review Network and the Mecha team is not a confidential system, and the 8th level authority cannot be viewed. Only General Manager Lin and another strong person who focuses on academics have the authority to review. Zhang Shengfang has already done a good job of checking the experts in charge of reviewing other ports in advance. He personally went to the headquarters of the Shengjing Metropolitan Circle to physically check the bodies of all academic experts and confirmed that there were no problems. In this way, Li Yi was relieved to upload it, let the experts review it, and arrange the subsequent cracking and distribution. The cracking here is naturally not the deciphering at the language level. Li Yi has already done the deciphering at the language level. To distribute it out, it is necessary to transform the corresponding various proper nouns and various basic or core knowledge in a way that humans can understand. This is also part of a big project. It doesn't mean that once you have learned the inherited knowledge, you can immediately start building a large-scale mecha for humans. After all, after understanding the corresponding knowledge system, you still need to build the corresponding construction facilities. And through small-scale experiments, you can understand some principles, so as to achieve the effect of learning from others and achieve breakthroughs in other related fields. Therefore, if Li Yi hadn't translated this knowledge into language that humans can understand, other experts would have been at a loss when looking at the original text of the armored human language. This is also because Li Yi now has multiple soul enhancement techniques such as vacuum purification, brain superlifting, self-reflection, and memory fragment supplementation, which makes his brain power comparable to supercomputing, plus the perfect level decryption skills, so that this large amount of knowledge can be translated in a few hours. If a decryption expert with ordinary physical conditions comes, it is estimated that it will take at least several months to complete this decryption work. Of course, the most important thing is that the absorption efficiency of memory fragments has greatly increased as his memory redundancy is cleared. On this basis, he can quickly understand the whole set of knowledge and make a translation. If he wanted to learn this whole set of knowledge and reach the entry level, it would probably take several days of contemplation and the absorption of memory fragments. This set of knowledge, I believe, will also burst out unprecedented potential under the corresponding industrial system of mankind. In addition, Li Yu also got the stock of S-level divine cores he wanted from Zhang Shengfeng as a reward for his knowledge this time. Originally, this kind of knowledge is not an exaggeration to call it a priceless treasure for humans. But value is value, and it must be calculated after all. In the end, he got one S-level divine core of the 4 common sequences of wind, fire, thunder and ice, as well as a full 1 million war merits. To be honest, with his current war merit reserve, it is estimated that it has exceeded most of the high-level heavenly positions. But at his level, war merits seem to be too useless. After all, the stronger the strength, the more you become the pillar of a civilization, and the less you care about war merits. Because sooner or later he will become the maker of rules and the controller of the top level. As for why Zhang Shengfeng actually had a common sequence of wind, fire, thunder and ice S-level divine essence cores, Zhang Shengfeng did not explain much. When Li Yu got these 4 huge S-level divine essence cores, he was still a little surprised. Since he could give them out at will, it means that Zhang Shengfeng has at least managed to condense the divine genes corresponding to these 4 sequences, and may even have converted them into divine essence cores to condense new and powerful divinities. After all, judging from Zhang Shengfeng's previous battles, his major is characteristic cutting. Facing Li Yi's surprised look, Zhang Shengfeng just smiled faintly. Don't guess how strong I am. When you reach my position, you will naturally see clearly. Go quickly, the battle hasn't started yet, it's just right to lead a team. Li Yu shrugged and said, lead a team. This time I plan to be a lone ranger, a mobile soldier. After all, my endurance is still obviously insufficient compared to the real high-level heavenly positions. It's okay to charge and kill, but if I break in for a long time, I will be exposed. Although he is currently much more powerful than his peers with the help of the immortal divine gene, and his endurance is also the best among his peers. But to maintain the high-level combat power of the heavenly position, 3.0 burst skills are indispensable, so his already insufficient endurance will naturally be even more stretched. Zhang Shengfeng thought about it and agreed, so he said, then you should work hard, and try to get a few more high-level heavenly stages. The height of your mecha is also quite confusing. It is just at the middle stage, but it has a chance to defeat the high level in a fight, especially when you encounter those who have not mastered the heavenly stage tricks. It is the perfect time for you to exert your combat power. I will explain your strength to General Manager Lin, and I believe he will give you a proper arrangement at that time. Li Yu was surprised. General Manager Lin is already at the front line. Zhang Shengfeng smiled lightly and said, of course, this battle is also a good opportunity to give the Star Clan a good beating. With General Manager Lin here, we are absolutely invincible. Li Yu's eyes lit up. General Manager Lin is already a demigod-level strongman? Can he deal with the ancestors of the Star Clan? Zhang Shengfeng choked and said, don't even think about demigods. If we humans can produce demigods, we would have crossed the border star and fought the Star Clan long ago. Well, Li Yu immediately knew that he had to work harder. After ending the conversation, Li Yu boarded a new batch of 8 starships. Zhang Shengfeng needs to guard the Earth base camp, and he is also the only powerful person left behind. The Stargate located in the core of the Earth has direct descending elevators in all major bases. After Li Yu found the King of Heaven Mecha, he transported it and the Gaia Mecha into the Mecha transportation channel. Considering that he has not yet condensed the divinity of the King of Heaven Mecha, driving this machine can also achieve super long endurance and Yinran effect, so this one is also prepared to be taken to the battlefield. As for the divine weapon of Gaia Mecha, it has been obtained from Xingyu and can be used seamlessly. Then, another gravity thruster was exchanged in the War Merit Library to complete the equipment of the Mecha. After that, you only need to take the elevator to reach the starship, and go directly from the Stargate on the core of the Earth to the Boundary Stargate. The whole journey only takes about half an hour. Therefore, the Stargate of the Earth will never be opened unless there are special circumstances. Otherwise, once it is forcibly connected by other stargates, the human hinterland will naturally be in danger. Fortunately, as long as the opening time does not exceed 3 days, it is basically impossible for other alien stargates to forcefully shuttle through. Because the stargate itself has its own stargate identification function within the territory, the access rights of all stargates within the territory can be set in advance. When humans inherited this stargate system, they had already discovered that the human territory and the alien territory were naturally separated. On the starship, Li Yi met Liang Zhishan, Ning Fiao and others. They happened to be exploring other divisions before and did not receive any news. It was not until they came out that they knew that the border star had been gathering mecha divisions since the day before yesterday. The place where everyone saw was in the hangar, because before departure, every mecha division needed to confirm whether their exclusive mecha had been loaded into the ship to avoid omissions. Hey, Li Yi, are you also rushing to this starship? Liang Zhishan saw Li Yi from a distance, and jumped down from the high platform on the other side of the hangar and trotted over. Ning Fiao was also startled when she heard the voice. She saw Li Yi checking the mecha below the platform, and then she activated the acceleration feature without hesitation and rushed to Liang Zhishan. Su Weilu, Lin Guotao, Zheng Chaoquan and others were also on the same ship. Obviously, they had all participated in the same Star Division challenge before, and now they were all happy and gathered together. Li Yi turned around and saw a few people. He was also surprised for a moment, then smiled and said, "What a coincidence, we haven't seen each other for a week, right?" Ning Fiao looked at Li Yi, his eyes moved slightly, and thought to himself, after a week, Li Yi has become much stronger, and his soul pressure is like a substance. How come he is still so powerful after leaving the Star Division? Liang Zhishan saw the Gaia Mecha being slowly put into storage by a mechanical arm, and said in shock, "Li Yi, you have been looking at this A-level mecha just now. Have you changed your mecha again? Where is the King of Heaven mecha? I just asked, it hasn't been put into storage yet, it's probably coming soon." Liang Zhishan was immediately relieved and said, "I was scared to death by you. I thought you were going to change your mecha again after just a few months." Lin Guotao also came over and smiled. "Yes. I was shocked to see you looking at this one all the time, but it's okay. By the way, why didn't this heavenly powerful man come to confirm whether the storage was completed?" Chapter 243 Deduction. Su Weilu also came over and said, "Yes, this is the Gaia God series, right? It looks very majestic. I wonder which heavenly rank expert has this exclusive mecha. It is probably Zhao Menghao's level who can drive it." Zheng Chaoqua touched his chin and said, "I don't think I've heard of any well-known heavenly rank expert on Earth who can control Gaia God. Is he newly promoted?" Hu Yidan looked at Li Yi and said, "Is this your mecha?" As expected of Hu Yidan, this martial arts fanatic's intuition. Li Yi smiled and was about to take over. Lin Guotao laughed at this time. How could this be Li Yi's mecha? No matter how Li Yi can defeat Zhao Menghao, he is only an upper-level evolver, not even a heavenly level. How could he control a 200-meter-long A-level mecha? It should be possible for a beginner in A-level, but it is absolutely impossible for a 210-meter-long mecha. Hu Yidan, you are so funny, Long Jinshan echoed. Yes, this is obviously a mecha that can only be controlled by the 5th or 6th level of the heavenly level. How could Li Yi do it? Li Yi said, Hu Yidan is right. This is indeed the mecha I seized in the Jin'ai division. It is also my new vehicle. The Heavenly King mecha will also be used later, but in the next battlefield, the Gaia mecha must be more suitable. Fuck, Su Weilu exclaimed. Really? Ning Fiao was a little unconvinced, but she felt that Li Yi was not the type who liked to joke. Li Yi, are you kidding us? Lin Guotao said. Everyone had different reactions. Li Yi smiled and said, there's no need to tease you. After all, the war is coming. This time I'm going to be involved in a battle at the high level of the heavenly rank, so I won't team up with you. I've checked the latest news. By then, you should be assigned to Instructor Chen and become a member of the 3rd team of the B-level assault team. News. Liang Zhishan quickly checked the task release system on the communicator and refreshed it, but didn't see the latest task information. Fuck, Li Yi, what level of authority do you have? You can even see this information. Here it comes. The news is here. Confirmed to be a member of the B-level assault team, Captain Chen Kai-ongzi. I can understand that Chen Kai-ongzi has been holding back for so many years to ascend to the heavenly rank, but what's wrong with you? Liang Zhishan was stunned. You can see the news in advance. which means you have already reached the 7th level of authority. No, Li Yi, even if your physical strength can fight Zhao Menghao, this is different from driving a divine mecha, right? Hearing Liang Zhishan's words, everyone's eyes lit up. Fuck, has Li Yi really officially ascended to the heavenly rank? For a moment, several people felt that it was outrageous. After all, they hadn't seen each other for only a week. Li Yi smiled and said nothing, and didn't tell them that he was already at the 8th level. Now that he had a record of killing high-level celestial beings, plus enough military exploits and amazing achievements, Zhang Shengfang naturally pulled him up to the 8th level in one fell swoop. The advantage of this is that it prevents his personal information from being viewed by other people with 8th level permissions, and prevents the possibility of further leakage of various important information. Su Weilu's eyes flashed with a thoughtful look, and said, in other words, not only Li Yi has ascended to the celestial level, but Chen Kaiyongzi has also ascended to the celestial level? Your Yaochi ship is really happy with double happiness. Lei Guangyao still didn't believe it, although Li Yi's aura is much stronger. He doesn't have the characteristics that a celestial being should have. How could he be a celestial being? Although he said he didn't believe it, looking at Li Yi's appearance, he faintly believed it. It's just that he denied it the loudest before, and now he is a little thin-skinned to go back on his words immediately. Li Yi smiled and said, Lei Guangyao is right. I have not ascended to the heavenly position. The reason why I can drive this Gaia Mecha is due to personal reasons. You can think of it as a way to use the characteristic micro-manipulation to increase the load capacity. Let's stop talking here. Anyway, it has been confirmed that the Mecha has been put into storage. How about going back to rest for a while? After half an hour of flight, we may not have enough rest time later. After all, Li Yi has a good appeal among the crowd. When he asked everyone to go back to the cabin to rest, everyone suppressed their thoughts and went back one after another. On the way, everyone naturally had their own thoughts in their hearts. Ning Fiayu thought, even if Li Yi is not a heavenly rank, judging from his reserved character, his strength is probably comparable to that of a high heavenly rank. He is improving faster and faster, and I seem to be unable to catch up with him. If I can never catch up with him, how can I repay him? Lei Guangyao felt a little ashamed, thinking, I almost lost face this time. It seems that Li Yi and I are both in the top 10 of the same competition, but in fact, the barrier between us has long been unbreakable and cannot be taken away by common sense. It seems that in the future, when it comes to situations involving Li Yi, I still have to use a different way of thinking to avoid being embarrassed again. Thinking of this, Lei Guangyao asked, Li Yi, since you can see a lot of news from the front line in advance, do you know what the current battle situation is like? Li Yi pondered. At present, a small-scale conflict has occurred. Some strong men above the heavenly rank are provoking each other on the periphery of the border star to boost morale and brew a war. As for a full-scale conflict, I'm afraid it will take a small opportunity. Liang Zhishan asked curiously, what about the battlefield situation of Class B and Class C? Li Yi said, it's just a gathering at the moment. The battle situation in this area will most likely have to wait until the signal of a full-scale battle appears before the Class B and C Mecha army will press forward and launch a general attack. Su Weilu said, what about the comparison of forces? Li Yi shook his head and said, you will know the details when you arrive. Asking so many questions now will only add to your worries. It's better to recuperate first. If the war continues for several days, this short break may save your lives in the future. After hearing this, everyone stopped talking. Although half an hour is not a very long time, Li Yi is right. No one knows how long the subsequent tense state of mind will last. In this case, the primary purpose now is not to find out about the deployment of forces that are not related to them for the time being, but to recuperate. After all, they are not commanders. All they have to do is to activate the Mecha and become a fighting force. Half an hour passed in a flash. The starship quickly came out of the Stargate and flew to the border star. Everyone in the hibernation capsule was also awakened by the vibration of the transmission, knowing that they had successfully passed through the Stargate. Among the crowd, only a few individual Xianwei strongmen, or people like Li Yi, did not enter the hibernation capsule. Other Mecha masters must use the hibernation capsule to maintain their physical condition when traveling through the Stargate. This time, Li Yi's soul has become much stronger. During the half-hour Stargate shuttle, he specifically observed and comprehended the subtle structure of the divinity during the time and space jump. Under the eyes of the perfect level deciphering skills, he has a different understanding. Although the subtle structure of the divinity produced by the time and space jump changes in thousands of ways, in his opinion, it is also a mysterious language system. If we continue to study, we may be able to decipher some of the mysteries. In addition, just like the last time he experienced the jump, the divine gene in his body was amazingly active. He secretly guessed, could it be that the root mystery of divinity is related to the transformation of time and space? When I have mastered the subtle power of micron or even nanometer level, can I use it to give birth to similar operations? He suddenly thought that if the battle was over, before returning to Earth, maybe he could go to the time and space spire of Planet 33 to learn how to crack it. After all, his decoding skills were not perfect before, and his personal brain power had not reached the current peak state, so his cracking ability was still lacking. Moreover, the Guardman's secret book of time was also hidden in one of the spire, which was the item he needed to obtain. According to the Guardman, people who have gathered the gift of the God of Destiny and the secret book of time can understand the truth. I hope this war can end as soon as possible. After arriving at the periphery of the border star, everyone quickly received the assembly order from their respective communicators and went to their respective teams. Soon, one by one, the divine mechas flew towards the assembly team with flames. Above the desolate border star, more than 6,000 divine mechas below level A have gathered into 10 square arrays, arranged in a dispersed manner, and the flames alone occupy almost half of the sky vision of the border star. Even a large star like the border star, with such a large number of divine mechas arranged in a dispersed manner, seems to be wrapped in a giant flame net. At the far end of the border star, several powerful people of high heavenly rank on the human side are fighting against the alien strongmen, chasing and running, and fighting each other. Li Yu flew to the main base of the border star in the Gaia Mecha. According to the order of General Lin, he needs to report to the command tower in advance to understand the detailed combat strategy. At this moment, the people entering and leaving the command tower are basically important leaders of the human side, top strongmen, strategic and tactical experts, with a very high level of confidentiality authority, and ordinary people can't enter at all. Fortunately, Li Yu now has level 8 authority, so it's smooth to enter all the way. Senior Mecha Master Li Yi, enter the command tower to report. Li Yi entered the door and saluted directly. The moment he pushed the door open, 7 or 8 pairs of eyes that were as powerful as substance stared at him. Li Yi ignored it and turned his gaze to the one with the strongest pressure. Looking at the face of the middle-aged man, he had thick hair, a handsome face, deep eyes, and his eyes seemed to contain infinite vastness. Li Yu turned his gaze to the surroundings and saw He Guangzi and several others who obviously had the aura of the strongest. He immediately judged that the one with deep eyes was most likely Lin Guotao. After all, whether it was strength or the aura that fatally overflowed from his soul, it was obvious that he was far superior to the surrounding ones. After a short silence of 2 or 3 seconds, General Manager Lin spoke up. His voice was magnetic and rich, full of charm. Welcome, Li Yi. I have heard Shang Feng's detailed account of the situation. Thank you for your outstanding contribution to the Jinio division. If it weren't for your outstanding courage, the resuscitator would have succeeded in his conspiracy and taking the opportunity to subvert our human civilization. Then, General Manager Lin turned his eyes to the crowd. Who is Li Yi? I believe I won't introduce him in detail. I believe you can all see the corresponding report. Time is limited, so there is no need for extra greetings. Li Yi, join the sand table simulation. Before the battle order is issued, you should not rush to move out. Li Yi then noticed that in front of this group of powerful people or experts, there was a holographic projection of a planet sand table. On the sand table, it was the situation of the border planet. Li Yi was surprised and said, "Is it too late to do a sand table simulation now?" General Manager Lin said, "It's not too late. Everything is not too late. You will know if you join in. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels." Chapter 244 Military Strength. Li Yu approached the holographic projection, and his body passed through a line of dark blue holographic projection light. He found something different. The entire area around the border star was flashing with countless tiny divine mecha thumbnails. Could this be a real-time military diagram of the outside world of the border star? And this projection device is some kind of divine device with detection function? Seeing Li Yi's eyes, General Lin smiled and said, as you guessed, this is a war simulation device obtained from the ruins of the 5th era of divinity. With this thing, we are equivalent to opening the full map vision. We can find the most critical gaps from their phalanx layout and accurately deploy troops. Now both sides are still in the stage of gathering forces. According to the experience of the previous Xianheng Star War, the Star Clan is good at fighting space core assaults. Therefore, they will definitely wait for all the superior forces to gather before launching a charge. Li Yi did not pay attention to the other points mentioned by General Lin, but said, I didn't say anything just now. How did General Lin know my guess? Could it be? General Lin smiled and said, yes, that's right. I have the ability to read minds. Of course, your soul is strong, and I can't read much. It's just your most superficial conscious reaction. So don't worry about privacy leaks, and don't worry about scolding me behind your back and I can see it. Li Yi smiled in response, forcing himself to stay focused on the sand table. He didn't believe what General Lin said about not much content being read. Judging from his rich life memory experience, General Lin is obviously the type who keeps a few tricks in mind. It is indeed good to have such a strong man to rule over mankind. But when working with him, you have to be careful that your inner thoughts are overheard, which is probably very embarrassing. Immediately, Li Yi focused on the holographic simulation sand table. It can be seen that the two sides of the human race are clearly divided. One side is at the near end of the border star, and the other side is at the far end of the border star, close to the star gate of the alien territory. The human side is marked in red, and the number is slightly smaller. Li Yi glanced at it and confirmed the specific number of the human side. There are a total of 5,982 mechas above 80 meters and below A level, of which there are a total of 1,280 mechas above 100 meters and below 145 meters. If you count some that have not arrived yet, and those that stay in the border star and are ready to go as mobile soldiers at any time, there are probably more than 6,000 mechas above 80 meters. There are currently 700 A-level mechas, and 500 of them are gathering above the border star, leading the divine mechas of various B-level and C-level. Basically, all the mechas that could come came, except for the mechas left behind in the fortresses. As for those below 80 meters, except for a few that were over 70 meters, none of them came. After all, they were too weak and did not have the foundation for space warfare. Moreover, the number of thrusters of humans was limited. The ability to equip mechas over 80 meters was the result of many years of experience in various ruins. Then came the aliens. The total number of mechas over 80 meters belonging to the two tribes has reached 8,390, which is 50% more than that of humans. But strangely, their 3-element and 1 level is less, only about 800. Li Yi was limited by insufficient intelligence and could not figure out why the other side was so much behind the human side in the 3-element and 1 level. But the good news is that due to the gap between the 3-element and 1 level, the combat power of the B-level and C-level troops is basically the same, and they can still fight. As for those above the A-level, the aliens have a total of more than 1,200. The most disparate heavenly ranks have gathered 87, more than 20 more than the current total number of heavenly ranks of the human race. As for the strongest, the gap is not big. There are 13 on the human side and 19 on the alien side. Including the few who stayed in the command tower, the number is basically the same. After all, this is the human home court. In addition to the Stargate, the aliens only have starships as the landing point for the divine Mecha. After scanning the combat power of both sides, Li Yi began to think. When he was on the Yaoqi ship before, he had brushed up enough wisdom and management skills from the large-scale army of stars in the observatory to reach a proficient level. Although he did not speculate afterwards, so he did not reach proficiency. But with his strong brain power, he quickly conceived a specific strategy for deploying troops. Although he didn't understand why General Lin had so many people to use, he insisted that he also participate in the deduction. But since it's here, just focus on getting this thing done. Calculating the strength of both sides, he estimated in his mind. A divine mecha over 80 meters long has the basic ability of interstellar strikes and can destroy asteroids. Conventional A-level mid-range, stronger ones like Lin Guotao, have the ability to destroy medium-sized planets. As for the high-level heavenly level, if the heavenly level tricks are completely released, it is no problem to destroy large planets. With so many divine mechas gathered together, the destructive power formed is naturally quite amazing. However, there is no clear combined combat method for divine mechas. The only way to superimpose combat power through the number of people is the volley of divine energy cannons. At present, there are many temporary teams on both sides. Only the main Mecha regiment of the original Border Star and the main Mecha regiment of the Slaughter clan, because of the long-term training and fighting, the array is arranged in an orderly manner and the activities are uniform, which is obviously different from other temporary Mecha teams. So, what kind of fighting method is the best? He Guangzi next to him seemed to be operating something on the holographic simulation sand table. Li Yu looked over and found that He Guangzi was operating the human team, directly drawing some square formations to the hinterland of the enemy formation. Then, a magical scene happened. The thumbnails of the divine mechas in the enemy's formation seemed to have intelligence and moved around. Another part of them engaged in direct fire. Li Yu understood that the effect of this divine equipment was even stronger than he thought. He only needed to adjust his own layout to simulate and rehearse the activities of the opponent's divine mechas, thereby obtaining sufficient reference conditions. As for whether the sand table is a vague inference or an accurate prediction, it is uncertain because the war has not started yet. At this time, General Lin seemed to see through Li Yu's thoughts and smiled. It is an accurate prediction. The reason why we were able to defeat the strong with the weak in the last battle of Cheyenne Hangstar was because of this thing. Li Yu's eyes lit up. With this treasure, the winning rate of the battle is indeed higher. General Lin continued, the reason why I asked you all to perform the deduction is because I need everyone here to perform a decapitation operation, therefore, it is very necessary to deduce the opponent's actions in advance and be aware of the opponent's military deployment. Li Yu was surprised and pointed at himself and said, do I also have to perform this decapitation mission? It's not that Li Yu underestimated himself. The people standing around him were either senior high-level Cheyenne Wei or the strongest. Even if he could reverse the high-level Cheyenne Wei, he was just a new recruit on the battlefield, and his endurance could not be compared with others. How could he play this game? Chapter 245 Debate. General Manager Lin looked at Li Yi, smiled and said, yes, you have to go too. Don't worry, I'm not asking you to go and die. Your mission is to go to a farther location to provoke and fiercely counter a few high-level stars to attract more attention. It would be best if you can provoke some high-level stars to take action and squeeze you. As he said, General Manager Lin pointed to part of the simulated sand table, and controlled a high-level human mecha to rush into the near end of the alien area and wander around. As this high-level mecha wandered around, the surrounding alien mechas began to gather around and try to encircle and suppress this high-level mecha. However, although a row of alien mechas around were pulled over, it was still far away, so the encirclement and suppression would obviously not be completed in a short time. The distance was cleverly chosen, which could just tease the alien mecha formation, but would not be destroyed all at once. Moreover, the route set by General Manager Lin was also very beautiful. It went around all the way, and attracted quite a few assembly squares. After a while, a winding path of moderate size appeared on one side of the square formation, which was a gap caused by the disturbance of various parts of the square formation. When you successfully disrupt the formation of this outer circle, I will cover the remaining strongest people and break into their command circle. Li Yu looked thoughtful. If it was just like this, then he could do it. Although there were risks, with his brain power and predictive ability at the moment, those long-range divine energy cannons could be deceived by various means. However, after his teasing, how would those few strongest people who broke into the aliens' core circle get out? Or did General Lin have another secret plan to escape? At this time, Chen Yanxiang, who was deducing in the distance, also came over. General Lin's cosmic light characteristics can instantly teleport us to the gathering area of the other side's golden powerhouses, quickly kill several S-class mechas, and directly destroy their top-level forces. However, what I'm worried about is the follow-up. Once we mobilize the top-level forces in this way, will it directly lead to a full-scale war? Moreover, even if Li Yi is strong and stronger than Zhao Menghao, he does not have the characteristics of the heavenly position and has limited changes of moves. How can he persist in the teasing task for a few minutes? How about I do it? Li Yu looked at Chen Yanxiang, and saw that he was very interested, and felt a little strange in his heart. Not only Chen Yanxiang, He Guangzi also said with a smile, yes, I don't understand General Manager Lin's idea. Isn't it too hasty to let a young man take on such an important task? Li Yi has unlimited potential, and his future strength has not yet reached its peak. I'm afraid he can't bear such a heavy task now. On the other side, an old man with an older face also came up and said with a smile, if you ask me, it's best for me to do this teasing task. My comet mecha has the fastest acceleration in the field. No one objects, right? If the speed is not fast enough for the teasing task, it will be easy to be caught up. If it is concentrated by the divine energy cannon, it will be an instant death. General Manager Lin, you have always been wise and brave. You shouldn't put young people on such a dangerous task, right? Li Yu glanced at the old man he didn't know, and saw that he had a strong body. Although he looked old, his aura was still surging. He was slightly inferior to Zhang Shengfeng, and he was also a powerful man. He muttered to himself that Chen Yanzhang and He Guangzi knew him and understood his situation, so it was normal for them to speak for him. But who is this person? Was it purely a matter of fact, or did they not want him to take risks? General Manager Lin smiled and said, no, this mission is actually only suitable for Li Yi. If it were any of you, you would have fought with them before, and they would be extremely alert once provoked. If you directly bring out the strongest, things would only become more complicated. What I need is Li Yi to provoke me with a Heavenly King mecha, not his new guy mecha. Besides, it's not that I look down on you. In terms of speed, Li Yi may not be as good as you, but in terms of turning and maneuvering, quickly dodging, and accurately walking out of this teasing route, among all the people present, except me, only Li Yi can do it perfectly. None of you can handle it. As soon as these words came out, not only the few people who were approaching, but also the few people behind who were still busy deducing the route were surprised. Chen Yanzhang asked in confusion, not really? Why can't we do it? General Lin said, it's very simple, because what I want is that the teaser must follow the route I deduced perfectly. Only this route can lead to a suitable defense gap, allowing me to send you in and out safely. If it can't be done perfectly, it will be much more difficult to send you in first, and even if you can send it in, you probably can't send it out. If you can't send it out, then this move is equivalent to sending all the trump cards to them for encirclement. After all, this is General Lin's characteristic, and Chen Yanzhang has nothing to say. He shook his head and said, okay, after all, General Lin, only you have the divine nature of the universe light. Since you insist on doing this, then I have no objection. After all, I can't guarantee that I can follow the route you deduced perfectly. He Guangzi was surprised, so Li Yi can do it. He remembered that Li Yi had learned his trick 2 months ago, and he felt that Li Yi had the talent for precise control. But talent is talent. This is a major role related to the survival of mankind, and it seems a bit hasty to let a young man like Li Yi do it. General Manager Lin had never seen Li Yi before, so how could you be sure of this? The old man also said, since you want to do it perfectly, I will do it perfectly for you to see. General Manager Lin, is this okay? General Manager Lin shook his head and said, no, you can't do it, Mr. Tan. You are only at the perfect level of gun skills. Although your evasion level and air combat level are not bad, they are just barely close to perfection, far from meeting my requirements. That's not enough. Old Tan was shocked. General Manager Lin did not explain any more, but looked at Li Yi and asked, so, Li Yi, do you think you can take this task? This task is related to whether the next decapitation operation can be successful and whether our group can return smoothly. Although you can do my requirements perfectly, if you feel burdened, then cancel the operation. After all, if you feel burdened, your performance may not be perfect. What do you think? Li Yi pondered. He had already deduced this matter in his mind, and it was indeed possible. This is similar to the scene when the second round of the Mecha Master competition was held, but it is more difficult. However, this is indeed an action that carries the fate of the strongest and even the fate of all mankind. Once it fails, the consequences will be unbearable. Just like when playing virtual stock trading, you can be bold and make bets at will, but once you operate in the real market and bet all your wealth, the test of your mentality will exceed the test of your skills. And this life and death game is obviously more serious. It is more than just outrageous to let him play such a big game right from the start. I would like to ask General Lin, if the decapitation operation is completed, what will the subsequent combat strategy be? Have you deduced that once it is completed, it may lead to the possibility of their full-scale invasion? How to deal with it then? In addition, is the decapitation operation necessary? For example, in addition to the decapitation operation, don't we have other steady ways to proceed? Chapter 246 Action. Facing Li Yi's question, General Lin said sternly, under the current situation, if we don't take a risk, even if we can win, it will be a miserable victory. Afterwards, the overall strength will inevitably be severely weakened, and we will not be able to defend against the invasion of other silver races, so, the decapitation operation must succeed. There can be no mistakes. As for the follow-up strategy, of course there are also, but what needs to be confirmed is whether you will participate, Li Yi. If you don't participate, then I will execute it according to Plan B, Li Yi understood. It seems that this wave is inevitable. This has nothing to do with interests and honor. This is already a do-or-die battle for the future of the race. I will participate, Li Yi said slowly. General Manager Lin nodded slightly. Very good. The core personnel for this operation have been prepared. Then, as long as you can execute perfectly according to what I say next, everything will be a piece of cake. This operation has a total of 6 stages. In the first stage, the provocative teams headed by Liu Yanshen, Dong Hai, Pan Ben, and Zhou Bai will fight one-on-one in front of the formation in the middle area to attract the attention of most of the assembled aliens. In the second stage, Li Yu will set out alone, moving from the side road to the near end of the alien stargate and directly provoking, leading out a key path of the third stage of action. In the third stage, I will activate the characteristics of the cosmic light and lead Chen Yanxiang, Tan Yaozhu, Zhao Li, Qin Longchuan, Duan Mushuang, and other 7 people to kill the 3 people who are in charge of the connection of the Star Clan this time, Heng Tulong, Heng Zilong, Heng Suer and others. In the fourth stage, He Guangzi will arrange the remaining main battle groups, command in the center, dispatch troops and generals, and attack the scattered alien mecha phalanxes with all their strength. In the fifth stage, Tu Kuogai, Mo's Henkuang, Tian Zidwen, Zhao Pingchuan and other remaining high-ranking and powerful people will be responsible for launching the divine energy cannon with all their strength to intercept the attacks of the aliens' powerful people and our returning team. In the sixth stage, after I return, I will secretly launch the plan. You will know it later. The most important breakthrough target of the decapitation operation is Heng Suer. As long as we successfully kill this beast, our human race will be relieved. Now, I will go through the process again on this holographic deduction sand table. Everyone remember it quickly and then start to act. According to reliable intelligence, the alien's ancestor will arrive in about an hour. In this operation, we must get everything done before he is caught. Before the action, I will send the detailed action instructions to everyone's communicator. Remember the key points and time of each step, and don't confuse them. Without rehearsal, you must be familiar with all the processes. Understand. All the high-ranking and powerful people present stood at attention. Received. 5 minutes later, the action began. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Outside the main base of the border star, divine mechas with a minimum height of more than 200 meters flew out in a flash of flames, breaking through the skyline and flying out of space. At the same time, General Lin issued an order. And the A-level high-level mechas and S-level mechas that were on alert outside began to fly in another direction. On the other side, the division leaders of each Xianhua E-level were also quickly familiar with their respective teams and began to fine-tune the formation according to the order. The 3 commando teams led by Chen Kaiongzi, who had been promoted to the 3rd level of Xianhua E in one breath, included Liang Zhishan, Su Weilu, Lei Guanggaiao, and Hu Yidan. The captains of the other several people, including Zhang Chaoquan, Lei Guanggaiao, Long Jinjin, Lin Xiu, etc., were Fang Ziling of the Kunlun ship. In addition, the captains of the 3 ships, Tang Baixin, Zhang Wanlin, and Lin Xian, also led a commando team each. Li Yi's old acquaintances Mo Chenlong, Tan Yiren, Lin Wendong, Mu Xianhua E and other Xianhua E initial and middle stages also received deployment orders and digested the instructions silently. At this moment, Chen Kaiongzi checked the detailed instructions on the communicator, and a thoughtful look flashed in his eyes. It's so accurate that the orders for each Xianhua E captain are different. As expected of General Lin, his brain power is really beyond the limit. My task is to support Li Yi from the side? This kid, I haven't seen him for nearly half a year, and I don't know how he is. With the support of the gravity thruster, the Xianhuang Mecha quickly bypassed several mechas in the midfield duel and began to move towards the near end of the aliens. The distance between the midfield and the 2 sides is more than 100 light seconds. With Li Yi's current number of divine genes, the total amount of divinity can be comparable to the first and second stages of the Xianhui. In addition, The tonnage of the Xianwang Mecha is much less than that of the A-level Mecha, and the propulsion pressure is low, which can produce faster acceleration and quickly reach the level of 0.05 light speed. In this way, it only takes about 15 minutes for him to reach the target location. Soon, the Uranus Mecha, holding a B-level Zanpaku sword, arrived at the target location. This position is about 3 o'clock in the alien Stargate. The straight line distance has been shortened to less than 2 light seconds, and the distance to the outermost 100 machine formation is only 0.5 light seconds. This distance is just right for the long-range firing rate of the Divine Energy Cannon. If it is fired by one machine, even if the aim is accurate, the firing rate cannot catch up with the speed of light, which is enough for the Uranus Mecha to react easily. If it is a volley of 10 machines, each sealing a certain direction, with Li Yu's predictive ability and reaction ability, he can avoid it at will. If it is a volley of 100 machines, then he has to be more careful, but he can also dodge it, because at a distance of 0.5 light seconds, a little bit of error can cause the Divine Energy Cannon to miss, and he can quickly shake and trick the opponent's volley angle into various angles. But if it is a volley of 200 or 300 machines, the difficulty of dodging will increase greatly. Li Yu had played out this scenario in his mind in advance, so when he was getting closer, he was always observing to prevent being fired at by the phalanx on the other side. At the same time, if a Divine Mecha broke away from the phalanx and came to kill him, the complexity would increase a lot. But Li Yu estimated that unless the aliens were skilled and brave, they would not come to kill him personally in the face of the Divine Energy volley. Because in this way, the opponent would also be covered by the line of fire of the Divine Energy Cannon. He turned on the detection system and directly launched the 3.0 burst skill. Breathe in. His skin quickly turned red, and white gas rose in the cockpit. This is not over yet. The 1.1 version of the brain super lifting technique that he had recently taken the time to improve was launched. Zizzy, in a moment, microelectricity, deformation, super elasticity, growth, toughness, friction, freezing, and other characteristics also took effect in the brain at the same time. Then it was the state of self-consciousness. Multiple positive buffs were fully superimposed, and except for retaining some trump cards, it was basically a full-scale attack. Then, in this state, he controlled the Heavenly King mech, with his upper and lower jaws open. The bluish-white divine energy gathered, and under the level of divine control that he had already mastered, it continued to compress, like a white sphere. Divine skill, stellar explosion. After many days, Li Yu finally showed the full power of this divine skill on the Heavenly King mech. In an instant, the Divine Energy Cannon shot out, and soon it soared to a speed close to the speed of light, which was extremely terrifying. Aiming in the direction, it was the strongest square he had just swept past, with a guaranteed 5th level Divine Mech. 0.85 seconds later, this huge bluish-white energy column passed through the endless vacuum and accurately hit the target. This 224-meter-long red-pointed mouth mech immediately had a divine shield outside its body. The explosive flames immediately flickered and released to the surroundings. Chapter 247 Breakthrough. In the alien Mecha formation, flames suddenly flashed. Immediately afterwards, each divine Mecha in this formation began to fire divine energy cannons. 2 or 3 formations not far away were also aiming at the King of Heaven mechas, each firing divine energy cannons. In an instant, dozens of divine energy cannons poured out, and the surging flames quickly illuminated the surrounding vacuum. When the opponent counterattacked, the King of Heaven mechas had already begun to leave the previous area, and according to the planned route, they took a sideways diagonal line and rushed to the Mecha formation in the central area. The distance of 0.5 light seconds was not far or close, but with the speed of the King of Heaven Mecha, this first wave was naturally easy to dodge. Soon, the counterattack divine energy cannons hit nothing and shot out to other directions of the vacuum of the universe. If they were lucky, these divine energy cannons might not be able to hit physical matter for decades, and could only slowly waste away in the vacuum environment, waiting for the energy to be absorbed by the gravity of the surrounding stars and dissipate. If it can hide any substance, after a long flight, the divine energy will slowly dissipate, and most of the time it will not be very powerful. Only those with extremely high control skills and extremely high total amount can turn the divine energy cannon into an extremely condensed energy cannon, which can still have strong destructive power when hitting solid matter after crossing countless light years. And this is basically equivalent to the highly condensed energy of cosmic rays. On the Uranus Mecha side, after teasing the target of the first phalanx, it continued to fire divine energy cannons to provoke other Mecha phalanxes of aliens on the target route. Sure enough, as the Uranus mechas continued to fire, the phalanx captains also ordered the phalanxes to adjust their positions and continue to fire. In the cockpit, Liu was still in a state of ease. With the help of his brain power and predictive ability at the moment, dodging those sparse divine energy cannons did not cause much pressure at all. Keep going. Their formation is still too weak. We must increase the intensity of the provocation, otherwise the gap in the predetermined phalanx is still not big enough. Liu's mind flashed, and the intensity of the provocation increased again. Star shock waves continued to shoot out from the mouth of the Heavenly King Mecha. The highly condensed divine energy compression force produced a rapid firing rate, which also posed a lot of threats to those phalanxes. The divine shields outside the body continued to emerge. Soon, the Heavenly King Mecha had flown to the phalanx near the side center of the alien phalanx. The gathering of divine mechas here were obviously also the elite phalanx circle of the Star Clan and the Slaughter Clan. Not only was the density higher, but the number of strong men was obviously higher. For a while, the various divine energy cannons shot in with countless dazzling flames, filling the main driving field of the Heavenly King Mecha. In order to be able to shoot this annoying little bug, the alien phalanx also continued to join the hunting action, adjusting the formation and firing long-range cannons. Liu's pressure was also increasing. This was another completely different control experience from the fighting he was good at. It was also the first time he felt another charm of Mecha control. The rapid control brought by high-speed twists and turns made him devote himself to it physically and mentally. He felt that the activity of organs in his body was constantly soaring, and every bit of flesh and blood seemed to be injected with a large amount of various hormones secreted in his body. He understood that this was a new sense of excitement. It was completely different from the control of fighting. In this air combat dodge, although he also had a strong predictive ability, it was different from the close combat after all. Not only that, the micro-level force at the millimeter level also made his grasp of the depths of his body more accurate and effective. In the cockpit, the white gas became more and more dense, his blood and ki were boiling, and his muscles reached the extreme of 3.0 explosive skills, which made the material energy stored in his body highly consumed. The body divinity storage technique learned in the Infinite Spire before, which was originally stuck at 5% of the reserve, unexpectedly broke through in one breath and reached 8% under this situation. At this moment, his precise millimeter-level force made it easy for him to get a more accurate perception and judgment of his body. While dodging at high speed, Liu enjoyed the wonderful excitement under high pressure more and more. Yes, isn't the most important part of the subtle level of fighting the corresponding perception? I used to rely on skills to achieve subtle power, but it was just an imitation of various skills of Wudao Shinshin with a powerful soul. Now, I seem to have successfully constructed a new millimeter-level self-perception model and reached a new level. Even if the soul is not strong, it can still rely on various subtle body movements to quickly and accurately grasp the situation of the body at the millimeter level. Liu's mind flashed, and he felt that his understanding of the subtle level became clearer and clearer. If I can reach the nanometer level of body perception, wouldn't it also greatly accelerate the condensation of divine genes? No, even if it's only micrometer level, I'm afraid I can make my body reach a more powerful realm. At this realm, combined with the deformation characteristics, with a thought, wouldn't it be possible to change into those powerful divine creatures at will? It can change both the appearance and the inside. This new divine skill, it's not an exaggeration to say that it is ever-changing. Even if I punch, even the opponent's divine mecha can be completely disintegrated and can never be repaired again. Right, although Liu knew that he was still far from this realm. But at this moment, he was extremely clear about how to go in the future. First become a heavenly position and the strongest, then use this to reach the micrometer and nanometer level of physical perception, and then reach the realm of physical body communication with gods. If I follow the path I planned, when I become the strongest, maybe the physical strength will be enough to match Dan Chenli, the peak demigod. However, as the induction route gradually formed, his state of mind had almost reached its limit, and with his divergent thoughts, he had directly escaped from this state. It's almost done. Should General Lin and the others take action? At this time, as if seeing the Heavenly King mech being so cool for too long, a bunch of divine energy cannons were fired from a distance, like hitting a mosquito, and they couldn't hit it no matter what. Simply, 4 of the A-level middle stage divine mechas and 1 high-level heavenly stage broke away from the square formation and rushed over swiftly. It happened that he had also penetrated deep into the heart of the alien square formation at this time, and the distance between the two sides was only 0.25 light seconds. This distance, in terms of the acceleration power of the A-level mech, is only a journey of 20 to 30 seconds. The Heavenly King mech, which observed this situation, did not panic and continued to fly along the original route. At the same time, the upper and lower jaws opened and continued to fire, teasing other square formations. Now only the path of the outbound journey has been pulled, and the path of the return journey must also be recorded and pulled out. 20 seconds later, a 234-meter-long skeleton mecha with a skinny body accelerated with a characteristic, and suddenly flashed 2,000 meters away from the King of Heaven mecha, opened its mouth and suddenly shot. The gray-white divine energy cannon shot out. Sensing the danger, Liu controlled a divine shield and absolute fluid outside the King of Heaven mecha to appear at the same time. This gray-white divine energy cannon was abnormally condensed, and it pierced through the divine shield and rushed to the absolute fluid outside the King of Heaven mecha. In an instant, the gray-white flames like an explosion flashed out, and the surrounding environment was white. The King of Heaven mecha flew backwards directly in the opposite direction, and the armor outside the body actually showed some signs of being eroded. Obviously, the divine energy cannon of this skeleton mecha is also highly corrosive. Chapter 248, Cosmic Light. The skeleton mech fired a shot, and its body suddenly accelerated again. Soon, with flames flashing behind it, it flew over and approached the flying king mech. Then, it pulled out a thick white spine like a scorpion from its back and threw it at the king mech. In the vacuum, the white spine was evenly symmetrical, knocking the transmission like a mechanical gear, and shot out a distance of 300 meters at once, hitting the head of the king mech. It is worthy of being a different god sequence, and it can even use the spine as a divine weapon. Moreover, the launch speed is obviously not bad. Liu's heart moved slightly, and he controlled the king mech's body to twist. The white spine hit the air, shook to the side, and continued to pull. Liu didn't want to tangle with this guy, so he directly brewed the flames with all his strength, adjusted the direction of the thruster jet, and at the same time faced the skeleton mech with both palms, and activated the repulsion feature. The two started at the same time, and the skeleton mech was hit by the sudden repulsion and flew back dozens of meters. And the king mech also took advantage of the two impulses and suddenly jumped out of the battle group. At this time, the other 4 divine mechas also arrived, but they were empty-handed. Since the 5 mechas were so close, they would not hesitate and continue to chase. Not only that, in the distance, several other A-level beginners also flew out one after another, trying to kill the annoying mosquito of the Heavenly King mecha. As a result, the alien mecha formation gradually became a little chaotic where the Heavenly King mecha passed. Although there were not many gaps at first glance, it could be said to be impeccable. But Liu referred to the root of the holographic simulation sand table and his amazing brain power, and naturally calculated that the round-trip path was gently torn apart. Finally done, but now the pressure is greater. Liu's mind was highly concentrated. Although the state of the self's mind had been exited due to excessive brain power consumption, but it was still no problem to maintain the state of absolute emptiness. Moreover, as more and more divine mechas were chasing, the distant ones were obviously afraid of hurting their own people, so they did not fire the divine energy cannon again. Therefore, although he was chased by more than 10 A-class mechas of varying strengths at once, he was actually less stressed. In the vacuum, more than 10 flames turned into long tails of light like meteors, chasing each other. These chasing mechas sometimes fired divine energy cannons at close range, which were predicted and dodged by the Heavenly King mecha. The Heavenly King mecha also sometimes seized the opportunity to counterattack and hit the opponent. If it weren't for his mission to pull the opponent's square formation, he would have turned around and launched a counterattack against these chasing mechas. Although the two paths have been torn apart, as long as the strongest have not come out, he will try his best to keep it in the predetermined position to avoid the path being filled again. In the vacuum, a very thrilling space pursuit scene was presented. Outside the border star, 8 divine mechas with a minimum of 270 meters and a maximum of nearly 500 meters began to accelerate. General Lin was driving a 484-meter Xianzhou mecha of the Light God sequence. It had a slender body, long limbs, and a thin white armor covering its face, revealing a neat and refreshing jawline. At this moment, around the Xian's Hao Mecha, there gathered two Xianwei high-level players, including Chen Yanzhang, Tan Yaozhu, Zhao He, Qin Longchuan, Duan Mushang, He Peng, and Feng Su, and 5 Supreme Masters. Chen Yanzhang and Tan Yaozhu were both top Xianwei high-level players, and their special moves were enough to rival the Supreme Masters. Their conventional combat skills were also not bad, and they were slightly stronger than some Supreme Masters who were promoted through single-core promotion. The rest were basically old-fashioned and famous Supreme Masters who had been promoted one after another in the past 200 or 300 years, suppressing one side, and were extremely powerful. The divine mechas they were driving were basically 350 meters or more, and none of them was weak. Moreover, the Xianwei special moves of these two people would also be useful in the subsequent decapitation operation, and were an indispensable part of General Lin's plan. Qin Longchuan and Zhao He are the first two strongest people born in the human race, serving as the chief and second in command of the Xingyu Federation respectively. It is these two who have maintained the basic order of human beings in the interstellar era and led the creation of the first human federation. Duan Mushang is the chief academic review consultant and director of the academic management department of the human side. He is a scholar of ancient and modern times, and has a deep understanding of multiple disciplines. He is the best scientific research brain of mankind. He was the first to promote various genetic policies and knowledge promotion policies on the Earth. All kinds of academic materials uploaded by Li Yi before, including the bionics and neural network knowledge of the divine Mecha, were personally reviewed by Duan Mushang. General Lin's real name is Lin Jianlong. His position is the commander-in-chief of the human military, leading all Mecha teams, and he is the third strongest person in the human race to achieve the strongest. Although he is only the third, he has surpassed the others and has become the first in the human race. In many battles, he has demonstrated an absolute dominance, far surpassing all other strongest people by a large grade. He is the real stabilizer of the human race. Even the strongest ones doubted that Lin Jianlong had the strength to fight against the semigod level Mecha. He Peng and Feng Su were the captain and deputy captain of the Deep Space Fleet's main ship. In name, they were in charge of all the deep space fleets and had direct command authority. In fact, the two also needed to be directly commanded by Lin Jianlong. At this moment, Lin Jianlong saw through the detection system that Li Yi's Xianwang Mecha had arrived at the target location he estimated, and immediately shouted, "From now on, I will use the characteristics of the universe light with all my strength." Don't resist. As soon as the voice fell, an invisible and intangible divinity enveloped and covered the surrounding mechas in one breath. Then, like a jump, the divinity shook. In the outer space, these 8 divine mechas shook and disappeared instantly. There was no abnormality in the surrounding area, and they just disappeared lightly. At the same time, within the range where the strongest people of the Star Clan gathered. How long will it take for the ancestor to arrive? He seems to have encountered some changes and can't come immediately. Heng Suer frowned slightly. Changes, he had a vague foreboding in his heart, and immediately shouted, "Heng Zilong, what's the current movement of the human side?" Heng Zilong shook his head and said, "Except for some silver and bronze mechas that came to provoke, there are no other changes. Haha, humans are really not afraid of death. They know that our troops are strong and far superior to them, but they still dare to provoke us like this. They are not afraid that we can't bear it and can't wait for the ancestor to arrive and directly launch all-out attacks." On the other side, other golden powerhouses smiled faintly and said, "A mere human race has only occupied the Silent Star domain, a place like no one's business, but it is so arrogant. If the ancestor hadn't come, I really wanted to bombard them directly and teach them a lesson." Heng Suer frowned and said, "In the face of a war, don't underestimate your opponent. Even if our total force has an absolute advantage, we will have to pay a lot of price to win. If anyone dares to be careless and causes a battle that can be won quickly to become a quagmire, causing our good men to die in vain, don't blame me for military punishment afterwards. You must know that although our Star Clan is strong and comparable to the Golden Clan, we are not the Golden Clan after all. If we lose money after this battle, no matter what the ancestors decide, I will settle accounts with every golden powerful who made mistakes, was careless, or even slacked off in the battle. Understand?" As soon as the voice fell, the golden powerful suddenly quieted down. After a while, Heng Tulong, the die-hard, took the lead and said, "Soul is right. Although we will win this battle, we must not underestimate the opponent and cause the battle to fail." Heng Tulong, Hereby guarantee that if there are any low-level mistakes, slacks, etc. in the battle, I will voluntarily accept the punishment after the battle and deduct 10,000 divinity quotas. Hearing this statement, Heng Suer nodded slightly. Seeing this, the other golden powerfuls also promised one after another. While they were talking, suddenly, a golden master shouted on the public channel, "There is a space-time anomaly. The golden master of mankind is attacking." As soon as the voice fell, 8 divine mechas suddenly flashed out from a kilometer away and entered the gathering range of more than 10 S-class mechas in one fell swoop. The first one was Lin Jianlong's Xianzhao Mecha. At the same time, the Xianzhao Mecha opened its upper and lower jaws, aimed the divine energy cannon that had been brewed in advance at Heng Suer's Henbian Mecha, and shot it over. Chapter 249 Total War. In the distance, Li Yu keenly observed that the Xianzhao Mecha led 7 huge mechas to suddenly cross a distance of dozens of light seconds and leap into the gathering circle of the alien gold strongmen in one breath, and was shocked. This move was not only fast, but also hidden. It was not discovered by the alien gold strongmen until it leaped out. It can be said to be a top-notch operation. This is the strength of the top S-class mecha. It seems that I have to work hard too. While flying, the Xianwang Mecha suddenly turned around and slashed, and the B-class Zanpakuokan accurately slashed the white spine that shot at it. Sparks flew, and the white spine was accurately chopped off by the sword blade. The skeleton Mecha that appeared behind him at some point had long been observed by Li Yi, but he just held back until this moment. However, due to the success of the skeleton Mecha's close combat, 3 faster divine mechas have surrounded it. The first sharp-mouthed Mecha, holding a gun, accelerated and sprinted, turned into a meteor in the vacuum, and suddenly killed in front of the Xianwang Mecha. The Heavenly King spun around, and the power of micro-flash was activated at high speed. The tip of the sword came later but arrived first, suddenly passing through the gap between the spears of the sharp-mouthed mech, and suddenly swept through from the bottom. The divine shield that emerged from the body of the sharp-mouthed mech was pierced at once. The tip of the sword did not stop, and continued to pierce the forehead of the sharp-mouthed mech, accurately penetrating the cockpit. The huge force was released, instantly crushing the top Brown Star clan inside. Then, the Heavenly King used the force to dodge again, avoiding the divine energy cannon shot by the skeleton mech. Then, the flames behind it flashed, and the output force was instantly the largest. The power of micro-flash was added, and it stepped diagonally on the remains of the sharp-mouthed mech and jumped out. In an instant, the figure of the Heavenly King accelerated again, turning into a meteor and flying far away. After a series of operations, not only did it seize this fleeting opportunity to kill one, but it also got out of the battle group that was almost successfully outflanked. Seeing this, the 7 or 8 machines that came from the back could only draw an arc, turn around, and chase away. While the Xianwang Mecha continued to operate at its limit, the Xianzhao Mecha's colorful divine energy cannon also shot out and suddenly came to the front of the Henbian Mecha. Heng Suer's Henbian Mecha is 481 meters long, of the alien god sequence, and its body proportions are unusually flat. It is covered with soft armor, with scales on the armor surface, and each corner of the scales fits tightly with other scales, with colorful fluorescence between the seams. Overall, this Henbian Mecha looks like a long fish monster with long arms and legs. Heng Suer, the driver of the Henbian Mecha, is worthy of being the strongest in the field. His reaction is extremely amazing, and soon a layer of divine shield emerges from his body. However, a scene that shocked all the strong men present appeared. The moment the Xianzhao Mecha's divine energy cannon hit this layer of divine shield, the huge body of the Henbian Mecha was about to dodge to the side to avoid being broken by the temporarily activated divine shield. Suddenly, the colorful divine energy cannon suddenly exploded. The huge energy that was enough to disturb the balance of time and space suddenly spread out, and then the Henbian Mecha disappeared on the spot. It disappeared halfway through the action. The next second, the Henbian Mecha actually jumped passively from the state of being guarded by the Star Clan mechas to appear in the encirclement of the human S-class mecha. The remaining 7 divine mechas on the human side fired the divine energy cannons that had been brewed in advance, and converged to impact the Henbian Mecha. The Henbian Mecha did not expect this passive jump at all. The divine shield outside the body was blasted by 7 divine energy cannons in a blink of an eye. Then, it directly hit various parts of the body of the Henbian Mecha and then engulfed it. In an instant, The violent flames produced by the collision of divine energy suddenly illuminated the surrounding 1 light-second range, and transmitted the light to the distance like the rising sun. In just this one move, several huge cracks were blasted out of the body of the Hengbian Mecha. The 7 divine mechas on the human side did not stop their actions and continued to bombard. At this moment, the strong men of the Star Clan who were caught off guard immediately realized that the situation had reached a most critical moment. If Hengser, the strongest man in the Star Clan, was killed by concentrated shooting, the deployment of all aspects of the Star Clan would be much slower. At that time, it would not be the whole army that came to destroy humans, but it would be destroyed by humans instead. In the cockpit, Heng Tulong roared, "Quick rescue! Everyone, act quickly and kill all humans." At the same time, he also urged his green flame mecha, holding the S-level building slashing knife, and chopped down in the air. As the knife drew a sharp semicircle. In the long night, countless green butterfly-like flames suddenly condensed into rays, and with this chopping action, they extended a kilometer in length and chopped towards the human siege formation. He actually directly launched his strongest trick, the green flame sky slash. This slash, with a core of alien flames, is highly condensed and has the ability to tear space, which can be said to be able to cut everything. Nothing can be broken. Even when facing an SS-class mecha, there is still a possibility of breaking the defense. But at this moment, the S-class Zanpaku sword in the hands of the Xianzhao mecha swung lightly, and the sword light came first and blocked the green sword light. I saw the green and colorful flames flickering in the vacuum, and this strongest trick was easily offset by the Xianzhao mecha. Moreover, the Xianzhao mecha was not finished yet. The body suddenly flashed slightly in place, and then appeared in front of the Bian mecha, and the sword passed through the air. In the cockpit, Heng Tulong looked at the sword edge that was constantly enlarged in the panoramic view in front of him, and his pupils shrank to the extreme. This sword actually had a certain soul-shocking effect, which frightened the driver Heng Tulong and made him face this beheading sword without any action. At the critical moment, Heng Zilong saw something wrong, and controlled the Spey mecha holding the A-class ring-headed sword to chop through the air, chopping out its strongest trick, sticky cage attack. In an instant, countless invisible and intangible silk nets shot out rapidly and rushed towards the Xianzhao mecha. In the cockpit, Lin Jianlong frowned slightly, withdrew his attack, and stepped back slightly. This invisible silk net is woven by the extremely stable divine energy. With a blessing of the strongest characteristics of the spike mecha, even invisible plasma such as energy can stick to it, which is quite sticky. Therefore, Lin Jianlong, who knew the core characteristics and core moves of these targets in advance, knew that he could not directly touch the sticky cage attack and quickly dodged. However, the dodge of the Xianzhao mecha was obviously not a hasty action. He paused, avoided the sticky cage attack, and rushed forward again, stabbing the chest of the Bian mecha with a sword. Crack! The Zanpaku sword spun a circle at the puncture hole, trying to destroy the divine nucleus more thoroughly. Seeing this, Heng Zilong's eyes were about to burst, and he controlled the spike mecha to output the thrusters at full power. The fuselage accelerated rapidly and shot in front of the Xianzhao mecha, and chopped down with the ring-headed sword. This strike was fierce and fast. The blade tore through countless dark energy in the vacuum, and drew out a black and colorful flame like a fluid. It was Heng Zilong's other most powerful move, using the acquired concept of adhesion to stick to light and shadow and the dark energy of the universe, and exerting the dark light breaking shadow strike with extremely strong defense breaking power. This strike was obviously much better than Heng Tulong's Bianju Kongzon, both in terms of lethality and concealment. In the cockpit, Lin Jianlong saw the mystery and did not intend to take it head-on, and controlled the Xianzhao mecha to draw his sword and retreat. This strike did not lag, and continued to catch up, following like a shadow. The Bian mecha, whose divine core was mostly destroyed, was unable to fight again, and could only barely mobilize the divine energy cannon to make up a shot, trying to intercept the Xianzhao mecha. But this strike was still easily dispersed by the Xianzhao mecha with a sword. These few quick moves took only 2 seconds. 7 or 8 S-class units on the periphery had already seized the opportunity to fire divine energy cannons at the moment when the Xianzhao mecha was entangled by the Bian and Spey mechas, trying to rescue the Hengbian mechas that were trapped in the siege. Moreover, several S-class units rushed over and tried to outflank the Xianzhao mechas. All of a sudden, the human side seemed to be in great danger. At this time, just when the 8 divine energy cannons were about to hit the human side's encirclement of the Hengbian mechas, On the human side, Chen Yanzhang suddenly flew out of the encirclement of the Xingyu Mecha, and swung a building-cutting knife in his hand with a body less than 300 meters long. The tip of the knife passed in front of him, swung at a high frequency, and chopped dozens of times left and right. In a moment, countless dark energies in the vacuum of the universe were frozen into real dark energy ice, forming a huge physical shield, blocking the 8 divine energy cannons. It was his ultimate move of the heavenly position, the defensive style of absolute 0-degree slash. The solidity of this dark energy ice is extraordinary. These 8S-level divine energy cannons did not break this dark energy ice instantly. It lasted for 1 second before it blasted open the dark energy ice that was constantly frozen by the Xingyu Mecha and engulfed the Xingyu Mecha. In the blink of an eye, the Xingyu Mecha was blasted to pieces and destroyed, falling from the beam of the divine energy cannon. Fortunately, Chen Yanzhang knew that this battle must be exchanged for one, so he was prepared to protect the cockpit, so he did not suffer fatal injuries. After the 8 divine energy cannons shot and blasted the Xingyu Mecha, they continued to rush forward and rush towards the human encirclement of Hangzhou. At the same time, the human side flew out a pure black 283-meter mecha, which was the assistant mecha of the 9th level master of the heavenly position, Tanyao Zhu. At the same time as the assistant mecha flew out, his wrist shook, and the long sword danced 9 sword flowers. Every time a sword flower was danced, it would expand and turn into a frequency shock wave that seemed to be substantial, blocking the 8 divine energy cannons. Each sword flower blocked for 0.1 seconds. After 9 sword flowers, the 8 divine energy cannons continued to shoot. During this gap, the Zilu Mecha had taken the opportunity to catch the broken Xingyu Mecha and flew out. At the same time, the remaining 5 S-class mechas on the human side also completed the bombardment of the divine energy cannons, and each dispersed to avoid the 8 divine energy cannons. Immediately afterwards, the Xianzhao Mecha, which was surrounded by the strong men of the Star Clan, blasted out with a sword and repelled an S-class mecha. The divinity outside the body suddenly exploded, and the cosmic light characteristics were activated. This huge Xianzhao mecha disappeared in an instant, and suddenly flashed in front of the Hengbian mecha that was bombarded to pieces by the human side. A sword chopped down. This chop was aimed at the neck of the Hengbian mecha. The sharp blade of the sword easily cut the head of the Hengbian mecha like cutting into butter. Then he reached out and grabbed the separated head of the Hengbian mecha. At the same time, the other 7 divine mechas of the human side gathered together. The divinity outside the Xianzhao mecha was suddenly released, covering the 7 mechas, including half of the body of the Hengbian mecha. The cosmic light feature is activated. Heng Tuolong, whose mecha body was mostly broken, roared, "Intercept him! Don't let them run away, I will make them never come back." But the human side had already rehearsed this process, and everything was ready at the moment of gathering. When the other S-class mechas caught up, the cosmic light feature had been successfully activated, and it was gone in a flash. Seeing this, Heng Zilong said calmly, "We still have a large surplus of troops on both the upper and lower levels. Why not launch a full-scale general attack while they are highly depleted and have not yet returned?" A strong man said, "The ancestors haven't arrived yet, Heng Zilong. If we lose the battle that we must win, can you bear the responsibility?" Heng Zilong shouted, "Now our leaders have been captured. If we don't do anything, how shameful it is. You only mention the ancestors. What's the difference between you and the puppets of the ancestors? The ancestors want us to gather, and they certainly don't want us to have no initiative at all. I declare that the full-scale war begins now. Who has any objections? Who objects?" On the other side, Li Yu observed the activation of the cosmic light characteristics and knew that the situation was ready. He began to activate the 3.1 burst skill and re-entered the state of the self-consciousness. He prepared a large amount of nutrient solution in the cockpit, and took the time to drink it during the driving process, which also alleviated the substantial consumption of brain power. Although the activation of the self-consciousness again could not last too long, it was enough. As his state improved again, the flames behind the Heavenly King Mech suddenly flashed, and it accelerated again, trying to get away from the A-class mechas that were chasing him. Among them, the skeleton mech was the most relentless in pursuit, and every time he bit the most tightly, Li Yu almost couldn't complete the flight of the shaking route smoothly several times. "Give me a parting gift. Since you are chasing me so hard, I will really kill you." With a flash of cold light in his eyes, Li Yu controlled the Heavenly King Mech to push in the front and suddenly stopped. This sudden stop shook the skeleton mech, and it was pulled 2 or 3 kilometers away. However, this sudden stop also made the Star Clan and the Slaughter Clan mechas chasing behind him get closer to him, and they were about to fire the Divine Energy Cannon. At this moment, the flames behind the Heavenly King Mech flashed again, and it turned from an emergency stop to a rapid start, and suddenly flew out from another direction. In the vacuum, the Heavenly King Mech drew an arc and actually approached the skeleton mech at high speed from behind. Cut it with a sword. The skeleton mech didn't expect that a small 130-meter-long mecha could burst out at such an amazing speed. Just as it reacted, its nearly 240-meter-long body had been swept by the Zanpakuto. It was as easy as a hot knife into butter, cutting it into 2 evenly symmetrical halves. At the same time, the Uranus mech continued to accelerate, leaving the pursuit group behind again. Although the group saw that the skeleton mech was destroyed, they did not give up and continued to speed up to chase it. Soon, more than 10 streams of light passed through the vacuum one after another, leaving a thin and long light trail that extended for several kilometers. Chen Kaiyongzi, on his side, observed the movement of the Uranus mech according to the order, and also shouted, saying, "Follow me now to meet the Uranus mech." Set off at high speed, immediately, the 30-man team led by Chen Kaiyongzi set off at high speed and flew out from the outer warning zone at high speed. He Guangzi, driving the Thunder King mech, floated outside the border star, and also observed the launch signal, and shouted, "I give the order now, the full-scale war begins now, the 4th stage mech division, all members attack." With an order, the voice on the public frequency resounded through the cockpit of every mech division. They looked serious and began to launch with all their strength. Soon, a dense meteor shower like a violent storm appeared in the sky above the border star, rushing towards the aliens. Chapter 250 Special Characteristics. Under Heng Zilong's strong order, the invasion team that almost fell apart came together again and began to mobilize the entire army. After receiving the news, the several gold and silver masters who were fighting alone in the midfield were ready to leave the single challenge group and join the Mecha phalanx and starship array advancing from the rear. On the alien Stargate side, one divine mecha after another was continuously deployed. Once out of the hangar, it suddenly accelerated and merged into the Mecha phalanx, moving forward at high speed. In the vacuum, nearly tens of thousands of alien mechas could be seen drawing brilliant flames, accelerating towards the midfield area like a torrent of light. At the same time, the Mecha divisions that had been assembled in advance on the human side were also attacking with all their strength, starting from the outer space of the border star, turning into an equally powerful meteor group and heading towards the central axis. In this war, the position of the central axis is very important. Whichever side can occupy it first can occupy a favorable position, forming a super strong formation to bombard the divine energy cannons across the board, and clearing most of the opponent's vanguard forces in one breath. Not only that, He Guangzi is constantly playing the sand table, constantly fine-tuning the square formations of all parties, trying to form a seamless divine mecha formation. In order to prevent the party from being attacked by abilities similar to the characteristics of the cosmic light, or being directly blasted by the opponent's S-class mecha with divine energy cannons, causing the B and C-class mechas on the square formation to be attacked and damaged by masters. On the other side, the single challenge group headed by Liu Yansheng also received He Guangzi's order to seize the opportunity and leave these S-class mechas that had previously challenged them on the central axis. The reason for leaving is very simple, because the decapitation team led by General Lin is approaching here. There are still 20 minutes before the opponent's army presses on. In this gap, it is enough to steal space to kill 1 or 2 more S-class machines and weaken the opponent's top power. In the vacuum, the King of Heaven Mecha is still 10 light seconds away from crossing the central axis of the boundary star and the alien Stargate. As long as they crossed the central axis, Liu Yanchen and others who were still fighting against the strong men of the Star Clan in the middle area could help to destroy these pursuers or block them for a moment. Even as long as Chen Kaiyongzi's support was strong, he could turn around and destroy these pursuers. At this time, a divine energy cannon suddenly shot from another direction. During the driving process, Li Yu kept an eye on all directions at all times. When he noticed this, he immediately controlled the mecha to flash and avoid it. This energy cannon is very strong, with a caliber of 80 or 90 meters. Even if the Heavenly King mecha avoided it, it could still feel an extremely strong and majestic energy. When it was rubbed, the divine shield outside the body shook for a while, like waves in the lake. Obviously, The strength of this divine energy cannon is enough to destroy a Mars. Even if a regular S level touches it, it is probably not good. How could such a powerful divine energy cannon suddenly shoot at him? The mechas behind were not even high level, so it was impossible for them to launch such a strong attack. Li Yu traced the source and found that the direction of the attack came from one of the several S-class mechas that were fighting alone in the direction of the central axis. This S-class mecha just broke away from the battle group and was about to fly back, and it even found time to fire an energy cannon. 6. S-class still found time to deal with me, a little Kurami. He knew that it must be because he was able to kill several A-class mid-level mechas with the body of a B-class mecha while escaping that attracted the attention of the other party. Not only that, this S-class mecha actually fired another cannon. This cannon was fierce and urgent, and it broke through the space in the blink of an eye. It looked like the position was right in front of the Xiangwang mecha. If the Xiangwang mecha continued to fly forward, it would inevitably collide with this cannon. Li Yu immediately understood that this S-class mecha did not intend to fight in person, but intended to intercept him and let the A-class mid-level mecha chasing from behind destroy him, eliminating a big trouble. But this did not bother Li Yi. He controlled the King of Heaven mech to draw a downward arc, preparing to go around the bottom of the energy cannon. Although he would lose a small amount of speed, he was using the 3.1 burst skill to start, and his acceleration was already faster than the ones behind him, so he was not afraid. Who knew that as soon as the King of Heaven mech moved down, the energy cannon seemed to predict his action, and shook in advance, drawing a wave line like a long whip, and bounced to the direction where the King of Heaven mech was about to fly. Li Yu did not expect to be calculated from a distance. He immediately controlled the King of Heaven mech to spray in the opposite direction, and made an emergency stop and turn, passing over from above, and flying past the energy cannon. Fortunately, his divine control level has reached proficiency and is about to break through to perfection, otherwise he really couldn't avoid it. But even so, he lost a lot of speed. Seeing that more than a dozen A-class mechas behind were about to catch up, Li Yu looked around and found that the S-class mech that had taken the time to fire had been entangled by Lu Yunsheng's C-King mech, and had no time to care about this side. In front, several A-class and more than 20 B-class mechas led by Chen Kai-Ongziu also rushed over, leaving only 6 or 7 light seconds between them. He knew that the time for counterattack had come. He immediately controlled the Heavenly King mecha to draw an arc, reverse direction, and chased the mechas in the back. This sudden change of direction came abruptly, and the leading mecha in front was too fast. It didn't react in time, and was approached by the Heavenly King mecha, which swept across with a knife. With Li Yi's current high and terrifying fighting realm, this knife went down. The knife force was subtle, and the kinetic energy was superimposed without loss, and the leading A-class midsection mecha was broken into 2 pieces in an instant. The Heavenly King mecha did not stop moving and killed another A-class mecha. This A-class mecha was less than 200 meters away, and its reaction speed was far inferior to Li Yi. It was caught up by the Heavenly King mecha, and immediately opened its upper and lower jaws and hastily launched a divine energy cannon. The Heavenly King mech turned its head to the side, easily avoiding the cannon, and slashed down with its sword. Another A-level mid-stage mech rushed over, holding a B-level thick back knife and swept across, blocking the sword of the Heavenly King mech. Then, it kicked out at close range. The direction of the kick was exactly the chest of the Heavenly King mech. The Heavenly King mech bounced back, and the flames behind it flashed. It suddenly broke away from the current battle group, went around to another direction, and shot at another group of A-level initial stage mechas. Soon, this mech body, which was less than 140 meters long, easily avoided the joint attack of the 7 A-level initial stage mechas with its superhuman foresight and reaction ability, and pierced the chest of an A-level initial stage mech with a sword. In the fierce battle, Li Yu felt that the divine gene in his body was stirring again. Not long after, the counterattack battle started for only 1 minute, and this new divine gene was suddenly generated. Moreover, this one was actually the divine gene attached to the Heavenly King mech. During the battle, he felt a physical growth and corresponding characteristics brought by this new divine gene, and was slightly delighted. It's actually a special characteristic. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone, see you in the next video.